Chapter 3064. In the mirror of time, what existed was Long Chen's past. In those small eyes, one could see the desire for power. It was not just this mirror. All the mirrors were the same. No matter what Long Chen did, the other party would do the same. I should see something. Time. The time here was not the time of the ruins of time. It was the same time as the life and death realms, as well as the entire myriad realms. This was not too bad. He did not have to worry about time passing too quickly outside. However, he had to worry about the Son of Chaos finding a new way out faster than him. In that case, he would be in a very passive position. The time of the past. Could it be that I have to use the corresponding rule of time to break this mirror? After thinking of this, Long Chen started from the first rule of time and used it all the way to the heart of the Great Void. However, no matter what rule he used, even if he used it to the limit, there was no movement at all. If there was even a little movement, it would be feasible. I would be able to feel if it was this rule. However, from the beginning, it seemed that no rule had any effect. It was obviously useless even if I used it to the limit. This was an error in correspondence, not a lack of degree. What a headache. This was the time tunnel. The power of time was useless here. What else could he do? Could it be that there was a way to move time that he did not know about? As he thought about it, his mind was still a little confused. During this period, Long Chen had tried many methods. Basically, he had used all the methods he could think of. However, none of them had any effect. Soon, 10 days had passed. In 10 days, there was no gain at all. If the Son of Chaos had reached the second place, he would have probably obtained all the other parts by now. After thinking about it carefully, Long Chen was suddenly not anxious. I'm in trouble, and he must be in trouble too. In fact, it might be even more difficult for him. However, if he has everything now, but he can't gather everything, he will eventually have to take it from me. As long as he had a part, he would have the initiative in part. As time passed and he relaxed, Long Chen let go of himself. He did not rack his brain to think. Instead, he looked at the mirrors in a relaxed manner, looking at his past self. Just like that, Long Chen felt a strange feeling from his eyes, his body and his actions. Life, me and him. He is me and I am him, but he is not me and I may not be him. Between me and him, there are so many years of time. All these years, under the guidance of fate, had filled in Long Chen's journey and created everything he had now. He reached out and touched a mirror. In the mirror, his younger self also reached out and touched the mirror. When their hands touched, what Long Chen felt was not the coldness of the mirror, but the warmth of the other person's palm. It was wonderful. If one didn't have to rack one's brain to imagine it, but instead experienced it and felt it, that mysterious feeling would soon arrive before one's eyes. The heart of the Great Void is actually the fusion and metamorphosis of time stopping and time accelerating. And in this warm little palm, what Long Chen felt was naturally the power of time. It was a kind of reverse flow of time, going back to many years ago when he was still a rebellious child. And among this, other than time, Long Chen also felt another kind of power. Looking at it carefully, it was a line that guided Long Chen's progress from the past to the present, stringing all of Long Chen's experiences together. In short, it was a needle that guided Long Chen from the past to the present. This is fate. To see the power of fate in time was indeed an incredible thing. Previously, Long Chen had focused all his attention on the power of time and had never paid attention to the power of fate. Time and fate, these two laws. Could it be that they can be reflected in a single law? Long Chen had a sudden thought. Then, he thought about it and asked himself, why not? In the entire myriad worlds, there were gods and demons who used the fusion of two rules. In fact, there had always been people who succeeded, but there was a difference in the depth of the fusion. There was no doubt that the fusion would be more powerful, but the difficulty of the fusion was too high. Long Chen's heart of the Great Void was a perfect fusion of the two time laws. But now, he thought of another possibility. Time and time can be used overlapping. Why can't time and fate? The reason such a form rarely existed in the myriad worlds was because the higher the level of the law, the more characteristics it had and the harder it was to fuse. For example, time and fate were the same. At least, Long Chen had never seen such a fusion in a top-level ultimate god. Instead, it existed in some low-level laws and weaker gods and demons. This gave Long Chen a new vision and a new path. Time, fate. It was an unprecedented attempt. In the past, Long Chen only pondered on one kind of ancestral dragon law and never pondered on it together. Therefore, this time, he was also opening up his own new path. There was no nervousness, only excitement. When one comprehended the laws with excitement, it was as if the entire starry sky was shining. The sky was full of stars and all of them were laws. Long Chen only needed to pick one from them. The ocean of laws was endless. Long Chen only had eyes for his past self in front of him. His eyes, his expression, everything in his heart. Time and fate were dominating this person. In his body, time and fate were perfectly fused. Time passed quietly, but Long Chen didn't seem to care. A brand new shocking law was about to descend, and he was already prepared to receive it. At that moment, he closed his eyes and stretched out one hand to form a hand knife. He gestured around him as the power of time and fate flowed on it like two little dragons circling around him. As Long Chen evolved, the appearance of the two little dragons became clearer. One was illusory and transparent while the other was pure white. The two little dragons wrapped around Long Chen's arm. Time reversal. Fate slash. Time was like water, while fate was like a knife. That feeling grew stronger and stronger. On the primordial spirit of the Void Aeon Dragon, the two Dao seals were flashing rapidly and even moving. At a certain moment, the two Dao seals actually fused together. Of course, it was only for a moment, but it was at that moment that everything became clear. Long Chen felt as if he had been enlightened. At this moment, the knife in his hand struck the mirror in front of him. The knife in his hand actually cut through the mirror and landed on the body of the child. Finally, the child in front of Long Chen's eyes vanished into thin air in the mirror. However, when the child vanished into thin air, he still maintained his smile. When Long Chen's figure disappeared from his eyes, the mirror also gradually dissipated. This meant that Long Chen had succeeded. Not only had he broken through the obstacles here, but he had also comprehended an unprecedented law. Time and fate had perfectly fused the law together. This had opened up a new path for Long Chen. In the future, as long as he had ideas and opportunities, he would definitely be able to comprehend even more fused laws. This was a gradual change. Most importantly, it surpassed every ancestral dragon, because every ancestral dragon only knew one kind of law. It was impossible for their bodies to give birth to a fused law. However, it was precisely because Long Chen had obtained the inherited blood essence of 6 ancestral dragons that he had the foundation to fuse them together that it was possible for an unprecedented law to be born. The mysterious dragon Jade definitely played a role in this. This newly formed nomological law didn't belong to any ancestral dragon. Instead, it could be considered Long Chen's own nomological law. Most of it had been created by him, rather than directly inherited by an ancestral dragon. In fact, Long Chen could even name this law that completely belonged to him. Let's call it Destiny slash. Naming a name was such a headache, so of course, he would just do it casually. In the Destiny slash, the key was to cut off a thread of fate. The role of time was to pave the way, and they complemented each other. In Long Chen's mind, he already had a complete outline of the Destiny slash. As long as he tried it a little, it would definitely have an unprecedented effect. The key now was what he would encounter after coming out of the space surrounded by the mirrors. The surrounding mirrors were disappearing, and he could vaguely feel that he was about to enter another space. In the ruins of time, time slowed down by 10,000 times. In the mirror, time was the same as the myriad worlds. In the space that Long Chen was currently in, time suddenly accelerated, and it was about 10 times faster than the outside world. Looking around, he was currently in a building, or rather, in a sealed space. It was just that this sealed space was too big. Even if the Taotai behemoth was in this space, it would probably be like a fly in an ordinary room. And Long Chen was like a speck of dust in this space. Tower of Time. The moment he arrived here, Long Chen had a deep understanding of this place. This understanding suddenly emerged in his mind. I'm now on the first floor of the Tower of Time, which consists of 4 floors. The time flow on the first floor is 10 times faster than that of the outside world. The second floor is 100 times faster. The third floor is 1,000 times faster. The fourth floor is certainly 10,000 times faster. This new territory must contain other parts of Kitten's body. It's time to search for them as soon as possible. It's a race against time. However, what made Long Chen feel a sense of crisis was that there were some characters that made Long Chen depressed on the first floor of the Tower of Time. He almost noticed them at the same time. It seemed that they had arrived earlier than Long Chen. Except for the manifold demon venerable and the starfield battle god, the other 8 ultimate gods led by the Chaos Saint were not far away from Long Chen in this sealed space. Chapter 3065. Meeting on a narrow path. There was only one passage from the first floor of the Tower of Time to the second floor. It was a narrow passage at the very top, in the center. And now, this position was occupied by the Chaos Saints group. It seemed that they had just arrived here. As long as they occupied this position, it would be hard for Long Chen to break through to the second floor. This was for sure. Long Chen didn't know how they got here. But he was sure that their method was different from Long Chen's. Perhaps they didn't encounter the Mirror of Time. Perhaps they had used some other method to break the mirror. But since they could come here, it also proved that they weren't simple. You could come out of the space in the mirror alone? The Chaos Sun looked down from above, and the group of people looked at Long Chen with contempt. Everyone's faces were filled with surprise. Obviously, they had experienced the same test as Long Chen, and they had also spent a lot of effort. Right, you also have an original incipient grade creator divine weapon. Then, the Chaos Saints group seemed to understand. The surprise on their faces disappeared and turned into indifference. After being entangled with Long Chen for such a long time, he was also a little impatient. At this moment, they were about to enter the second floor of the Tower of Time. Obviously, the best and most important thing must be on the last floor of the Tower of Time. The Chaos Saints group looked at the giant Tao Tai and the mother beast of all things and said, "This is the task I assign to you. I think you're ready. I will set up a blockade in this passage so that he will need at least 15 minutes to break it. On the first floor of the Tower of Time, it's a completely enclosed space. As long as you don't die in battle, he can't reach the second floor." Long Chen narrowed his eyes. They outnumbered Long Chen and now occupied a favorable position. If Long Chen had arrived earlier and reached the second floor before going up, he would have taken the initiative. But now it was troublesome. Upon hearing the Chaos Saint's words, the Tao Tai behemoth's eyes immediately burned with passion, and its face was ferocious. It almost roared, "Saint, don't worry. If I don't get rid of this fellow, I'll bring my head to see you." They occupied the position of the passageway. After the Son of Chaos entered the second level, he would seal the passageway. If Long Chen did not deal with these opponents, it would be impossible for him to enter the second level. After all, the seal set by the Son of Chaos was not that easy to break, at least not in an instant. Of course, Long Chen knew that the Saint must have underestimated him. He might not need to spend 15 minutes. The Holy Son of Chaos replied calmly, "That's indeed the case. I've already created such good conditions for all of you. If you still let him reach the second level or even catch up to me, then it would be meaningless. I don't have much use for you. You should just kill yourselves to atone for your sins." The Tao Tai beast became even more fervent after hearing the Saint's words. "Shangyang, follow me." The Chaos Saint glanced at Long Chen indifferently and said no more. He led the Shangyang fairy up the passageway to the second level. After he went up, the passageway began to have an additional space rule power. He knew that Long Chen was good at time rule, so he used space rule power to set up obstacles. As long as this rule still existed, although Long Chen could destroy it, as long as he could not destroy it instantly, he would not be able to reach the second level with the Tao Tai beast and the others intercepting him. After the Chaos Saint left, Long Chen and the 6 ultimate gods were left on the first level of the Tower of Time, facing each other with equal harshness. The 6 ultimate gods were led by the Tao Tai beast and the beast mother. The Emperor Beast, the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast, Gochen Demon Venerable, and Baize Demon Venerable surrounded them. The beast mother stayed near the passageway, blocking the passageway and forbidding Long Chen from going up. The Tao Tai beast led the 5 ultimate gods and had surrounded Long Chen invisibly. "Are they going to kill me like they did to the myriad incarnations Demon Venerable?" Long Chen laughed. In the face of their menacing attacks, Long Chen knew that this was a battle that he had to end as soon as possible. Moreover, it was a rather dangerous battle, but he did not panic. There was only a strong fighting spirit that allowed him to surpass his limits. Fighting spirit. Speaking of the myriad incarnations Demon Venerable, the Tao Tai beast and the others were even more furious. A fierce battle was unavoidable. More importantly, the Chaos Saint had already gone up. Who knew what he would get up there? Now that there was no one to stop the Chaos Saint, he could easily get the other kittens' bodies. Under such circumstances, Long Chen had to defeat everyone here in order to have a chance to compete with him. Big brother, let's do it together. Although it's dangerous, I can still share one or two of your opponents. Mo Xiaolang had just recovered from the previous battle and was already a little impatient. This time, Long Chen refused. He said calmly in a deep voice, "I'll do it myself. I have the primordial dragon pagoda, so they can't hurt me. It'll be more convenient for me to control the death rain alone. This battle is different from the previous one. Last time, I would definitely win, but this time, I have to fight with my life. Since it's a fight with my life, it'll be more advantageous for me to fight alone." Without Long Chen saying it too clearly, Mo Xiaolang, Lingxi, and Li Xuanji all knew what Long Chen meant. This battle required a lot of mobility. Even Long Chen would be constantly moving between the death rain and this place, so he definitely had to kill his opponents one by one. If he was alone, it would be much more convenient. If Lingxi and the others joined the battle, they could suddenly restrain the opponents, but it was too dangerous. Long Chen was afraid that he would not be able to take care of them. "All right, you have to be very careful." Although Lingxi said so, she could not hide the worry in her heart. "Daddy, come on, defeat these bad guys. Yan Er cheers for you." In Lingxi's arms, Long Yan was gradually growing, and now his human form could also speak. "All right, Yan Er, watch carefully." With so many people supporting him, even a fight to the death was not a big deal. When the Taotai beasts and the others were at their most furious moment, Long Chen was like a peerless god of death, standing in front of them coldly and indifferently. He calmly took out the ghost blood curse, holding it in one hand, and the shadow of the primordial dragon pagoda gradually appeared in his other hand. Long Chen became more and more proficient in controlling the ghost blood curse, and at last, the primordial dragon pagoda appeared in Long Chen's body. His momentum, divine power, and defense had all reached an unprecedented level. Facing the suppression of the Taotai beasts and the others, the first thing that Long Chen did was to run away. That's right, he used his fastest speed to run away. This trash ran away again. Catch him. The Taotai beasts roared and transformed into their true form. The huge Taotai beasts led the Emperor Sacred Beast, Gaochen Six-Star Beast, Bei's Demonic Beast, and the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast. The huge group of demonic beasts chased after Long Chen, and they divided into several groups to surround Long Chen. Catch him. Wasn't he very arrogant before? Why is he running away now? What a joke. As they chased, Long Chen's face was expressionless. In fact, every time he reached a position, he would plant a Death Realm Dragon Gate. He was very fast, like a dust particle moving in a room. This process did not take long because Long Chen's speed was too fast. With the support of the primordial dragon pagoda, the 5 ultimate gods could not catch up with him. Only the mother of all creation was still near the passage. Long Chen saw her eyes. Her small eyes were divided into billions of parts. They were compound eyes. This kind of eyes was colder and colder. Although she was guarding there, she was always paying attention to Long Chen. Obviously, she was more terrifying than the Taotai beasts. For about half an hour, Long Chen did not confront the 6 ultimate gods. He acted as if he did not hear the 6 ultimate gods' insults. In fact, Long Chen's footprints were all over the first floor of the Tower of Time. He had made the best preparation for the upcoming shocking battle. So the world-famous Long Chen is really this kind of trash who doesn't even dare to fight. Just call him super trash. The ultimate gods could not help but laugh. Now that they had the advantage in numbers, they were not worried at all. With such a lineup, not to mention Long Chen, even the 4 rulers would have a headache. If Long Chen accepts the challenge, we will kill him. If he escapes into the Death Realm, we will stop him and stop him from going to the 2nd floor. That thing can only belong to the Son of Saint. Finally, it was the last moment. Long Chen observed for a while. It seemed that the entire first floor of the Tower of Time had been covered with the Death Realm Dragon Gates he had planted. It was time to show off his power. At the same time, it was almost the time when the other party was the most relaxed. At that moment, when Long Chen rushed forward, he suddenly disappeared in front of the Taotai beasts. Where is he? The Taotai beast's huge body also blocked the senses of the other ultimate gods. The moment Long Chen disappeared, it was as if he had teleported. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen appeared in another place. When he reappeared, Long Chen had reached his peak. Bloodlight shot up to the sky. After reaching the semi-original incipient level, the power of the ghost blood curse had at least doubled. It was more compatible with Long Chen's primordial dragon pagoda. Whoosh! Long Chen appeared behind the sacred emperor beast. This sacred emperor beast had indirectly fought with Long Chen many times. When Long Chen appeared, it naturally felt it. Among this group of people, it was also the ultimate god who was the most afraid of Long Chen. What it felt was Long Chen's monstrous killing intent. The ancient blood spiritual dragon's killing intent. In Long Chen's hand, the ghost blood curse slashed down. It was still the death realm killing tribulation. The bloodlight shot up to the sky, and the blood sea expanded. The blood sea was violent. The entire blood sea condensed on Long Chen's sword. In between his eyebrows, the core of the death realm shone with monstrous light. Death realm killing tribulation. After seeing the endless sword light, the sacred emperor beast was startled. Remembering the death of the myriad transformations demon venerable, its fighting will skyrocketed. Its giant body emitted billions of rays of golden light, and the lion's mouth opened. Wrath of the Emperor. A rule. A rule of sound, an unprecedented lion roar, burst out from the sacred emperor beast's mouth, creating an impact that could shake the world. Its target was not only Long Chen, but the entire world. This was an opportunity created by Long Chen to fight the sacred emperor beast alone. Chapter 3066. Destructive sound waves were heard. In the Tower of Time, 5 super-huge demonic beasts were chasing after Long Chen. However, Long Chen suddenly disappeared in front of them and reappeared behind the Supreme Emperor Beast with a flash of bloody light. Of course, due to the huge size of the Supreme Emperor Beast, it was actually tens of thousands of miles away from the Supreme Emperor Beast. The Supreme Emperor Beast's fury swept across like a bomb, causing the entire Tower of Time to tremble. It was like a tiny fly suddenly roaring, causing the entire room to tremble. However, a speck of dust in front of it shot out a dazzling light and condensed a monstrous sea of blood into a sword. The sword Qi directly slashed at the Supreme Emperor Beast's head without any hindrance. Puff! The monstrous sword light split the lion's head apart, causing blood to spurt out hundreds of thousands of meters. The Supreme Emperor Beast's roar came to an abrupt end. In the midst of the monstrous sea of blood, the Supreme Emperor Beast looked dumbfounded as it looked at the tiny speck of dust in disbelief. Its Supreme Emperor Beast's fury had long hit Long Chen. It thought that the Supreme Emperor Beast's fury could force Long Chen to stop before Long Chen could hit it. However, it didn't. Its most violent Supreme Emperor Beast's fury, which could deafen billions of living beings in an eternal-level world, failed to stop Long Chen even a bit. Long Chen was as cold as steel as his sword Qi swept across 30,000 miles. In fact, it was not because his Supreme Emperor Beast's fury was weak, but because the rules couldn't penetrate through the defense of the primordial dragon pagoda. Therefore, Long Chen was almost unscathed. It was not the end. In that short instant, Long Chen brandished his sword and unleashed another 10 sword strikes. Each sword strike was as fast as lightning, and the speed of time was terrifyingly fast. The 10-time swords left 10 deep wounds on the body of the sacred Emperor Beast. Awa! The Supreme Emperor Beast was severely injured. Under such circumstances, its head was directly chopped into 2. Therefore, it couldn't maintain its original form anymore. Therefore, it turned into a human and fell from the sky. At such a high altitude, anything would be smashed into pieces. Roar, roar. Except for the Beast Mother, all the other ultimate gods rushed back as fast as they could. However, Long Chen had already predicted their movements. Hence, after severely wounding the sacred Emperor Beast, Long Chen did not stop at all. He sneered and directly opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate before disappearing in the spacious Tower of Time. Bang bang. As soon as Long Chen disappeared, the other party's attacks swarmed over. However, without exception, all of them hit empty air. In a split second, the Tower of Time became empty. The sacred Emperor Beast fell into the huge claws of the Tao Tai Beast and could no longer participate in the battle. The ultimate gods trembled with anger when they saw the sacred Emperor Beast's sorry state. Be careful, don't let this guy take advantage of us. He wants to defeat us one by one. Don't let him succeed. Holy Venerable Emperor, you should rest first. The blood-red eyes of the Tao Tai Beast scanned their surroundings. After experiencing a lesson, their arrogance was quickly crushed. Now, it was as if their faces had been slapped until they were red and swollen. This coward, if I catch him, I'll definitely torture him into a bloody powder. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Chen appeared not far in front of them. Although there was not much time left, it was not the time to be anxious. The other party's strength was still quite strong. The faint smile on Long Chen's face was the biggest stimulus to the other party. Boom, boom, boom. The ultimate gods quickly acted again. The Taotai beast said it had a way to deal with Long Chen, but in fact, it was not prepared at all. According to its thinking, Long Chen was not one of the 4 rulers. How could he withstand the siege of 6 ultimate gods? With the Taotai beast as the leader, Go Chen Demon Lord, Bei's demonic beast, and the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast formed a powerful lineup. They were majestic and powerful. Unfortunately, Long Chen did not say anything and once again entered the Death Realm. When he came out again, he accurately appeared behind the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast. The giant seabed octopus was not fast. Previously, it had seriously injured Long Chen and he had yet to recover. Most importantly, the shadow in his heart had yet to disappear. This time, Long Chen appeared stronger and fiercer. The moment he appeared, the ghost blood curse stabbed downwards. At the moment of the stab, there was a huge turquoise whirlpool behind him. The whirlpool of life force became bigger and bigger as it spun. It was at least 10 times bigger than the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast. Life tribulation, death tribulation. Even the blood-red ghost blood curse turned turquoise in an instant. In between the eyebrows, the core of the life realm erupted with a dazzling light that pierced through the void and dazzled the ultimate god's eyes. The ghost blood curse stabbed the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast's head. This time, the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast could not resist at all and a large amount of life force was directly absorbed. Its body withered like a plant and turned into a withered old woman, falling down in a sorry state. Clean and neat. Destroying an ultimate god with one sword. It was like killing a person every 10 steps and not leaving a trace for 1,000 miles. After dealing with the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast, Long Chen once again returned to the Death Realm before the other ultimate gods returned. That was the effect of escaping from the Taotai Behemoth and the others for such a long time. He had been waiting for this moment. Of course, Long Chen had not killed the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast and the Sacred Emperor Beast. He had left some leeway. After all, it was not easy to cultivate for hundreds of millions of years. He and the Chaos Saint's son had not become enemies to such an extent. The second one. Long Chen's indifferent and contemptuous voice once again spread across the first floor of the Tower of Time. It made the remaining 4 ultimate gods mad, especially the Taotai Behemoth. This team was led by him. Now, all the humiliation was like a slap on his face. Slap, slap, slap. The Taotai Behemoth's face turned red and swollen. All the words they said to despise Long Chen just now became a slap on their own faces. When Long Chen appeared in front of the Taotai Behemoth again, the Taotai Behemoth recalled the big words he had said before the Chaos Saint's son and the request of the Chaos Saint's son. The fury and hatred in the Taotai Behemoth's heart were like hundreds of millions of volcanoes erupting and hundreds of millions of thunderbolts breaking out. Blood-red flames were burning in his eyes. Even his body was expanding. He opened his bloody hell-like mouth, revealing his pale, blood-stained teeth. Taotai, if you can't do it, you'll stay here in case of losing the Saint's son's face. The mother beast of all things rarely spoke. You're the one who can't do it. In an hour, I'll definitely tear Long Chen's body into pieces. I'll tear him into 1,000 pieces. Just watch. The Taotai Behemoth's roar shook the entire Tower of Time. It was no less than the fury of an emperor. The Chaos Saint's son above the Tower of Time must have heard it. Long Chen pointed the ghost blood curse at the Taotai Behemoth and said with a faint smile, "Actually, it's very clear who's the trash among us. It's not over yet. You don't need to be anxious." Boom. The Taotai Behemoth led the last Go Chen 6-star beast and Bei's beast. The 3 of them formed an iron triangle and guarded the surroundings at all times. Of course, they would not repeat the lesson of the Emperor Beast and the Cosmic Sea Beast. The 3 of them attacked with the Taotai Behemoth while the other 2 acted as support. They paid attention to the surroundings at all times in case of Long Chen's sudden appearance. Long Chen's attack was too fierce. They had to be vigilant to this extent. Long Chen took a deep breath. Next would be a fierce battle. The Death Realm Dragon Gate, the primordial dragon pagoda and the ghost blood curse were all his weapons. Want to stop me? The problem is, can you? Long Chen laughed wildly. He shuttled between the Death Realm and the Tower of Time. The three of them had no idea where he would appear. When the three of them were extremely nervous under Long Chen's attack, Long Chen suddenly appeared. Unexpectedly, he appeared in front of the Taotai behemoth, facing it. The three ultimate gods thought that Long Chen must be looking for a soft persimmon to bully. However, the Taotai behemoth was the toughest among them. It was reckless to confront it head-on. However, Long Chen did it. His movement was clean and neat. He suddenly appeared and launched the ghost blood curse once again. This time it was the rule of time. Wherever the ghost blood curse was pointed at, time would stop. Even the Taotai behemoth was not an exception. Time was stopped by Long Chen. The giant demonic beast's body stopped in the air. Then, the endless time acceleration power came. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Piss off. The Taotai behemoth was infuriated and fought against the time power fiercely. When the Taotai behemoth was fighting against the time power, Long Chen had already arrived beside the Gauchen 6-star beast and Bai's behemoth. The Gauchen 6-star beast and Bai's behemoth were very nervous. As expected, Long Chen immediately appeared in front of them and confronted them in a split second. Time seemed to stop for a moment. In the next moment, a fierce battle broke out. The Gauchen 6-star beast and Bai's behemoth used the rule almost at the same time. In the eyes of the Gauchen 6-star beast, the 6 dark stars in its eyes shone with terrifying radiance and projected 6 stars in the sky. The 6 stars formed a formation with soaring evil aura. Bai's behemoth was an auspicious beast which was the complete opposite of the Gauchen 6-star beast. When the Gauchen 6-star beast completely released its dark and deathly power, Bai's behemoth released endless auspicious radiance using the rule power. The Bai's demonic beast, on the other hand, used the rules to release an endless auspicious light. It was like a pure white star that released a dazzling radiance that was similar to the Go Chen 6-star disaster formation diagram. 6-star disaster light. Auspicious light. They attacked at the same time. The two top-level ultimate gods naturally gave Long Chen a huge amount of pressure. Moreover, the Taotai behemoth was constantly trying to break free from the heart of Great Void. The three of them were about to converge. However, his facial expression did not change at all. Suddenly, Li Xuanji appeared on his body. As her beautiful figure danced, the heavenly sacrificial spear in her hand was thrust out. The realm of life's murderous calamities turquoise vortex shrouded Long Chen within it as it confronted the two ultimate gods at the same time. Of course, Li Xuanji quickly merged into Long Chen's body and became a part of Long Chen's body after performing the move. Chapter 3067. The combination of the life and death calamity also produced two very different types of powers. The primordial dragon pagoda brought the most lethal power. While Long Chen was performing the life and death calamity, he also launched an attack on the two ultimate gods' positions. Boom! Frankly speaking, the power of the life and death calamity was not much stronger than the two ultimate gods' desperate attacks. The problem was that Long Chen had already rushed to the center of the battle. With the primordial dragon pagoda, he was almost invincible. Even if it was the most violent impact, Long Chen had the flame of life and the primordial dragon pagoda. Even if he suffered a huge shock, he could recover instantly. Break! After breaking through the destructive power produced by the head-on collision, Long Chen suddenly appeared in the center of the two ultimate gods' positions. He was fighting the two ultimate gods at such a close distance. In the chaos, Long Chen's size unintentionally played a huge advantage as he shuttled between the two ultimate gods like a phantom. The two ultimate gods bombarded Long Chen's body with a large number of laws. Bang bang bang. All of a sudden, Long Chen disappeared. The Gauchen 6-star beast and the Bai's beast looked at each other. When they looked down, they were stunned. On their bodies, there was a large number of ghost blood curses wreaking havoc. There were several wounds on their bodies, which were caused by the ghost blood curses. Their bodies were too huge. It was not difficult for Long Chen to use the primordial dragon pagoda to withstand the pressure and cut a few scars on their bodies. Then, the ghost blood curses broke out. Of course, it was not as serious as the time with the stellar domain dragon. Gauchen 6-star beast and Bai's demonic beast discovered it earlier and were not in a deep state. When Long Chen disappeared, the ghost blood curses broke out and made them panic. Even so, they could still hold on, showing how terrifying their ultimate god's strength was. Of course, even if they were not dead, such a large number of ghost blood curses had directly suppressed their strength and rendered them unable to move at all. The two ultimate gods quickly landed on the ground of the Tower of Time and curled up together. They were trying their best to expel Long Chen's ghost blood curse. It might be a long time before they could participate in the battle for at least 2 hours. Once they fought, the possibility of dying was very high. It was a fierce battle just now, but now it suddenly quietened down. It was completely silent. The current situation was, the Emperor Holy Beast and the Cosmic Sea God Beast were heavily injured, while the Go Chen 6-star Beast and the Baze Beast were curled up together, doing their best to suppress the ghost blood curse. The 4 of them would not be able to fight for the time being. If Long Chen wanted to, he could probably kill them. The only thing left was the sluggish Taotai Beast. He had broken the rules of Long Chen's Heart of Great Void, but he did not expect that just as he succeeded, the 6-star Go Chen Beast and the Baze Demonic Beast would not be able to withstand it. Long Chen's cunning and shamelessness were beyond his imagination, causing him to suffer such a crushing defeat. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't help but feel hot at this moment, especially when Long Chen appeared in front of him again. Long Chen's calmness and his hysteria formed a stark contrast. "I'll do it myself." The Mother Beast was about to come down to help, but the Taotai Behemoth said in a cold voice. He was furious before, but after the Gaochen 6-star Beast was defeated, he deeply realized that Long Chen was already a terrifying opponent. He realized that he was terribly wrong. He actually underestimated Long Chen. One mistake had led to him falling into a trap. 4 of the 6 ultimate gods had been seriously injured. Only he and the Mother Beast were left. Long Chen's goal was, of course, to defeat them and catch up with the Chaos Sun. However, the Taotai Behemoth had already promised the Chaos Sun. Therefore, he could only fight to the death and absolutely could not let Long Chen get there. He would definitely fight to the death. Looking at Long Chen again, he was still indifferent and cold, as if seriously injuring 4 ultimate gods was a trivial matter. The ghost blood curse's blood energy was surging, his eyes were blood red, and his black and red robe was billowing. He stared at the Taotai Behemoth, which made him look like a peerless god of death. The Taotai Behemoth could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Then it exploded. Without any verbal communication, the Taotai Behemoth could only fight to the death in order to stop Long Chen and to make a contribution before the Chaos Sun. At his level, he had not fought to the death for many years. At their level, they should not have to fight to the death. Boom, boom. The Taotai Behemoth's huge body could make a loud roar when it moved. A surging rule had already unfolded in this Tower of Time. The Taotai Behemoth's huge and dark body and Long Chen's small body confronted each other in the space, creating a huge visual impact. What should we do? I don't know, the 2 of them should be able to solve it. At that moment, the 4 severely injured ultimate gods gathered together with a helpless look on their faces. They no longer had the confidence they had before. They were now in awe of Long Chen. They deeply realized that Long Chen might really be able to break through the interception of the 6 ultimate gods and rush to the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time. I believe in Taotai. Even if the 4 of us join forces, we might not be able to defeat Taotai. As soon as he finished his words, a head-on confrontation between the Taotai Behemoth and Long Chen had begun. This time, Long Chen did not use the Death Realm Dragon Gate to move but directly confronted it head-on. One man, one sword, murderous intent filled the air. Myriad worlds' teeth. The Taotai Behemoth's law was surging. Many of the demon clan's laws came from their talents, especially the Taotai Behemoth. This peak bloodline that was comparable to the ultimate divine dragon contained many powerful laws. For example, at that moment, the huge Taotai Behemoth's body changed into the largest tooth that Long Chen had ever seen. A sharp tooth. The entire beast's body had transformed into a tooth. A sharp tooth was connected with countless spaces in the myriad world, as if the entire myriad world was a huge creature and the Taotai Behemoth was the tooth of this huge creature, its sharpest weapon. The myriad world's teeth rushed towards Long Chen with the sharpest part attacking Long Chen. Long Chen was very clear about the great lethality of the Taotai Behemoth's myriad world's teeth. That was because he was bearing the law's power head-on. The myriad world's teeth pounced on him like a beast. In the face of all that, Long Chen was still calm. However, he put away the ghost blood curse and transformed into an illusory void dragon in an instant in front of the Taotai Behemoth. The illusory dragon was full of the power of time. When transformed, the void dragon's size was no less than that of the Taotai behemoth. Finally, the Tower of Time became a competition between two super beasts. Long Chen's current appearance, especially his dragon head, which was exactly the same as the white jade dragon's head, shocked the 6 ultimate gods at the scene. They vaguely knew the relationship between Long Chen and this place. The appearance of the void cosmic dragon naturally suppressed the Taotai beasts in terms of bloodline. It brought a huge impact to the will of the Taotai beasts. Long Chen in the form of a divine dragon could display stronger power, and he could also use the creation divine power of the primordial dragon pagoda to the extreme. Heart of Great Void. The time storm swept across and formed gusts of strong wind. Within the strong wind, Long Chen's void dragon's divine body curled up and formed a time heart, the Heart of Great Void. When the Heart of Great Void beat violently, it produced bursts of tremors. Each time it beat violently, it could shake out the power of time. In the divine dragon form, the rules and the divine power of creation were stronger. Long Chen's own power was also stronger. In particular, the time stillness was like a cage once again, completely suppressing the myriad world fong that was piercing towards Long Chen with a terrifying momentum, causing his speed to gradually slow down. Loud sounds of friction could be heard as he finally stopped in front of Long Chen. The power of time and the opponent's rule power were fiercely colliding. If the opponent won, Long Chen would be penetrated by the myriad world's teeth. If Long Chen won, the opponent would be turned into ashes. The Taotai behemoth's strength was that it could even resist the primordial dragon pagoda. It was a peak battle. The entire space seemed to be still, but in fact, the battle of rules had filled the entire first floor of the Tower of Time. Even the 4 ultimate gods were extremely suppressed and could not breathe. Time stopped for nearly 10 breaths' time. After that, the Taotai behemoth's time accelerated. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of millions of times acceleration. The Heart of Great Void became fiercer and stronger, causing the myriad world's teeth to rapidly collapse. The Taotai behemoth lost in such a head-on collision. The myriad world's teeth gradually collapsed and the smooth teeth rapidly changed into the Taotai behemoth's original appearance. The Taotai behemoth was undoubtedly terrified at that moment. In its eyes, Long Chen's Heart of Great Void reflected the coldness of time. The acceleration of time made the Taotai behemoth feel that it had lost its power. If this went on, it would definitely lose everything. The Taotai behemoth had gone crazy in fear. It naturally knew how terrifying Long Chen was and was deeply aware of its failure. However, it was impossible for the Taotai behemoth to admit defeat. Roar! Under the control of the Heart of Great Void, the Taotai behemoth let out an earth-shattering roar. For a moment, the Taotai behemoth's body was burning with black flames. The flames formed by the burning of its flesh and blood were released. In the roar, the Taotai behemoth gathered a large amount of power that was even beyond its control and released it. The mouth of myriad worlds. From the myriad world's teeth to the mouth of myriad worlds. The entire Taotai behemoth directly turned into a huge bloody mouth. It was the mouth of the universe. Now, the Heart of Great Void had descended in front of Long Chen. Long Chen was like the food under this mouth. Die, ant! Chapter 3068. The rule of the Mouth of Infinite Realms was beyond Long Chen's expectation. Perhaps it was because it risked its life. The Taotai behemoth's rule was extremely strong. Long Chen had killed 4 ultimate gods in a row, but he encountered trouble in front of the 5th Taotai behemoth. The Chaos Saint's son naturally valued the Taotai behemoth for a reason. It continuously broke through the rule of the Heart of Great Void that Long Chen used with the support of the primordial dragon pagoda was a strong proof. The mouth of infinite realms devours heaven and earth. Billions of living beings, enter my mouth. The overwhelming sound rocked and reverberated in the Tower of Time. The bloody mouth of the myriad worlds swallowed him whole. For a moment, this mouth was like a world. Long Chen wasn't being swallowed. Instead, he was directly enveloped by this world. He really didn't have a chance to escape. Oh no! In the blink of an eye, he was really swallowed by the mouth of infinite realms. Your bloodline, Long Chen, is heaven-defying. You can let me, the Taotai behemoth, have a good meal. The Taotai behemoth's extremely nervous voice echoed around. After entering the Taotai behemoth's body, Long Chen turned into a human form. The primordial dragon pagoda pressed on top of his head, preventing the countless vortexes in the Taotai behemoth's body from tearing him apart. The Taotai behemoth's body was a bit like the primeval troll's body. Since the mouth of infinite realms dared to swallow itself, it was obvious that the inside of its body was its most terrifying place. Inside his body, his stomach was his greatest weapon. Long Chen was now facing off against his opponent's strongest point. Humph! The ghost blood curse reappeared in front of him. Long Chen sneered as he looked at the boundless primal chaos and the millions of ripping vortexes around him. Some people could not be swallowed at all, such as Long Chen, especially Long Chen, who was under the protection of the primordial dragon pagoda. It swallowed Long Chen. The Taotai behemoth's stomach is a place no one can get out of. Even the four rulers are afraid of it. As long as you're swallowed, it's basically impossible for you to come out alive. Great! We finally got rid of this troublesome fellow. The ultimate gods finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, they were defeated too miserably. He almost lost his life. Fortunately, the giant Taotai beast still displayed its strength in the end, reaching its peak level and successfully finishing off Long Chen. Needless to say, the storm inside the Taotia's body was really terrifying. Any venerable god would feel depressed inside. Even the four great rulers. If they didn't have an original incipient grade creator divine weapon and a defensive one like the primordial dragon pagoda, it would be quite troublesome. No wonder the Taotai was so confident. But to Long Chen, with the protection of the primordial dragon pagoda, other than a certain amount of impact, it was impossible to cause any substantial damage to him. Now, Long Chen had just entered the death world. He held the ghost blood curse in his hand, and the death world calamity produced a sword light that was tens of thousands of zhong long. Clang! After a loud sound, the Taotai beast's body was terrifyingly hard. Long Chen's death world calamity could not be fully launched. There was a layer of rule power protecting the inner wall of the Taotai beast's stomach, so that the food that was swallowed by the Taotai beast couldn't escape. Ah! Before the Taotai beast could feel proud, it screamed in fear as a terrible pain came from its neck. But it was just the beginning. Clang! 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 Long Chen crazily slashed at the Taotai beast's body. No matter how strong the rule power inside was, under the crazy power of the primordial dragon pagoda, the rule power finally exploded after the 10th slash. The ghost blood curse took Long Chen and stabbed deeply into the Taotai beast's flesh. Puff! With one slash, tens of thousands of zhong of flesh turned into ashes. Swish! When the Taotai beast was screaming in pain, Long Chen directly tore its neck and rushed out of its flesh. At the same time, the black swastika symbol crazily spread on the Taotai beast's body. The result was clear. It was not a victory for the Taotai beast but a crushing defeat. When Long Chen rushed out with his sword and suspended in the sky, the huge Taotai beast's body fell off like a kite whose string had been cut off. Closely after that, it crashed onto the ground of the Tower of Time at a terrifying speed due to its terrifying weight, causing it to be badly mutilated at once. That sound was too violent. It was like a heavy hammer that directly knocked on everyone's ears. At that moment, it was silent and everything was still. Under the gaze of Long Chen, the Taotai beast struggled to change into a human form. At that moment, the Taotai beast's body was covered by the ghost blood curse. Those ghost blood curse were like crawling insects, crazily attacking the human-shaped body. The Taotai beast did not even have time to grieve as it could only struggle bitterly. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that if the Taotai beast could not hold on, it might die on the spot. Long Chen's primordial dragon pagoda and ghost blood curse were too powerful. The fifth ultimate god was killed. Killing 5 ultimate gods in a row was something that had not happened in the myriad worlds for a long time. If the news of the battle here was spread, Long Chen's reputation would definitely be even more violently shaken in the myriad worlds. Obviously, he was already close to the top 10 in the myriad worlds, or even had entered the top 10. Ever since Long Chen came to the myriad worlds, his rise was too fast and had surpassed the limit that all living beings could bear. Before they could even react, Long Chen was already standing at the peak. Seeing that the Taotai beast was about to die, Long Chen took another look at it and casually put away the ghost blood curse on it. The Taotai beast's life was no longer in danger. Of course, even so, it was in a state of serious injury and could not attack again. Of course, it was also too ashamed to attack again. The 6 ultimate gods were silent as they stared at Long Chen in a daze. Before the battle, they had never thought that such a situation would happen. In the end, only the Beast Mother was left. Long Chen's cold eyes finally fell on her. The two gazes once again formed a final impact. The 5 ultimate gods all raised their heads and looked at them, swallowing deeply. Long Chen did not have much time left. Who knew how much the Chaos Saint's son had now? Previously, there was no chance of winning the battle, so he forced himself to calm down and fight with a cold attitude. Now, only the Beast Mother was left. Of course, this Beast Mother was more troublesome than the Taotai beast. But it could not stop Long Chen's determination to win. Only by defeating this Beast Mother could he catch up with the Chaos Saint's son and fight on equal footing with him. Long Chen knew very well how important Kitten's body was. It was something that he had to do his best to get, not only for Kitten, but also for their entire team. At this moment, the Beast Mother guarding the passage finally came down. Even so, she seemed to be very calm. The biggest characteristic of the Beast Mother was indifference. It seemed that from the beginning until now, he had not heard this Beast Mother say more than a few words. The mysterious woman descended from near the passage and appeared in front of Long Chen. Below, the Taotai beast's eyes were glazed and it had completely lost its will to fight. Long Chen's continuous defeat of 5 ultimate gods was a strong impact on its will. The other 4 ultimate gods completely admitted defeat and did not even dare to breathe loudly. No one even dared to report the situation here to the Chaos Saint's son. They could not imagine what kind of expression the Chaos Saint's son would have when he knew the situation here. Perhaps he would be incredibly disappointed. I hope the Beast Mother can turn the tables for us. Long Chen must be exhausted after fighting for so long. We still have a great chance. The ultimate gods looked in awe at Long Chen, who was still like a killing god and could only pray. Unless you kill me, don't even think about leaving this place. The saint's honor will be guarded by me. The Beast Mother's indifferent voice spread out. At this moment, she revealed her true form. Amidst the chaotic gray fog, she revealed the huge true form of the Queen Bee. Although the Taotai behemoth was ferocious, it was still the Beast Mother's true form that looked more terrifying. Long Chen held his sword horizontally in the air. The Beast Mother was actually a synonym for the demon clan's fierceness. It was just that Long Chen was in the limelight, so he suppressed it. At that moment, she suddenly made a move. Her first move was quite extraordinary. The smoke on her body quickly dispersed and every part of the cloud and mist was condensing. Finally, a total of 18 huge demon beasts were formed in front of Long Chen's eyes. These were all part of the Beast Mother's body and were born by her. There were pitch-black centipedes with countless eyes on their bodies, giant purple spiders, flies with flapping wings that emitted ear-piercing sounds, and rainbow-colored scorpions. All sorts of venomous insects quickly occupied the space, completely surrounding Long Chen. Centipedes, praying mantises, spiders, scorpions, mosquitoes, and so on. These were the pinnacle bloodlines of those tiny insects. All of them were nightmares in the eyes of living beings. They all had tens of millions of years of history and were all famous monsters in the long river of history. The 18 progenitors of the poisonous bug surrounded Long Chen, staring coldly at him with complex emotions. Then, in the next moment they attacked. Each progenitor of the poisonous bugs used different natural laws, and the mother of all things was the commander of all of them. Similarly, she stood in front of Long Chen, unleashing her natural laws to deal a fatal blow. Endless eyes. Hundreds of millions of eyes suddenly appeared around Long Chen, filling the entire first floor of the Tower of Time. Every eye was staring coldly at Long Chen. The 18 kinds of poisonous insects were hidden among them. The most terrifying thing was that at this moment, every eye shot out a kind of green light, targeting Long Chen. Hundreds of millions of eyes, hundreds of millions of light rays. There was no way for him to escape. Although the Beast Mother might not be able to defeat Long Chen, she could at least prevent Long Chen from reaching the second floor. Therefore, at this moment, the entire first floor of the Tower of Time was under the rule of the green light rays. Among the hundreds of millions of eyes, the real attacking gaze was Long Chen's eyes. The green light rays were the line of sight. The cage of rules was unavoidable. At the same time, the other poisonous insects also brought great killing intent, putting Long Chen in a very dangerous situation. Chapter 3069. The Mother of All Beings ruled over the eastern starfield, which was closest to the ancestral realm of the Kraken. It was called the Tiankuan realm. The Tiankuan realm was the world of all insects. There were hundreds of worlds in the Tiankuan realm, all of which were occupied by the insect demons. The beast mother was the ancestor of this kind of demon race. In the entire myriad realms, it could be regarded as one of the super overlords. Its combat strength was definitely at the level of being able to crush Saintess Jiutian. Just like at this moment, 18 kinds of poisonous insects were wreaking havoc in the boundless eye. 18 different rules came from all directions, basically blocking all of Long Chen's escape routes. Among them, several rules belonged to the suppressive type. Their purpose was to make Long Chen unable to move and enter the death rain. The Beast Mother's consideration was far more comprehensive than the Taotai behemoth's fierce attack. She knew that in order to kill Long Chen, she had to make sure that he couldn't escape. Therefore, she specially used several rules. Perhaps one might not be able to do anything to Long Chen, but several rules were always effective. All I need to do is hold Long Chen down for a moment. Success. Below, the 5 defeated ultimate gods watched the thrilling scene unfold before their eyes. They were even more nervous than the Beast Mother. Everyone didn't know how to explain to the Chaos Saint. In the eyes of the ultimate gods, Long Chen had already been submerged by countless rules. The mother of all creation was also good at bombardment, especially her infinite eye. Billions of eyes covered the sky and covered the earth. This was under the restriction of the Tower of Time. If it was outside, the mother of all creation could simply fill the entire eternal level world with her eyes. At that critical moment, under the rules, Long Chen was like being smashed into pieces. His breath was almost extinguished. Without saying a word, the Beast Mother gathered hundreds of millions of eyes and launched a fatal attack on Long Chen. Because she knew how difficult it was to deal with Long Chen, the Beast Mother had thought of many ways to deal with him. This was the most effective way. The ultimate gods were extremely excited and almost cheered when they saw that scene. However, what happened next caused their moods to plummet to the bottom of the valley. In the dark green light of the inexhaustible eye, Long Chen's figure appeared unscathed. He closed his eyes and was in a magical state. He looked ordinary, but for some reason, the divinity's scalps went numb. They noticed Long Chen's ghost blood curse. The ghost blood curse was still the ghost blood curse. Blood-colored light spread out, and the ghost blood curse was black. However, there were 2 little dragons coiled around the ghost blood curse. One was pure white, and the other was illusory. The illusory dragon was mysterious and dreamy, while the white dragon was elegant and cute. As Long Chen waved his hands, the 2 little dragons danced around. The 2 dragons danced in the air, creating a dreamy scene. It was a stark contrast to the attack of the mother of all things. At that moment, one of Long Chen's eyes was pure white, while the other was dreamy and illusory, like an empty hole. The laws of fate and the laws of time quietly fused in this manner, turning the 2 powers into one. The fused laws weren't as simple as 1 + 1. Rather, it was a terrifying power that transcended realms and realms, reaching the pinnacle of power. As Long Chen danced, a sword swept across. It was a mixed sword light. It did not have the ruthlessness of the Death World's killing calamity. It looked extremely ordinary, but as soon as it was born, it became a destructive disaster. Destiny-killing technique. Long Chen calmed his mind and focused. With a very calm state of mind, he displayed this rule. The destiny-killing technique had a common characteristic of the destiny rule, which was a kind of transcendence. The destiny rule would not collide with the opponent's attack. Instead, it directly bypassed the opponent's attack. However, it could not be blocked at all. It traversed tens of thousands of meters and instantly hit the mother of all things' body. Destiny-killing technique. Transcend the river of time and cut off the previous body. Time and destiny had perfectly fused together. A casual sword strike had transcended time and rushed into the body of the mother of all creation. It seemed like a casual strike, but it had produced an effect that no one had expected. This was the most insignificant move among all of Long Chen's rules. However, the mother of all things was stunned at that moment and immediately let out a sorrowful cry. After the sorrowful cry, the surrounding endless eyes collapsed at an unprecedented speed and turned into green ashes. In the blink of an eye, all the towers of time were emptied. In the next moment, the poisonous dragon ancestor that was not hit by Long Chen also let out a sorrowful cry as all of them turned into ashes in front of Long Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Spiders, scorpions, centipedes. One by one, the huge poisonous insects turned into ashes in front of the ultimate god's eyes as countless powder sprinkled down like a heavy rain of powder. The divine venerables were amazed. What the hell happened? What kind of rule is this? Oh my god, what's wrong with the mother of all things? The first floor of the Tower of Time that was originally tainted by the mother of all things suddenly became clean. The mother of all things' body was revealed for the first time. It was the ultimate god's first time seeing her body clearly. Soon, it began to change again. The mother of all things still maintained her previous expression of surprise as if she was frozen forever. After all the poisonous insects turned into ashes, her body began to change from flesh and blood to a white jade sculpture. It was a huge lifelike white jade sculpture that maintained the appearance of the mother of all things. However, it was completely silent as if it was completely imprisoned in the jade. Seeing the mother of all things in such a state, everyone was not only in despair and daze, but they also sympathized with the mother of all things. If she was not Long Chen's last opponent, she might not have ended up like this. In an instant, the white jade sculpture of the mother of all things descended from the sky and landed in the middle of the 5 ultimate gods. The 5 ultimate gods trembled as they looked at the sculpture of the mother of all things. The 6th ultimate god was easily defeated by Long Chen's terrifying rule and ended up in such a state. The mother of all things, the 5 ultimate gods did not dare to move at that moment. When they raised their heads again, they were horrified by Long Chen's cold eyes. At that moment, Long Chen had become their nightmare. The shadow in their hearts that could never dissipate. Long Chen said, if you want her to come back to life, then quickly instill your energy into her body. Continue for 2 hours, and only then will she have a chance to come back to life. Otherwise, all of you will lose this companion forever. In fact, Long Chen was teasing them so that they would not cause trouble later. Even if they did not make a move, the mother of all things could recover within 2 hours. Of course, during this period of time, the most important thing for Long Chen was to go through this passage to chase after the Chaos Sun. After defeating the 6 ultimate gods in a row, he had already wasted a lot of time. To be able to do that, Long Chen had actually shown his strength to the limit. Being able to defeat the 6 ultimate gods in such a short period of time was also a little beyond Long Chen's own expectations. He really did not expect himself to be so strong, especially that fate-killing technique which defeated the mother of all things in one move. It was a huge surprise to him. At that moment, he quickly headed toward the passage. After he left, the 5 ultimate gods did not dare to disturb him as they also had to bring the mother of all things back to life. Death and defeat were 2 different things. No matter what, they had to protect the mother of all things first. Therefore, Long Chen successfully arrived at the entrance of the passage. This was a seal of space. Lingxi's mastery of space was already a little worse than the Chaos Sun's, but it did not take too much time to break this seal. Breaking this seal didn't take too much time. After Ling she used her beautiful eyes to examine it, she smiled and said, Big Brother Chen, let's try using the Myriad World's divine sword first. You should move aside a little. Okay, let's see how you show your power, little she. Long Chen chuckled softly. Lingxi said, you were the one who showed your power just now. As she spoke, Lingxi was already standing in front of the passage with the Myriad World's divine sword in her hand. Long Chen had already dodged it. In the storm of time, Lingxi's long dress fluttered like a goddess in a dream. Her long silver hair was like a waterfall. The Myriad World's divine sword in her hand was the condensation of 10,000 worlds and turned into a torrent that flowed in her hand. World Extermination Chop. Ling she brandished the Myriad World's god sword, like a butterfly dancing among flowers. The Myriad World's god sword slashed out tens of thousands of feet of spatial sword chi, directly piercing the passageway. Under Ling Xi's powerful piercing force, the seal of the passageway directly shattered. It didn't even take Long Chen 15 minutes. I'm breaking the rules of space directly using the rules of space. Therefore I have to be faster. Lingxi put away the Myriad World's divine sword and said sweetly on one side. As time was running out, Long Chen had Lingxi return to the realm of life. Without saying anything, he directly rushed into the passage with the ghost blood curse in his hand and headed for the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time in a bloody line. Hurry up, elder brother. I feel that there seems to be an important part of my original body on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. Kitten jumped around in the realm of life. The tense atmosphere was ignited once again. After defeating the 6 ultimate gods, they would soon encounter the Chaos Saint. Long Chen could only hope that the Chaos Saint had not obtained the thing that Kitten mentioned. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to deal with him. When Long Chen arrived at the second floor, the Taotai behemoth did as Long Chen said. After hesitating for a while, it still told the Chaos Saint the news while trembling. If it did not say anything, the Chaos Saint would obviously be angrier when he saw Long Chen. After listening to the Taotai behemoth's description, the Chaos Saint replied, I see. You guys can rest assured and recover. It's my fault for not taking this opponent seriously. It has nothing to do with you. All the worries of the Taotai behemoth turned into gratitude. When it conveyed the Chaos Saint's words, the ultimate gods were completely relieved. The saint is indeed a saint. His boldness is incomparable to ordinary people. In this way, we are more willing to chase after him. Yeah, with such boldness and calmness, even if Long Chen goes up there, he might not be able to do anything. Chapter 30-70. On the third floor of the Tower of Time. The two of them were moving forward in a long corridor of time. There was a faint light in front of them, which elongated their shadows. The two of them were not walking side by side. The woman at the back was looking at the man in front of her. Her eyes were filled with deep emotions. Only those who had reached a very high realm would have such feelings. Xiangyang, don't look at me like that, the Chaos Saint said indifferently as if he was talking about something trivial. I'm sorry, Saint. The Xiangyang fairy was flustered. She blushed and buried her head deeply in her chest. After a long while, the Xiangyang fairy found a topic and said nervously, Saint, aren't you worried that he will come up? After all, he has defeated 6 ultimate gods, Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable and Star Domain Giant Dragon. Almost all of them died in his hands. The Chaos Saint did not answer immediately. He walked into a hall. This was the real space on the third floor of the Tower of Time. He said in a low voice, so be it. I don't think it's normal for me to obtain these so easily. Sometimes, fate will always give me some seemingly difficult challenges. It can be considered training me, but in the end, I still easily overcome them. The Xiangyang fairy's beautiful face was full of admiration. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and said sweetly, that's right. Since the birth of the saint, you are destined to be the one to control the entire world in the future. You are the new master chosen by the world. This can't be wrong. Hee. Little troublemaker is here again. Wait a moment. Saint, let me do it. Please give me a chance, the Xiangyang fairy said nervously. No need. Anyway, we have to hurry. When Long Chen arrives, you can stop him for a while. I have to take some important things first. The Chaos Saint said and walked to the third floor of the Tower of Time. On the third floor, which was equally huge and spacious, there was an incomparably huge statue of a divine dragon. It looked like the void cosmic dragon. It coiled up and stared at the approaching Chaos Saint. When the Chaos Saint arrived, the divine dragon statue began to change. It turned from real to illusory and finally became the time beast that appeared at the beginning. Of course, compared to the time beast outside the time tunnel, the time beast in front of them was 100 times larger. Actually, we have plenty of time. The time on the second floor of the Tower of Time is 100 times that of the outside world and 10 times that of the first floor of the Tower of Time. A time beast appeared there, which was 10 times larger than that of the first floor. The third level of time is 1,000 times faster than the outside world, and 100 times faster than the first level. There's a time beast here that's 100 times faster than the first level. What abilities does it have? Time is something I fear the least. The Son of Chaos instantly appeared in front of the time beast that was 100 times larger. This time beast was over 10 times larger than that of Taotai beasts. If Taotai beasts were flies in the Tower of Time, this time beast was like a young rat, which was not too big for the entire Tower of Time. However, the humanoid Chaos Child was still like dust. Roar! The time beast discovered the Son of Chaos and immediately let out a roar. Without saying a word, it directly launched an attack. First of all, the time beast that was 100 times larger had the power of an ultimate god. This level of power alone was enough to compete with Taotai beasts. Similarly, the time behemoth had the same surging power of the rules of time, pure and fierce. At this moment, the time behemoth roared, and its huge body soared into the air. It tumbled in the air, following the trajectory of time, and instantly rushed in front of the Chaos Sun. Who dares to break into the time tunnel? The time beast roared angrily and swept over. The Chaos Saint Child, who was like a speck of dust, remained motionless in the storm. His expression was calm. At this moment, the time beast descended on the head of the Chaos Saint Child. The divine dragon coiled up and continued to release the monstrous power of time. Pure rule power erupted here, and then it roared at the Chaos Saint Child. This was a dragon's roar. The sound carried the time rule. Compared to the Emperor's wrath of the sacred Emperor Beast, this dragon's roar was much more powerful. All the places that the sound could reach were places with time rule power. Time riot, huh? It's the same as the one on the second level. A scornful smile appeared on the calm face of the Saint of Chaos. As he had expected, wherever the dragon roar reached, time suddenly became chaotic. Amidst this chaos, countless time cracks formed and swept toward the Saint of Chaos like blades, covering the sky and covering the earth. There were hundreds of millions of them. It was also a time riot, but of course it was much more powerful than the one on the second level. However, for the Son of Chaos, this was not a problem at all. He casually pinched his fingers and snapped his fingers. Endless divine trace. This was a space rule power. In an instant, he disappeared from the place where the time beast attacked. However, figures of the Son of Chaos appeared in all the other spaces on the third level of the Tower of Time. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of millions of him, but they were flickering all the time. This showed that this was simply a super high-speed space rule power. It was not that he had hundreds of millions of doppelgangers, but because he was moving so fast that there were doppelgangers everywhere. Endless divine trace. The name of this rule power was very appropriate. Seeing its opponent disappear, the time beast was dumbfounded for a moment. It reacted quickly and chased after the Son of Chaos, constantly letting out terrifying dragon roars and triggering a large-scale time storm. However, no matter how fast its time moved, it could not catch up with the speed of the Son of Chaos. As long as the time beast could not put the entire third level of the Tower of Time in a time storm, it could not hurt the Son of Chaos. Saint, stop fooling around. Hurry up and finish off your opponent. The Xiangyang fairy could not help but say with a smile. Really? I still want to wait for Long Chen. The Son of Chaos smiled faintly. At this moment, the time beast caught up. The Son of Chaos found that the rule power on its body had undergone a great change. It was no longer a kind of time riot, but a standstill. All of a sudden, the time beast opened its mouth and breathed out a large amount of illusory dragon's breath. The dragon's breath was like a huge fog. In a very short period of time, it filled the entire third level of the Tower of Time at a speed faster than sound. Then, everywhere this dragon's breath reached, time came to a standstill. Even the Son of Chaos was suppressed. The endless divine trace was broken, and the Son of Chaos figure was already clearly visible. Roar! The time beast broke through a large amount of fog and rushed in front of the Son of Chaos. The time stop had already taken effect. It opened its huge mouth and the power of time condensed into teeth. It was about to pursue and kill the Son of Chaos. However, in the midst of the time stop, the Son of Chaos' eyes were rotating. Suddenly, two illusory blades appeared in each of the Son of Chaos' hands. Blades of Time. The Son of Chaos waved it easily. The blades of time tore apart the time beast's time stop and broke free from this cage. At this moment, the time beast had already rushed in front of the Son of Chaos. The Son of Chaos sneered. The blades of time left his hands and instantly pierced into the body of the time beast. Roar! Under the greater power of time from the Son of Chaos, the body of the time beast rapidly collapsed. Then, in the eyes of the Son of Chaos, it quickly turned invisible and finally condensed into a statue below. It's done. All the dragon's breath dissipated, and the view became clear. Then behind the statue of the time beast, the Son of Chaos saw the entrance to the fourth floor. He called out to the Xiangyang fairy and hurried over. The Son of Chaos said calmly, "The fourth floor. What I want is almost the most important thing. It's inside." Son of Chaos, hurry up and go in. Take that thing and then take those two legs from Long Chen, the Xiangyang fairy said excitedly. All right, I'll listen to you, Xiangyang. The Son of Chaos approached the passage and walked in. Thank you, Son of Chaos. The Xiangyang fairy was very happy. A satisfied smile hung on her pretty face. She looked back and saw that Long Chen had not reached the third floor of the Tower of Time yet. If he catches up, even if I have to sacrifice my life, even if I have to use that thing, I will stop him. I can't let him disturb the Son of Chaos. Absolutely not. Only when the Xiangyang fairy looked back would her eyes be fierce. Xiangyang, hurry up. I saw that thing. The voice of the Son of Chaos drifted from the front. Being led so intimately, the Xiangyang fairy's heart was in a mess. She hurriedly agreed and followed the Son of Chaos to the 4th floor. That was the top of the Tower of Time. Time had been accelerated by 10,000 times. 30 years had passed here, but it was only a day outside. Long Chen passed through the passage and came to the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time. The 2nd floor was also very empty. He saw that the Son of Chaos was not here anymore. As time was pressing, Long Chen hurriedly rushed into the 2nd floor. Time has been accelerated by another 10 times, which is about 100 times outside. 100 days here is only 1 day outside. However, because of 3 days in the ruins of time, 100 years have passed outside. After coming to the 2nd floor, there was no opponent. Of course, Long Chen had to find the entrance to the 3rd floor as soon as possible. However, the moment he came in, a statue about 10 times the size of the time beast in the center turned into a time beast in front of him. The rule of time. The time beast blocked in front of Long Chen. Obviously, he had to defeat it to rush to the 3rd floor. Time was pressing. Without any hesitation, Long Chen had already rushed forward with the ghost blood curse in his hand. Roar! The time behemoth let out an enraged roar, and the power of time chaos surged toward Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes were cold as he sent out a death world tribulation, cleanly slicing the time behemoth in two. Chapter 3071. The Tower of Time had a total of 4 floors. Now, the Saint Son of Chaos and the Xiangyang Fairy had arrived at the 4th floor. The Tower of Time on the 1st floor was shrouded in white mist. It seemed to be slightly smaller than the previous floors. After all, this was the top of the tower. The time here is 10 times that of the 3rd floor, which is already 10,000 times that of the outside world. If only I could stay here forever. My cultivation speed would be 10,000 times faster than others. The Saint Son of Chaos looked around with his illusory eyes and sighed. The king character between his eyebrows was domineering and gloomy. It showed a strong and domineering aura along with his expression. The Xiangyang Fairy followed behind him, like a servant girl. The Xiangyang Fairy's skirt was a little loose because she only had 1 leg. At this moment, her eyes were filled with infatuation. She said, "Saint Son, actually you don't need to. When you know everything in the time tunnel and the things that originally belonged to you, I believe that even the 4 rulers will not be your match. At that time, you will be the sovereign of all worlds. Why would you need to be faster than others? You are already the pinnacle of countless living beings in all worlds." The Saint Son of Chaos looked back at the Xiangyang Fairy and shook his head. He said, "You don't understand. I am lonely. How should I put it? I always have a feeling that no matter how powerful I become, I am always in a cage. The worlds are so vast. It seems that even if I become the sovereign of all worlds, there are still things that I don't understand and can't control, such as the universe hive, the demon god Bujo Mountain, the burning sun, and so on. These are all unrelated," the Xiangyang Fairy said in a low voice. She did not dare to speak too loudly in front of the Saint Son of Chaos. "No, they are related. We are gods. The more we reach the peak, the more we want to know and control everything. The sovereign of all worlds is not my ultimate goal. It is said that mortals can become gods and demons. Among gods and demons, the Tai immortal realm is not the end. The real end is the ancestor realm. It is a realm beyond gods and demons, just like how gods and demons surpass mortals. I believe that only by reaching that realm can I control all worlds forever." When he said this, the Son of Chaos's eyes were full of conviction. Generally, he would not speak of his deepest desires to outsiders. Today he was just too close to what he wanted, so he said it. He was actually very excited. He desired to control more, to understand everything, to truly surpass all the gods and devils, to become immortal, to control the myriad worlds, to become a god in the eyes of the gods and devils. That was the ancestor. The Xiangyang Fairy thought to herself, however, that's just a legendary realm. We don't even know how it actually exists. Moreover, you're just a primordial realm ultimate god while the patriarch and the rest are perfect realm ultimate gods. Even if you obtain that thing, you can only reach the ultimate realm ultimate god with the best demon clan bloodline in the myriad worlds. How can the patriarch realm appear, however? She did not want to discourage the Son of Chaos. There was even a voice in her heart telling her that she must believe in the Son of Chaos. There was nothing he could not do, no dream he could not complete. From the beginning, the Son of Chaos was a terrifying existence that was firmly moving towards his dream. At this time, the Son of Chaos smiled slightly and had completely recovered from his slightly excited state. He looked back and said, "Long Chen hasn't arrived yet, so I won't wait for him. I'll leave those 2 legs with him first. When I get more important things, I'll think of him to take them." Even though Long Chen had consecutively defeated 6 ultimate gods, this did not scare the Son of Chaos. He understood the process of the battle and knew that Long Chen relied on the method of defeating them one by one. That was a tactical victory and not because Long Chen's strength could crush the 6 ultimate gods working together. The Son of Chaos had always understood himself and his enemies. He knew that the current Long Chen was still a long way off from him. The anger, hatred, and fighting spirit in my heart seemed to have appeared. "Why, are you really interested in this young man? How many years has it been since such an interesting situation has happened?" The Son of Chaos smiled helplessly in his heart as he asked himself. Behind him, the Xiangyang fairy felt as if she was suffocating and did not dare to speak. She knew that the current Son of Chaos was very terrifying. He was no longer as calm as before. A rumble, rumble. The illusory time dragon in front of her was really huge. This is about 1,000 times the size of a normal time beast. It's more than 10 times bigger than the time beast on the 3rd level. The Xiangyang fairy clenched her hands nervously. Her pretty face was slightly pale and the hair in front of her forehead was stained with some fragrant sweat. In the clouds and mist of the 4th level ahead, a time dragon was shuttling among them. The dragon's head and tail could not be seen and its aura was extremely terrifying. Anyway, the Xiangyang fairy could confirm that this time beast was comparable to or even beyond an ordinary ultimate god. In the depths of the clouds and mist ahead, there was a huge white jade dragon's head. The size of this white jade dragon's head was about 10 times the size of the white jade dragon's head in the ruins of time. At that moment, the Son of Chaos was frowning as he looked at the white jade dragon's head. It's estimated that once we open this white jade dragon's head and get what's inside, it will be perfect. However, it seems that this white jade dragon's head is not easy to open. Also, only 4 legs have appeared. Are the other parts really all inside this white jade dragon's head? Son of Chaos, this is a time beast. The Xiangyang fairy had to remind him because she felt that this time beast was too terrifying. Oh, then let's deal with it first. Even though it was already 1,000 times bigger, the Son of Chaos still didn't care about it. He said calmly and asked the Xiangyang fairy to stay where she was. Then, his figure flashed and he used the Endless Divine Trace again. Under the Endless Divine Trace, the entire 4th floor of the Tower of Time was filled with his figure. On the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, his body was like dust in a room while his opponent, the time beast that was 1,000 times bigger, was like a snake in the room. This battle was like a battle between dust and a snake. Normally, dust could not defeat a snake. Roar. With a roar, the time beast dispersed the clouds and mist while the strength of time filled the entire 4th floor of the Tower of Time in a split second. In the process, it detonated all the time in the entire space, causing a time storm to sweep over fiercely, forming hundreds of millions of time cracks which shattered everything like sabers. Even dust in this space would be completely destroyed. Countless dust, namely the body of the Son of Chaos, was torn apart in the time storm. The time beast was indeed much more powerful than the time beast on the 3rd floor, even though they had the same rule. However, even though the time storm was everywhere, the Son of Chaos' Endless Divine Trace still flashed under his attack. His space rule had reached great heights and was much more mysterious than Di Jun's. However, at this moment, the time beast approached. It opened its mouth and released an illusory chaos dragon breath, which rushed towards the Son of Chaos. For the Son of Chaos, that dragon breath was simply a terrifying mudslide that could drown him if he were hundreds of millions of times stronger. However, the Son of Chaos didn't want to waste time. 2 time blades appeared in his hands and he moved forward. The effect of the time beast's dragon breath was to freeze time in a large area. The Son of Chaos dragon breath unfolded the huge golden wings on his back. In an instant, he turned into a storm. A small dust stirred up a huge storm like a tornado. The storm was full of the cutting power of the time blades. Time versus time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under the nervous and admiring gaze of the Xiangyang fairy, the Son of Chaos continuously attacked the time beast with tens of millions of sword lights. Moreover, he broke through the dragon breath. In an instant, The huge time beast let out a loud cry of pain and turned into ashes in front of the Son of Chaos. The Son of Chaos didn't stop and headed for the white jade dragon's head. No matter how strong the time beast was, he didn't take it seriously. At this moment, the body of the torn time beast behind him actually reformed. In a very short time, a time beast that was 1,000 times larger appeared behind the Son of Chaos. As soon as it appeared, a dragon roar was heard. The time storm rushed towards the Son of Chaos. Son of Chaos, be careful. The Xiangyang fairy was a little frightened. The other time beasts had never been resurrected after being killed. However, such an accident had happened this time. Is this the power of time reversal? The Son of Chaos didn't care at all. He was just a little surprised. He put away the time blade in his hand and a pair of huge golden wings flapped behind him. A grayish-golden vortex formed behind him, forming a grayish-golden storm. During this process, the Son of Chaos had gradually turned into countless particles and integrated into the grayish-golden vortex. Suddenly, a bird's cry penetrated the sky and earth. In the grayish-golden vortex, a pair of golden wings could be vaguely seen. They swept out and covered the sky and earth. The power of the rules formed a terrifying devouring storm. Sky-devouring golden rock. This was the ancestral Chaos Beast's devouring rule. The Son of Chaos was a little angry that he didn't manage to deal with the Time Beast last time. Otherwise, it would have been more difficult for him to use the devouring rule on the Time Beast. In the eyes of the Xiangyang fairy, this space was full of clouds and mist. Now, the Time Dragon that was wandering in the clouds and mist was fighting against a golden vortex. Under the increasingly terrifying rotational force of the golden vortex, the Time Beast struggled and roared. However, it couldn't withstand it and was now rushing towards the golden vortex rapidly. In the end, it was all swallowed by the golden vortex. Roar! The Xiangyang fairy saw the divine dragon's final struggle. Whoosh! Chapter 3072. The Xiangyang fairy was overjoyed. Like a girl who had fallen in love for the first time, she walked all the way to the white jade dragon head. She stood under the white jade dragon head and looked at the Son of Chaos with eyes full of respect and adoration. Her beautiful and otherworldly cheeks were slightly flushed, which made her look even more lovely. However, the Son of Chaos did not pay attention to this beautiful scenery. He walked a few rounds on the white jade dragon head and said in a deep voice, "We still have to break this thing. To break this thing we have to accelerate time. Stand further away. The Son of Chaos is concerned about me." The Xiangyang fairy was excited and quickly stepped aside. She was very nervous. What would the Son of Chaos get after opening the white jade dragon head? Would it really be as he had imagined? Would he instantly become a paragon of the universe, surpassing his father and the four hegemons? The Son of Chaos will definitely succeed. The Xiangyang fairy prayed very strongly in her heart. At this time, the Son of Chaos' hands were already pressed on the white jade dragon head. He was already doing his best to use the power of time acceleration to drive the white jade dragon head to the limit. After all, the Son of Chaos had previously relied on this rule to obtain 2 types of crystal calves. He had even come out of that mirror-like world and reached the Tower of Time because of this. The time acceleration was getting faster and faster. The Xiangyang fairy stood in a relatively remote position, but she still felt like she was in the middle of a storm. In her eyes, the Son of Chaos was standing in the illusory time as if he was standing in the center of the storm. In the face of such a precious treasure, he was still calm and composed. Every expression was so charming and attracted everyone's attention. However, all of this came to an abrupt end. The Son of Chaos was a little tired and stopped. Seeing this scene, the Xiangyang fairy was nervous and quickly asked, "Son of Chaos, what's wrong?" The Son of Chaos was not discouraged. Instead, his eyes became even brighter. He said indifferently, "It's nothing. It's just that this white jade dragon head has reached a certain realm and seems to have set up a relatively high test. Maybe ordinary power is not enough to open it." "Then what should we do?" The Son of Chaos said straightforwardly, "It's very simple. I'm going to use it. Stand further away." Ah! The Xiangyang fairy was very excited. She knew what the Chaos Saint Child was talking about, so she hurriedly left. For many years, she had been looking forward to taking a few more glances at that thing. It wasn't because that thing was beautiful, But because when it was used, the Chaos Saint Child would be exceptionally transcendent, tyrannical, and above everything else. It could be said to be perfect. The Chaos Sun's attention was completely focused on the white jade dragon head. He was ready to start. Vaguely, the Xiangyang fairy saw an illusory sword in the hands of the Chaos Saint Sun. It's the peerless weapon of 10,000 worlds, the ultimate power of time. The two most dangerous original incipient grey divine weapons of the Monster Clan, the twin blades of space and time, are the original incipient grey divine weapons of the Monster Clan. Forefather is delivering them to us. And the original incipient grey divine weapon of time is in the hands of the Saint Sun. This sword was known as the Blade of Time, that had transcended countless eras. The Xiangyang fairy naturally knew the true name of the Blade of Time. It was called the Great Void Demon Sword. Break. After the ghost blood curse killed, the time beast that was 100 times larger shattered in front of Long Chen's eyes. It finally broke the guardian of the third level. Long Chen also spent some strength. The time beast on the third level was already equivalent to the power of a godly venerable one. Up until now, he hadn't seen any traces of the Chaos Sun, not even on the third level. Clearly, he had reached the fourth level. After dealing with this time beast, Long Chen didn't have any time to stay. Go. He murmured in his heart. It didn't take long before he directly rushed into the passage from the third level to the fourth level. It was a race against time. The result was about to be revealed. Of course, Long Chen didn't want the Chaos Sun to get more things. The less things he got, the less he would be able to take the initiative in the end. That would be troublesome. In particular, 100 years had passed in the outside world. Theoretically, the Chaos Demon ancestor should have already arrived here. Why hadn't he appeared yet? It might be because he couldn't enter the time tunnel, or because he had already entered but was still in the Ruin of Time. It would take a lot of time in the Ruin of Time. Due to the strong time difference between the Ruin of Time and the Tower of Time, it might take him a long time to catch up. If he spent very little time in the Ruin of Time, the speed on the fourth level has increased by 10 times again. Long Chen clearly felt the rapid change in the flow of time. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed to the fourth level. As this was the top of the Tower of Time, the people in his god nation and the realm of life were actually holding their breath and waiting for the result. The moment he rushed in, Long Chen felt the aura of the Chaos Sun and the Xiangyang fairy. Even though they were existences akin to dust, Long Chen was still able to instantly sense their positions and lock onto them. With his speed, it would only take a few breaths of time to reach them. It was even faster than Ling Shi using the Gate of the Universe. However, the strange thing was that the aura of the two people was disappearing rapidly. What's going on? Long Chen was very confused. It indicated that they were leaving this place and the Tower of Time. Were they going to leave this place right away after obtaining everything or heading for other places? In a short period of time, a lot of doubts flashed across his mind. Whoosh! He arrived in front of the Chaos Sun. Fixing his eyes, he saw a gate formed by the light of time in front of him. The Chaos Sun and the Xiangyang fairy had already entered this gate. Their backs were facing Long Chen. Just when they sensed the arrival of Long Chen, they looked back at the same time and saw Long Chen. After chasing for so long, they finally met at this moment. Long Chen noticed that the Son of Chaos was holding a crystal-like object in his hand. It was the body of a small beast, vivid and lifelike, like a cat or a tiger. The strange thing was that this small beast only had a body, no limbs, no head, and no tail. You're late. I wanted to wait for you for a while, but you've not arrived yet. I could only leave first. The Chaos Sun quickly disappeared in front of Long Chen. As the peak of the gods and demons, their communication speed was far faster than that of ordinary people. Without saying a word, Long Chen also wanted to rush toward the gate. However, perhaps because he wasn't the one who opened the gate, and the Chaos Sun wouldn't allow him to enter either. In any case, a terrifying repulsive force was transmitted from both of them, forcing Long Chen away. Long Chen, you stay here. I'll go to the next place and find its head. After that, I'll come back to take your legs. I remember that your Death Realm Dragon Gate can only stay for a dozen days. It has been 100 years outside. You can't go out directly. Just stay in this Tower of Time and wait for me to come back. Actually, you've already lost. After saying the last words, the Chaos Sun disappeared. The gate full of light closed in front of Long Chen and disappeared without a trace. The fourth floor of the Tower of Time became empty. Long Chen could only judge that it was where the white jade dragon head once appeared. There's the chi of an original incipient level fate artifact. It seems that the Chaos Sun has used an original incipient level fate artifact. Long Chen became alert. However, on second thought, he realized that it was useless to be alert. He could not catch up with the Chaos Sun at all. Perhaps there was only one gate in this Tower of Time. Perhaps this gate could only be opened once. At this moment, everyone was very depressed. Boss, don't be discouraged. It has nothing to do with you. It's just that the Chaos Sun is too wretched. He arrived here ahead of you because he has more people. If there are only 2 of you competing, he can't defeat you. Of course, the little cat was unwilling in his heart as well. After all, this was his main body, and not the Kuan ancestors. Long Chen was not discouraged. He looked around and said, "Don't come to a conclusion yet. It's not impossible. I just saw that the thing he got was the torso of his original body. In other words, the head and the tail have not been found. Obviously, the gate that the other party opened just now leads to the next place. There must be a deeper space in this time tunnel, where more critical things are hidden. We have to reach this place. Otherwise, the Chaos Sun and the Chaos Demonic Ancestor may come to snatch those 2 legs. By then, we will really lose everything." You're right. The key now is how to find the entrance to the next place. There might not be only one entrance. Mo Xiaolang also nodded calmly. They had not found it yet. It was impossible for them to give up. Seeing that everyone was so serious, Kitten was very moved. After a short while, he saw that Long Chen had already searched the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. He suddenly said, "Brother, I was too anxious to rush up just now. I forgot to tell you something." "What?" Kitten said, "There seems to be something on the 1st floor of the Tower of Time, but it felt very weak. Moreover, you were fighting all the time, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Plus, you were in a hurry to catch up with me, and I had such a strong feeling for the torso that I forgot the weak feeling on the 1st floor." Yes, there is. Although time passed quickly on the 1st floor, there was no other way now. The 4th floor was very empty. Obviously, there was no other entrance. Perhaps the Chaos Sun had reached a new place and found more things. If he did not take action now, he would definitely be in a more passive position. Thinking of this, Long Chen immediately said decisively, "Let's go to the 1st floor." He sped up, rushed down the passage of the 4th floor, and flew to the 1st floor. The time beast on the 4th floor had been swallowed by the Chaos Sun, so it had not reappeared. On his way back, time beasts had reappeared on the 3rd and 2nd floors. However, Long Chen moved quickly and dealt with them quickly. It did not take long for him to return to the 1st floor. Seeing him, the Tao Tai beasts and the others hurriedly shrank together. Chapter 3073. The 6 ultimate gods were hiding here. Now that their mission had been completed, they were just waiting for the Son of God to return victoriously. They did not expect Long Chen to come back here. Before the first battle, they hadn't taken Long Chen seriously. Now that Long Chen had returned, their expressions had changed greatly, and they had hidden to the side. This could be considered a miraculous change. Long Chen did not pay much attention to them. "Kitten, can you feel it? Let me out. I can't feel it clearly in the realm of life." Kitten came out. This guy looked strong, which made the ultimate gods very curious about who he was. They memorized Kitten's appearance and were ready to tell the Chaos Sun. After all, this guy who came out at this time might have something to do with this time tunnel. "It's a little blurry. Let me look carefully." Kitten quietened down and walked in this huge space. Of course, his speed was too slow and he needed to rely on Long Chen to carry him forward. Nowadays, Kitten basically did not have much combat power. Therefore, although he was usually careless, he was actually eager to obtain power and contribute his strength to this big family. It was just that he thought it would be easy to find his main body in the time tunnel, but he did not expect to run into the Chaos Sun, which led to today's trouble. He wanted to get his main body, but he was worried that Long Chen would be injured or even severely damaged. "Kitten, don't think too much. Your main body is not only your own business, but also our business. We must fight for it. We can't let such power fall into the hands of others. Think about it. If you can recover your strength, it will be of great help to all of us. Long Chen seemed to know what Kitten was thinking, and a few words poked at Kitten's heart. Boss, I know. Anyway, I'll just fuck him up. That's right. Even if the Chaos Sun had absolute control now, and it was very likely that he would get more things in the third place, such as the main body's head, as long as he had 2 legs, the Chaos Sun would still fight with him. Found it. It's here. Kitten suddenly became excited. Long Chen followed his directions and came to the surface. There were many carvings on the ancient ground. There were all kinds of mystical dragons carved on the carvings, and they all looked different. In fact, there were no duplicates on the huge ground. On the ground, there were countless reliefs of different types of divine dragons. Kitten landed on one of the carvings. This carving was so inconspicuous among all the mystical dragons that it was hard to notice. However, when Long Chen came down, he could easily see that this carving of the mystical dragon was actually the appearance of the void cosmic dragon. It was just that it was placed in such a position that it was not easy to see. It's this relief sculpture. It should be equivalent to the white jade dragon head, Kitten said excitedly. All right, I'll give it a try. This feeling was simply too weak. There was basically no trace of time, so the Chaos Saint did not notice it when he came to the first level. Of course, Long Chen did not notice it either. Only Kitten saw it. Even if he saw it, he was not sure. In any case, Long Chen still summoned the primordial dragon pagoda and turned into the void cosmic dragon. In front of the ultimate gods, he used the power of the primordial dragon pagoda to activate the Heart of Great Void's rules. The Heart of Great Void's rules spread and froze a large area of the surrounding territory, and even the entire first level of the Tower of Time. The stillness of all time caused the time on the relief sculpture to accelerate. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The violent acceleration of time caused everyone to see the river of time rushing at an extremely fast speed. It was mighty like a raging wave that would never return. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Even the entire area became illusory. The ultimate god's thoughts were frozen by this stillness of time. Break. Just when the time acceleration reached an extreme, the relief sculpture under their feet finally lit up and turned into rays of white light. Now that the stillness of time had ended, the ultimate god's eyes widened. When they saw something clearly, they were ready to pluck up their courage to snatch it. However, Long Chen was very fast. Before they could act, he had already grabbed the thing in his hand. Upon a closer look, it was a crystal-like tail. The thing that the Chaos Saint missed out. Long Chen firmly believed that every part of the divine beast's body was equally important. Although the torso was on the 4th level of the Tower of Time, without the legs and tail in Long Chen's hands, it might not be able to play any role. Under such circumstances, the more he got, the more initiative he would have. It was very important for Long Chen to get this tail. However, since these ultimate gods had also seen it, they would tell the Chaos Saint. There was no other way, as it was impossible for Long Chen to kill all of them. However, to his surprise, when he got the crystal tail, a snow-white gate appeared in front of him. It was obviously the gate leading to the 3rd place. The Chaos Saint had entered the same gate last time. Without saying anything, Long Chen let Kitten return to the realm of life and entered directly. It would be a waste of time to stay there for even a moment. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into the gate. When the 6 ultimate gods arrived, the gate had already begun to dissipate. Long Chen, the saint said he's waiting for you to go in. Yes, he's already got everything. He's waiting for you to go in and give him everything you have. Kid, it's time for you to pay the price for being so arrogant for so long. After passing through the gate, Long Chen realized that he had arrived at a truly terrifying place. It was even more terrifying than places like the Ruins of Time and the Tower of Time. Perhaps this was the deepest part of the time tunnel, the real time tunnel. Now, he was standing in a relatively stable void. It was just that this void was very small, and it was about to be swallowed up. Somehow, he knew the name of the 3rd place. This place is called the Eternal Vortex. The eternal, chaotic, violent, and chaotic vortex of time. That's right, there was a huge vortex beneath his feet. A vortex comparable to an eternal level world. This vortex was different from the vortexes seen outside the time tunnel. That was because those were illusory vortexes, while this was a real-time vortex. Within this vortex, there was a super time storm that swept through the entire world. There were billions of time cracks and time blades inside, dazzling anyone who saw them. What was more terrifying was that time was super chaotic there. In some places, time might be tens of thousands of times faster, while in other places, time would be tens of thousands of times slower. Moreover, it was not fixed. The entire space here was controlled by time. Even in the same place, time was changing in a violent manner. Sometimes it was as swift as a river. Sometimes it was as still as a lake. Sometimes it was as violent as an ocean. That's right. This place was like an ocean with thunderstorms and lightning flashes. The time storm was so huge that it swept across the sky crazily. Being in this place, the tearing force of time made Long Chen unable to stabilize his body. He was submerged by the rolling waves of time and was instantly pushed thousands of miles away. The ruins of time and the Tower of Time were peaceful times. However, this place was crazy time, the extreme time. The moment he arrived here, Long Chen was dumbfounded. The Chaos Saint and the Shangyong Fairy must be in this eternal vortex. I wonder if they have found the head of the reincarnation beast. Now that he speculated, it was obvious that only the head of the reincarnation beast had not been found. This eternal vortex must be where the head was. Kitten, do you feel anything? Long Chen let Kitten stay in the God Nation so that he could find it more easily. It exists, but it's very far away. That fucking saint hasn't found it yet. However, it's in this eternal vortex. Additionally, it's constantly changing at a high speed. It's impossible to find it. Even Long Chen could move thousands of miles away in a split second in this time storm, not to mention the head of the real body. At least, I'm on the same starting line as the Chaos Saint. Next, it depends on my own ability. Long Chen let out a sigh. Because of the primordial dragon pagoda, he gradually stabilized his body in this eternal vortex. However, he was still drifting with the current. It was hard for him to control his position. The real problem is time. It's fine if time accelerates. However, if I enter the region where time slows down by 10,000 times, it will take the opponent a few more days to find me. Long Chen was very clear about this point. After a long time, he finally controlled his body. He could roughly judge where time accelerates, where time slows down, and where it remains still. He tried his best to avoid them. However, sometimes these changes were like storms that could cross thousands of miles in a split second and hit him. He couldn't avoid them at all. Boss, go this way. Get a little closer. Kitten was still very excited. He kept sensing the final position of the head. In fact, what he and the Chaos Saint got was equivalent. The head was the final competition. Yes. Long Chen hurriedly changed his direction. However, in this eternal vortex, it was very difficult for him to move at his current realm. Oh, in the blink of an eye, we're too far away again. I can't even find it, Kitten said gloomily. Long Chen felt for himself. From the perspective of time, he couldn't feel the existence he mentioned at all. Don't worry. Our advantage is you. The Chaos Saint is about the same as me in time. I can't feel it, and he can't find it either. Because that's your real body, it'll be much easier for you to find it. With this, Kitten was finally relieved. However, Long Chen knew that this was still a headache. At some point in the realm of life, Mo Xiaolang suddenly widened his eyes and said, Big brother, why do I feel that there's a kind of fire in the center of this eternal vortex? Chapter 3074. The power of the eternal whirlpool had caused even ultimate god experts to drown like mortals after entering. They could not control their direction, speed, and so on. The time cracks that were everywhere were like piranhas swimming in a whirlpool. Even if it was a supreme deity or a Tai deity realm expert, it was easy to tear a few pieces of flesh off their body. Therefore, even Long Chen was trembling with fear in the eternal whirlpool. Fortunately, he had the primordial dragon pagoda. At least he could avoid the destructive power of the time crack and control the direction he was heading. Now the last part of the reincarnation beast's body was still floating in the eternal whirlpool, appearing and disappearing from time to time. For example, no one knew where it was now. Perhaps it was too far away from Kitten, but it was undeniable that it could suddenly appear next to Long Chen. The eternal whirlpool was very big. If the eternal whirlpool was compared to a small town, then Long Chen would be a speck of dust. The reincarnation beast's head, if the white jade dragon's head was included, would be about the size of an egg. Therefore, it was simply a journey of searching for an egg with dust in a small town. It's true. The only stable place in the eternal whirlpool was the position of the center of the whirlpool. Of course, it was just a feeling. Since Long Chen had not been there, he could not be sure. Mo Xiaolang said, "In the realm of life, there is the chaotic green fire. In the time tunnel, there may be the ancestral fire of the void cosmic dragon. I think it is in the center. But don't worry, the ancestral fire is useless to the chaos sun. Kitten's body is more important." In other words, the eternal whirlpool was likely to have a fourth ancestral fire. The Heavenly Emperor ancestral fire was the mixed Yuan Fate Dragon's ancestral fire. The Nine Serenities demonic ancestral fire was the Shadow Dream Dragon's ancestral fire, and the chaotic green fire corresponded to the Tai Chi living dragon. If there was a new ancestral fire, it obviously corresponded to the void cosmic dragon. Kitten said, "It doesn't matter. We don't know where it is now. Let's go and have a look." Long Chen thought about it. Right now, he was indeed wandering aimlessly. It was the same no matter where he went. Moreover, if he reached the center of the vortex, he might encounter new clues. He knew where the center of the whirlpool was. "Little black puppy. Yours truly is very nice to you," Kitten said in a cheeky manner. It had been many years since he had used the term kitten. Mo Xiaolang was not used to it. Time had indeed slipped away in a hurry. The speed at which Long Chen rushed to the center of the vortex was quite fast, mainly because there happened to be a turbulence behind him that pushed him closer to the center. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to reach the center of the town like a speck of dust. After arriving here, Mo Xiaolang was almost certain. That's right, it's an ancestral flame. It's on the same level as the 3 ancestral flames I control. Mo Xiaolang said in a deep voice. In the face of an important treasure, he was much calmer than Kitten. Kitten's mouth was almost full of saliva. Long Chen's line of sight passed through countless violent time turbulences. After arriving at this place, because it was the center, the eternal whirlpool quieted down for a while, allowing Long Chen to completely stabilize himself. This was also the place where the Chaos Son of God could easily come to. So Long Chen paid 120% of his attention. It was possible that he would fight the Chaos Son of God here. After passing through a time fog, Long Chen finally saw that the core of the eternal whirlpool was in front of him. The core of the eternal whirlpool turned out to be an illusory flame that burned eternally. This flame had no color and was dreamy. It seemed real yet fake, existed yet did not seem to exist. In any case, this illusory flame was constantly burning, swallowing and spitting flames. The entire eternal whirlpool was spinning violently, but this flame always stayed in its position, unmoving. That's right. This is the ancestral flame associated with the void cosmic dragon. Its name exists in the folklore. When seeing this ancestral flame with his own eyes, Mo Xiaolang was also very excited. For him, the value of the ancestral flame was equivalent to the value of the ancestral dragon's blood to Long Chen. They were both very high. "I'll protect you. Go and have a try." Long Chen made a prompt decision. He also knew how precious the ancestral flame was, especially when Mo Xiaolang was now on the verge of the ultimate divine emperor realm. It was very likely that this ancestral flame could help him reach a new realm. By then, with 4 ancestral flames, he would definitely be more powerful and become a stronger helper for Long Chen. Long Chen also remembered the name of this ancestral flame. According to the folklore of the dragon sacrificial continent, this illusory flame was called Eternal Sacred Flame. This was a flame that burned together with time and would never be extinguished. It was inextricably linked to time. Swoosh! When Mo Xiaolang came out of the realm of life, he turned into a sun-devouring demonic wolf in front of Long Chen and rushed towards the eternal sacred flame. Long Chen followed him. At least for now, he could be sure that there were no enemies around the eternal sacred flame. However, it didn't mean that there would always be enemies. Therefore, Long Chen had to guard it well and let Mo Xiaolang have a safe environment. Howl! In a short while, Mo Xiaolang and the eternal sacred flame were entangled. The eternal sacred flame turned into an illusory divine dragon, and was unwilling to be devoured by Mo Xiaolang. Now, it was fighting with Mo Xiaolang. "Big brother, your eternal sacred flame is much stronger than my 3 ancestral flames. I'll have to spend more time," Mo Xiaolang told Long Chen in the midst of the fight. "It's okay. I'm looking around and also looking for the whereabouts of the last thing." Standing in the center was actually easier for Kitten to search. He could even grasp the movement trajectory and range of the last part of the main body. If you can find it, you guys go first. I'm fine here. Mo Xiaolang said. Long Chen opened a Death World Dragon Gate here. As long as Mo Xiaolang said a word, he could instantly return here. Just like that, Mo Xiaolang could focus on devouring the eternal sacred flame. Boss, I feel it, but it changes too quickly. When we get there, we don't know where it is. Kitten was a little depressed and frowned. Long Chen said, don't be too anxious. The other side is the same. I've already left the Death Realm Dragon Gate here, and I've also left quite a few in the surroundings. We can come back in an instant. Our strategy is to leave even faster World Dragon Gates in the Eternal Whirlpool as soon as possible. Even if some of them disappear in the face of time acceleration, there will always be some left behind. This was a good idea. In a place like this, the rules of space might be disturbed and couldn't be used carelessly. But Long Chen didn't have to worry about this as he traveled between the life and death world. The more Death World Dragon Gates he left, the more initiative he had. Thinking of this, Long Chen estimated that Mo Xiaolang still needed a lot of time. Just as he was about to leave, a huge threatening aura was approaching. It traveled thousands of miles in an instant. In this eternal whirlpool, there were only two enemies, the Chaos Saint Child and the Shangyang Fairy. It must be them. He didn't expect to fight here so soon, and at a crucial moment for Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen's heart thumped. He was a little nervous. The plan was interrupted. In the storm of time, a person gradually appeared in front of Long Chen's eyes. Her green long dress fluttered in the wind, revealing her jade-like skin. Her long hair was scattered messy, but it did not lose her beauty. Her eyes were empty and quiet, and her face was rarely seen. It was the Shangyang Fairy. The problem was that Long Chen didn't see the Chaos Saint Child behind her. Moreover, he didn't feel the presence of the Chaos Saint Child either. In other words, the Shangyang Fairy came here alone. Her eyes were filled with hot-bloodedness, fighting spirit, and hatred. She was a gentle woman, but in front of Long Chen, she had become incomparably ferocious, and even unprecedentedly vicious. Long Chen couldn't understand this. Fortunately, the Chaos Saint Child didn't appear. The Shangyang Fairy alone was not a threat to Long Chen. The Shangyang Fairy's cold and hateful eyes instantly stared at Long Chen. It was a deathly and hateful gaze. You came in. You shouldn't have come in. Long Chen, you shouldn't have met me in this place. This beautiful and holy woman, in front of Long Chen, felt as if she had turned into a beast. That kind of deep disgust, hatred, and even hatred was like a blood feud. I have no enmity with you. I was just competing with the Chaos Saint Child for something. Why do you hate me so much? It's because of the myriad transformations Demon Venerable, the interstellar dragon. Long Chen was a little puzzled. The Shangyang Fairy's pretty face laughed with a sinister voice. She said, that's because you went against the Saint Child. You made him frown and upset him. Just because of this, you deserve to die 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Now that you've met me, I want to get rid of you forever for the Saint Child so that he can be in a good mood and get what belongs to him. I see. The Chaos Saint Child is so important to you. Long Chen felt that he had met a paranoid person. Just because of this, you deserve to die 10 times. The Saint Child is my everything. I love him and I won't allow anyone to make him unhappy. In the beginning, the Shangyang Fairy was quite gentle. Along the way, Long Chen chased after him more and more. The Chaos Saint Child's mood worsened, and the hatred in the Shangyang Fairy's heart grew heavier. It was only when she saw Long Chen that her hatred completely exploded. You love him, does he love you? Long Chen said lightly. This question touched the forbidden zone in the Shangyang Fairy's heart. It made her eyes seem as if they were crying tears of blood. Chapter 3075. Divine Bird Shangyang. In the center of the eternal whirlpool, a huge green divine bird gradually spread its wings in front of Long Chen. Unlike the divine phoenix's colorful brilliance, the divine bird Shangyang's color was pure, but every feather was crystal clear like a gemstone. Its body shone brightly, and when it spread its huge wings, it was incomparably gorgeous. The only special part of its body was that it only had one leg. The cyan divine bird was shrouded in endless light. It should be an extraordinary holy creature. But now, its eyes were bloodshot like a demon. It stared at Long Chen. In that case, I can only ask you to stop. Mo Xiaolang was right behind him. In order not to affect him, Long Chen had to make a move. Moreover, this woman hated him so much that he had to get rid of her in order to have a fair competition with the Chaos Saint Sun. Obviously, the Chaos Sun separated from her to give her the task of stopping Long Chen. What a pity. She likes the Chaos Sun, but I don't know if he cares about her. At least for now, the Chaos Sun didn't seem to have any feelings for the divine bird Xiangyang. He only cared about hegemony and nothing else. The primordial dragon pagoda and the ghost blood curse. These two creator divine weapons allowed Long Chen to have the peak power. If he didn't have them, he wouldn't be her opponent no matter how strong his rules were. After all, his real realm was the ultimate king god realm. Compared to this kind of ultimate god, his power level was too small. Moreover, Long Chen felt that the divine bird Xiangyang had the original incipient level boundless divine technique. This was the difference between her and the Taotai behemoth and the mother beast. Therefore, she was actually slightly stronger than the other two. In fact, she could even be ranked third or fourth in the entire demon race. Very strong. The original incipient level boundless divine technique gave her a divine power that could crush Long Chen. Long Chen could only use the primordial dragon pagoda's creator divine power to resist her. Boom. The flames of war burned. In order not to affect Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen could only block it. The divine bird Xiangyang didn't try to be polite. She wanted to kill Long Chen. Thus, at the first moment, she had used all of her original incipient grade powers to turn this battle into a one-sided massacre. Rumble. The huge green wings spread out and flashed, forming a huge storm. Buzz. The surrounding 100,000 miles of territory was greatly affected by the storm. Now the divine bird Xiangyang was the size of a bird in the eternal whirlpool, but Long Chen was still a speck of dust. The shrill cry of the divine bird instantly penetrated hundreds of millions of territories. This was not the rule of sound, but it was even more terrifying than the wrath of the emperor. The other ultimate gods of the Chaos Saint Child were nothing in front of this divine bird, Xiangyang. If they had to fight like this, Long Chen didn't want to waste time with her. He retrieved the ghost blood curse and directly transformed in front of the divine bird Xiangyang. This time, Long Chen had created a void cosmic dragon that was almost as big as the divine bird Xiangyang. The confrontation between the dragon and the phoenix. The void cosmic dragon was like a fish in the water in the mist of time. In this environment, Xiangyang wasn't suitable. Thus, she chose to take action. Of course, she used the original incipient grade power that could suppress Long Chen the most. 100 birds painting. When she unfurled her wings to their fullest extent, the silhouettes of many bird-type beasts and even many phoenixes appeared within her magnificent wings. The entire 100 birds painting was like a scroll that unfolded in front of Long Chen. In just a blink of an eye, this painting covered a large area, forming a confinement area. Within this area, front, back, left, right, up, down, everything was covered and sealed by the 100 birds painting. Inside the 100 birds painting, each kind of divine bird was vivid and real. At the same time, they all had immense power. She's a ultimate god with the original incipient grade power. In terms of god power, she's far beyond me. Even with the primordial dragon pagoda, his power was barely on par with her. Obviously, the divine bird Xiangyang's fighting competence had reached Long Chen's limit. At this moment, the power of the 100 birds paintings rule exploded completely. All the divine birds on the 100 birds painting seemed to come to life. They released different rule powers and bombarded Long Chen in this enclosed space. At the same time, the 100 birds painting was shrinking. This rule had the power to seal. If he couldn't escape, he would be sealed in the 100 birds painting and then be crushed by the divine bird Xiangyang. Under the 100 birds painting, someone like you will die for sure. It's too easy for you to die just once. The divine bird Xiangyang's cold voice filled the sky. She was so excited as if she was waiting to kill Long Chen and tell the Chaos Saint Sun the good news. Then she would see the smile on his face. That would be the greatest satisfaction she could get. Die, die, die. She couldn't bear it anymore. Usually, no matter who she was fighting with, she wouldn't use all the rule powers at once. Once the other party successfully resisted, she wouldn't be able to do anything. The killing rule power of the 100 birds and the suppression of the 100 birds painting had reached the limit. Long Chen was in a very dangerous situation. The Shangyang fairy was risking her life to kill Long Chen. If that was the case, there was nothing more to say. Long Chen's eyes were cold. Before the 100 birds arrived, his Void Universe dragon's huge body began to change. Suddenly, another shadow appeared. It was the mixed Yuan Destiny Dragon. The two divine dragons were entangled here. Destiny killing skill. The power of time and destiny fused. Time was like water, and destiny was like a knife. It had to be said that even the four great rulers might not have the same level of this rule power. Whoosh! The destiny killing skill penetrated the killing rule power of the 100 birds and the 100 birds painting. Before the divine bird Shangyang could react, it hit her body. In an instant, the entire 100 birds painting dissipated, and Long Chen was able to escape from it. He was safe and sound. And the divine bird Shangyang, under the mysterious power of destiny, naturally couldn't escape. At this time, the green color on her body was fading, and she was shrouded by the light of destiny. One could see that her body was changing little by little. From flesh and blood, she turned into a statue. You. Seeing the huge changes on her body, the divine bird Shangyang was stunned. That was the feeling of death, the feeling of being frozen. She watched helplessly as her flesh and blood turned into a statue, and in the end, it would even become like the white jade dragon head. I've lost. The divine bird Shangyang couldn't believe that she had lost so quickly. In front of her, Long Chen was safe and sound, and she was facing the threat of death. Defeated in one move. Was this the gap between them? At this moment, many images appeared in her mind. It was the son of chaos disappointed expression, his scolding, and his disdainful expression. This was the most unbearable scene for Shangyang. It was like a sharp needle, piercing her fragile heart. Sorry, Shangyang, I don't need a woman. If you cross this line again, I will drive you out of the demon race's territory. The words that he had once said echoed in her heart again and again. Pain, loneliness and loneliness. Her entire vision had been drowned in blood. Those were tears of blood flowing from her eyes. She had chased this relationship for tens of millions of years, but since that time, she didn't dare to cross it again. For her, it was enough to be able to guard the position closest to him. But, was she going to disappear just like that? She hadn't killed an enemy for him yet, and she hadn't made him happy yet. Not yet. Not yet, she still had too many desires in her heart. She longed to be able to receive his love, to have children for him, too. But what she saw was the change in her body. She didn't know that in fact, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to kill her. He had only sealed her with a fate-killing technique, and when this competition was over, he would let her go. After all, she looked like a foolish woman. Son of chaos. His smile was so clear in front of him. When he saw this smile, Shangyang decided one thing. Long Chen, this is bad. It seems that this divine bird Shangyang has a method of mutual destruction called Shangyang blood fire. This is something from the deepest part of her bloodline. Once it is ignited, she will burn her own flesh and blood, power, the world tree, the divine palace, and even her primordial spirit and laws. She will burn everything and turn it into an attack to destroy her opponent. Although she will also be destroyed after that and never be able to reincarnate, but she seems to want to do this. Divine Emperor Yu Hua had only suddenly thought of this when he saw the blood fire on her body. This woman is crazy. Long Chen had never expected this. He felt that there was no need for this at all. I don't want to kill you, don't act recklessly, Long Chen hurriedly said to her. However, Shangyang, who had already let the blood fire spread, stared at Long Chen, her eyes already covered in blood. Don't even think of deceiving me, you sinful thing. Today, I will sacrifice everything I have to kill you and clear the obstacles for my son of chaos. I will die without regrets. Shangyang's voice was so sharp that it sounded like it was being torn apart. She had already been blinded by reason. Long Chen felt that it was a pity, but he understood that the only thing he could do now was to block the opponent's final attack. Otherwise, he would be the one in trouble. Mo Xiaolang was right behind him, so Long Chen couldn't hide anywhere. Whoosh whoosh. Monstrous blood flames burned on Shangyang's body. Her expression was ferocious as she stared at Long Chen, as if there was a blood feud between them. Under the burning of this blood fire, even the fatality-killing technique was forced back. Her flesh and blood had completely recovered, but she was submerged in the flames, burned into power by the blood fire. Chia Xiangyang's blood fire spread endlessly. Son of Chaos, today, I will sacrifice my life for you. I beg you, remember me for eternity. For millions of years, I hope that you will always have me in your heart. Chapter 3076. The crazy Xiangyang fairy used a method that was beyond Long Chen's expectations. She burned everything she had as an ultimate god and offered it to the Chaos Sun. Her flesh, primordial spirit, power, heart of rule, and so on, in front of Long Chen, turned into a new kind of power under the burning of the Xiangyang blood fire. It was as if the Xiangyang had changed from a solid state to a liquid state. The Xiangyang blood fire was not scorching, but its power was majestic enough to affect the time around it. All the burning erupted with power that the Xiangyang fairy did not possess. With the burning of the blood fire, the divine bird Xiangyang's body of flesh and blood safely turned into a ball of fire. Then, the ball of fire rapidly changed from a flame to a feather. Although it was green, it was still engulfed in red flames. It replaced the Xiangyang fairy and appeared in the core of the eternal whirlpool. It burned fiercely and instantly dominated Long Chen's vision. One could imagine how powerful this feather was. It was condensed from the life of the divine bird Xiangyang. Under normal circumstances, Long Chen could enter the death rain in an instant to avoid the divine bird Xiangyang's attack. The divine bird Xiangyang had forced itself to this state. Once it failed, it would die on its own. There was no need for Long Chen to do anything. However, Mo Xiaolang was in the most crucial battle with the eternal sacred fire. Once Long Chen dodged, the Xiangyang fairy would obviously shift the attack to Mo Xiaolang. Moreover, at this critical moment, it was unrealistic for Long Chen to let Mo Xiaolang escape from this battle and enter the death rain together. At this moment, he had just swallowed a quarter of the eternal sacred fire. It was like swallowing a quarter of a beast. He could not swallow it, but he could not spit it out. In a split second, Long Chen knew that his only option was to resist it head-on. This crazy woman. In the blink of an eye, the divine bird Xiangyang had condensed everything. The green feather had completely taken shape. This was not just a feather, but an absolute killing weapon. Now, the divine bird Xiangyang seemed to have completely lost its mind. Only the will to kill remained, and it had become extremely strong. She was burning everything in order to perish together with Long Chen, to clear the obstacles for the Chaos Sun. Rumble. Die, 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 die. The green feather brought about an extremely strong spiritual attack. This was simply an attack on the primordial spirit. The Xiangyang goddess even burned her own primordial spirit to form a sharp needle that pierced Long Chen's primordial spirit. But what was more violent was that the green feather was like a sword, thrusting towards Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Once Long Chen dodged it, it would be Mo Xiaolang's turn. In Long Chen's eyes, the green feather was simply like an original incipient grade divine weapon. When it pierced, Long Chen saw a real sword in his eyes. This sword was pure power, and it brought Long Chen an unprecedented murderous intent. The pressure on the primordial spirit, the pressure on the body. The sword came to attack. This sword hid the divine bird Xiangyang's most powerful murderous intent. This kind of hatred and murderous intent formed a huge suppression on Long Chen. In a flash, it rose to the extreme, suppressing Long Chen to the extreme. At this moment, he could only fight it head-on. Long Chen quickly turned into a cosmic dragon before the green feather. Only the power of the divine dragon could resist the green feather. Primordial Dragon Pagoda. At this moment, the primordial dragon pagoda appeared clearly in front of Long Chen. As soon as he completed this step, the green feather had already rushed over. Although there was no sound, what Long Chen heard at this moment was the craziest voice of the divine bird Xiangyang. No one can go against the Son of God. I want to clear the way for the Son of God. Anyone who goes against the Son of God should die. Especially you. You dare to fight against the Son of God. You must die. It was like ravings and endless curses. In this crazy obsession, the green feather and Long Chen's primordial dragon pagoda madly fought against each other in the center of the eternal whirlpool. At that moment, an earth-shaking explosion occurred in the center of the eternal whirlpool. Destructive green light exploded in all directions, even adding a green halo to the entire eternal whirlpool. Rumble. This destructive impact caused Long Chen's body to tremble violently. The green feather's destructive power was strong enough to deform the primordial dragon pagoda. A large amount of energy penetrated through the primordial dragon pagoda and bombarded Long Chen's body. In an instant, Long Chen suffered a serious injury. It had been a long time since he suffered such a serious injury. Long Chen was still holding on. The flame of life was burning all over his body, healing his injuries. However, there was an even more violent energy rushing in, bringing more impact to Long Chen. Haha die. It was as if the entire world was filled with the laughter of the divine bird Xiangyang. In Long Chen's eyes, the divine bird Xiangyang was a quiet and gentle person. He never thought that she would have such a side to her. She burned everything just for Long Chen's death. I can't hold on any longer. Long Chen frowned deeply. He was using the primordial dragon pagoda to hold on. Once the primordial dragon pagoda disappeared, the green feather would pierce through him and turn him into ashes. Although there was a chance to revive, Long Chen didn't want to be defeated by the Xiangyang fairy. Rumble. Rumble. The green feather and the primordial dragon pagoda crazily collided. Long Chen was forced to retreat. Behind him was Mo Xiaolang's position. If this continued, Mo Xiaolang would also be affected. This is troublesome. The green feather had almost pierced through the primordial dragon pagoda. In terms of power, the Xiangyang fairy had the original incipient realm's god power. She could already suppress Long Chen. Now, she had burned everything and gathered her cultivation base for tens of millions of years just to kill Long Chen. Naturally, she could suppress Long Chen even more. Time was running out. Long Chen was like a dog wrestling with a bull. Of course he would be crushed. Moreover, it was a wild bull that had burned its life and had gone crazy. Rumble. The primordial dragon pagoda exploded again and again. Long Chen hadn't fully controlled the primordial dragon pagoda yet. Once the primordial dragon pagoda retreated, Long Chen would die instantly. It might even affect Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen, obviously, you are the one who could affect the Saint Sun's position. You will affect the Saint Sun's ability to rule the world. Today I will kill you. The Saint Sun will remember me for the rest of his life. The divine bird Xiangyang said these last two sentences. It looked like it had sobered up, but in fact, it launched an even crazier attack. The Xiangyang blood fire on the green feather burned even more fiercely. Obviously, it didn't want to leave even a trace of its god's soul. It only wanted to kill Long Chen. Crazy. Long Chen took a deep breath. In front of him was the divine bird Xiangyang's blood-red eyes. Hatred, ferociousness, violence, as if it was for some mission. Bang bang bang. The speed of the fire of life could no longer keep up with the divine bird's speed of destruction. Long Chen felt like he was just a mortal, but he was in the middle of a raging river. He was about to be smashed into pieces by the violent flood. He crazily urged his power and the power of the primordial dragon pagoda to fight against the green feather. However, even the power of the ancestral dragon was limited. Compared to the Xiangyang fairy's current power, it was like comparing a small stream to a big river. The river was so strong that it almost broke the stream. Under this absolute suppression, the most troublesome person was not himself, but Mo Xiaolang behind him. If he was killed, he could still come back from the dead. If Mo Xiaolang was affected by this power and died, it would be over. After all, Long Chen's resurrection could only save one person for a short period of time. Dang! At that moment, the divine bird Xiangyang's shrill cry traveled thousands of miles. The divine bird condensed everything and rushed towards Long Chen. He was like a small boat in a storm, about to be torn apart in an instant. Break! The primordial dragon pagoda was almost torn apart. It was not that the primordial dragon pagoda was weak, but the difference in power between them was just too great. Power. Long Chen realized his deep weakness. In the face of absolute power, rules and the like seemed to have become a little insignificant. Boom, boom, boom. Behind him was Mo Xiaolang, and he had a reason to not lose. Long Chen was also unwilling to accept this. His fighting spirit was not much lower than Xiangyang's. Goddess Xiangyang had a reason to kill him, and he had a reason to live. It seems that I have to thank you. The divine bird Xiangyang had provided Long Chen with a very precious opportunity to improve. In fact, it had been a long time since Long Chen reached the realm of Ultimate God King. He had reached this realm when he was still on Pangu continent. If he was still stuck in this realm for a long time, it was because he had accumulated a very strong foundation in this realm. He had been waiting for a moment to break through to the realm of God Emperor. But he never had the chance. The violent suppression of the divine bird Xiangyang gave him this feeling. Long Chen had forgotten about everything else. Time and time again, he urged his own strength to attack the green feather. He was forging and tempering his own strength. Once, twice, then 1,000 times, 10,000 times. He was getting closer and closer to Mo Xiaolang. The primordial dragon pagoda was collapsing more and more, but the fighting spirit in his eyes was growing stronger and stronger. When the divine bird Xiangyang's power was gradually depleted, his power was skyrocketing in the tempering. Boom! Boom! It's over. The divine bird seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She had gathered all her power, and the green feather was only left with the skeleton. However, it was the sharpest skeleton, and she stabbed at Long Chen in the craziest way. She was confident that she could pierce through the primordial dragon pagoda and Long Chen. But at that moment, a strong fighting spirit burst out of Long Chen's eyes. The longer it went on, the stronger his fighting spirit became. And in the desperate stab of the divine bird, Long Chen's power, which had been suppressed to the extreme, finally exploded. Chapter 3077. It was only logical. Long Chen had reached the primordial realm deity emperor realm from divine king realm at the last moment. This was all thanks to divine bird Xiangyang. If not for him, Long Chen would need another chance to break through to such a realm. After all, the higher one's realm was, the harder it was to break through. The fiercer the impact, the more thrilling the moment. It was even related to Mo Xiaolang's life. This kind of pressure was unimaginable. It was precisely this unimaginable, and it was the fatal blow from the divine bird Xiangyang that allowed Long Chen to break through everything in the chaotic upheaval, and his eternal level divine spirit power skyrocketed. Boom boom boom. Although it was only from a divine king to a divine emperor, the increase was no different from a divine emperor to an ultimate god. Long Chen was actually in the divine king realm, but his laws were too strong and his power foundation was too strong. That was why he could cross such a high level to kill his opponent. What divine bird Xiangyang saw was Long Chen's peerless reversal. Long Chen, who had almost been torn apart by her, seemed to have transformed from a dog into a lion in an instant. He was a strong and sturdy lion that could fight against a raging wild bull. Furthermore, the raging wild bull was also an arrow at the end of its flight. Roar! The Void Aeon Dragon's power expanded and blocked divine bird Xiangyang's attack, stabilizing its hind legs. At the same time, the primordial dragon pagoda that was about to collapse solidified and stabilized again. It even turned into a kind of iron plate, causing Xiangyang's bone spike to be unable to move forward. Ding! The sharp part stabbed the primordial dragon pagoda. Previously, it was Long Chen who was being crushed. However, at this moment, it was a direct confrontation. Ugh! Long Chen's sudden increase and breakthrough was a devastating blow to Xiangyang Fairy. The moment she was most confident in became the moment she collapsed. She saw Long Chen erupt with unprecedented power at the most crucial moment. It was as if he had been hiding it all along. At this moment, he completed an earth-shattering reversal and blocked her final killer move. At that moment, to the Xiangyang Fairy, it was the collapse of the heavens and earth. It was the destruction of everything. She gave everything but did not get what she wanted. At that moment, the green feather's attack almost collapsed. It was an unprecedented blow. In fact, this was not the end. After breaking through to the realm of a mortal emperor, Long Chen was able to resist his opponent. In this case, his opponent would not be able to kill him or hurt Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen felt relieved. But then, he received a new surprise. When his power advanced to the divine emperor realm, the nature of his invisible dragon Yuan was also undergoing a great change. The nature of his invisible dragon Yuan was breaking through and advancing. Advancing to the divine emperor realm allowed Long Chen's divine energy to increase sharply. Additionally, the nature of his invisible dragon Yuan was improving sharply in terms of quality. Indeed, the infinite god technique that the ancient god Savage Wilderness found in this world of life is the original incipient grade infinite god technique. However, in the beginning, Long Chen had not explored enough. He did not have enough power to support it. That was why he could only perform at the eternal level. Once Long Chen had a breakthrough in his power, the characteristics of the original incipient grade were finally revealed. The change in the nature of his power brought Long Chen a great surprise. It also brought Xiangyang Fairy more despair. His power was originally Long Chen's disadvantage. However, after the increase in quantity and quality, it became his advantage. After rapidly transforming to the original incipient grade, his power was still colorless. However, it could change into any color. This increase in power made Long Chen's fighting competence increase at a terrifying speed. Dragon Scripture of all things origin. When the original incipient grade power transformed to the extreme, the name of the original incipient grade infinite god technique appeared. Finally, Long Chen was like the Chaos Saint's son. He was the one who had the original incipient grade creator divine weapon and the infinite god technique. In the entire universe, there were not more than 7 people who had both. The value of the original incipient grade infinite god technique was no less than the creator divine weapon. If one was weaker than the others in the infinite god technique, then he was at least one level lower than the others. Just like Long Chen. The real name of the power born from the dragon scripture of all things origin is the god dragon power of all things origin. Long Chen's previous invisible dragon essence was a name he had casually come up with. Not long after that, the energy moving in his body had transformed from the eternal dragon chi to the original incipient grade dragon god power of the origin of all creatures. With the 2 levels of the primordial dragon pagoda, Long Chen's power had not only caught up with the Xiangyang Fairy, but also surpassed her. Even if the Xiangyang Fairy had to burn everything, Long Chen could surpass her. Roar! The void cosmic dragon roared angrily again. It was like a lion had transformed into a giant elephant. At this moment, the exhausted bison in front of her was nothing. Long Chen had the peak power. After one collision, not only did the opponent not break through the primordial dragon pagoda, she was blown away by Long Chen. It was like hitting a rock with an egg. This was a terrifying change. This was a change that made the Xiangyang Fairy desperate. Long Chen casually attacked and the blue feather flew away, leaving Long Chen completely. At this moment, Long Chen turned into his human form. The battle was over. The flames on the Xiangyang Fairy's body were still burning. After the last attack, she had lost everything. Even her power was little. She was doomed to fail. The eternal whirlpool was still spinning, still bursting with endless pulling power. The time cracks were still shooting crazily, but the Xiangyang Fairy seemed to be still. She had turned from a feather to a human form, but she was burning in the flames, shrouded in blood fire. Her body was already illusory, gradually disappearing in the Xiangyang blood fire. Now, she was like a candle flame, trembling in the eternal whirlpool. The previous life and death battle was now a stalemate. But the outcome was clear. The Xiangyang Fairy had sacrificed everything, but she had not killed Long Chen. Instead, she had helped Long Chen a lot, allowing Long Chen to break through and reach a new realm. Long Chen sympathized with this woman. But death was her own choice. Perhaps at this moment to her, Long Chen was in perfect condition, standing in front of her with unprecedented strength. To her, this was the greatest despair and pain. So when she looked at Long Chen, her eyes were already filled with tears of blood. "Do you regret it?" Long Chen stared at her eyes that were filled with tears of blood and asked. The Xiangyang Fairy looked around blankly. In the last moments of her life, the Son of Chaos did not seem to appear. Perhaps, he was still chasing the changing location of the treasure. With such a big commotion here, he must have appeared long ago, but he did not appear. He must have known that you used the Xiangyang blood fire, but he did not appear either. He did not even say a word and did not make a sound. So, do you regret it? When the battle ended, this infatuated woman was indescribably pitiful. In order to help the Son of Chaos clear the obstacles, she sacrificed her life and everything. But from the beginning to the end, the Son of Chaos did not say anything. Even if he was busy chasing the kitten's body, he should have made some noise. "This is my choice. It has nothing to do with you. You are very lucky." The Xiangyang Fairy trembled as she looked around. When she saw that there was only a sliver of her life left, she saw many things that she had never seen before. What she was most afraid of now was that he did not say anything even after she had reached such a state. He did not even want to see her for the last time. Even though the flames were burning, she felt an unimaginable chill. This made her curl up like a wounded little beast, crying alone. In fact, this scene had happened countless times, but she still persisted, thinking that there would always be a turn for the better. But today, she had given up her life, and she could not get a single word of concern from him. He must have been too excited in front of the last treasure, so excited that he did not have time to care about what happened here. Xiangyang knew the value of herself and the treasure in the eyes of the Son of Chaos. It's ridiculous. The person you like seems polite and amiable, but in fact, he is extremely cold. Your life and death are not as important to him as what he wants. In front of him was a person who was about to die, but now she looked indescribably pitiful. After experiencing the battle of life and death just now, Long Chen had undergone a transformation, and he could understand the pain in Xiangyang's heart. Long Chen had traveled the myriad worlds, but this was the first time he had seen such a foolish person. In order to clear the obstacles for the Son of Chaos, she was willing to give up her life. Unfortunately, the other did not even look at her, but went to chase after what he wanted with all his might. Don't say any more. I understand. This is my life. The Xiangyang fairy wiped away her tears of blood. Her body was constantly blurring, and she was on the verge of disappearing. She was about to be destroyed. She looked around nervously, waiting for the Son of Chaos to appear, waiting for him to take the initiative to speak to her. Because Mo Xiaolang was still devouring the eternal sacred fire, Long Chen accompanied her and waited. The reason why he waited was because Long Chen already knew the answer. The answer was that the Son of Chaos would not appear. But the Xiangyang fairy still used her last moments, her last desire, to look at the eternal whirlpool in panic. The look in her eyes was too profound. However, the blow of reality made her tremble with strength, until she found that she could not hold on any longer. The person she was waiting for did not appear. I have waited for so many years, and you won't even see me for the last time. In the end, the Xiangyang fairy began to sob and cry bitterly. She looked at the entire universe blankly. A dignified divinity was now so pitiful that she was inferior to the simplest mortal. Mortals could receive simple love, but she could not. From a long time ago, she had fallen in love with a person who could never be with her. Thank you for staying with me until the end. I will leave first. The Xiangyang fairy looked at Long Chen with her fragile eyes, and there was no longer any hatred. Let me ask you a question, said Long Chen lightly. Go ahead. If you were given a chance, would you still follow him? Would you still want to kill me? What I mean is, if you could do it all over again and I let you choose. After all, I don't want to kill you at all. Oh! To the Xiangyang, this was unintentionally a scary question. But when she was about to die, when everything was fuzzy, the answer suddenly became clear. She suddenly smiled and said, if I could do it all over again, I want to have a life that belongs to me. I want to exist in this world for myself. That's enough. She was very happy that she was free. Chapter 3078. Among all of Long Chen's rules, the rule of life was a little unique. For example, the flame of life. That was a rule that Long Chen had comprehended a long time ago. Now it was being developed more and more, and its effects were huge. Bringing the dead back to life, needless to say. This was Long Chen's biggest reliance. The value of a rule was no less than an original incipient grade creator divine weapon. It might even be more valuable. As for the decision he made now, of course, he had thought it through. It was also from his heart. Today, Long Chen's desire to kill was no longer that heavy. This was because he could see further. He knew who his real enemy was in the infinite worlds. The Xiangyang fairy was not his enemy. Even the Saint Son of Chaos was not his enemy. Of course, if the Saint Son of Chaos wanted to compete with Long Chen to death, then he would be his enemy. And this Xiangyang fairy did not have such a level of competition with Long Chen. After answering Long Chen's question, the Xiangyang fairy closed her eyes and disappeared in despair. At this time, Long Chen suddenly appeared beside her. The Xiangyang fairy felt it. She opened her ethereal but blood-stained eyes and saw a green ring on Long Chen's palm. What do you want to do? Her voice was very weak, very thin. Let you be reborn. Long Chen's words were concise and capable. Bring the dead back to life. The power of the rule was activated. Now that he had an even stronger power to support his resurrection, the effect produced was even more powerful. In a short period of time, the Xiangyang fairy was drowned by an aquamarine torrent. After the torrent surrounded her, she was like an aquamarine cocoon, spinning peacefully in the center of this eternal whirlpool. About 15 minutes passed. Whoosh! The green cocoon cracked. The brilliant, perfect, and beautiful Xiangyang fairy, who could be called the goddess of the infinite worlds, stepped out of it. She was wearing a green dress decorated with all kinds of treasures. Her face was full of luster, her skin was as smooth as water, and her eyes were like the stars in the night sky. With such an appearance, naturally, she had been reborn. A real life. What followed was the green halo on Long Chen's hand dimming. The Xiangyang fairy looked at herself in disbelief. Her expression kept changing. Surprise, confusion, helplessness, confusion, and finally, her gaze landed on Long Chen. Of course, she knew that she didn't die. She was alive and well, and this was all thanks to Long Chen. You're the one who brought me back to life. As expected, you're so miraculous. You're the creator of miracles. It turns out that I can't kill you at all. Since you can bring me back to life, you can also bring yourself back to life. After her rebirth, Xiangyang fairy was in a daze for a long time. That's right, Long Chen said. Why did you save me? Goddess Xiangyang stared at Long Chen. She really wanted to know the answer. Long Chen said, nothing else. Whatever I want to do, I will do. Don't you worry that after my rebirth, I will be a threat to you again? After all, I'm not a weakling. I've followed the son of Saint for thousands of years. It's impossible for me to betray him like this. Long Chen smiled. He shook his head and said, first I've asked you. I believe that everyone will have a time of despair. Second, today, you are no longer a threat to me. Whether you're here or not, it makes no difference to me. Oh. Xiangyang fairy nodded her head. This answer was somewhat different from what she had expected. But after thinking about it carefully, Long Chen was speaking the truth. She was no longer a threat. Also, you've helped me reach new heights. This life is my reward to you. I don't care what you want to do next, but remember what you felt and said before you died. The last sentence touched the Xiangyang fairy greatly. Tears streamed down her fair face. She said, I remember, of course I remember. How can I forget? Forget it, everything has ended and everything has been reborn. I don't want to do anything now. I just want to leave this place and find a place to stay quietly for thousands of years to come. I don't want to appear no matter who comes looking for me. But this is the time tunnel. You can't get out, and the Chaos Sun won't let you have peace, especially after I resurrect you. Long Chen pulled the Xiangyang fairy back to reality. Then he said, since you want peace, I can provide you with an environment where you don't have to encounter the Son of Chaos. The Xiangyang fairy asked, you're talking about your death realm, right? Very good, that's the best place. I'll let you in, let me in. Without another word, Long Chen opened the death realm dragon gate and let the woman in. She didn't hesitate at all. Now was the time when she wanted to escape from the Chaos Sun the most. In the beginning, she wanted to sacrifice everything to kill Long Chen, but now Long Chen saved her. Under such a sharp contrast, she wouldn't have the slightest bit of hatred for Long Chen. She needed peace, and Long Chen gave her peace. After entering, she didn't say a word and directly sank into the depths of the blood sea, as if she was sleeping and drowning in the blood. It seems that she has made up her mind to leave the Chaos Sun. Li Xuanji watched this scene silently. Xuanji, you're a woman. Do you think she can do it? She can, and she will never look back. Li Xuanji said decisively. After all, not every man is like you, who is worth sacrificing, she added at the end. Long Chen was very embarrassed by the praise. From the beginning to the end, the Chaos Sun had been chasing Kitten's real body. He didn't appear, didn't make a sound, but at this time, Mo Xiaolang also achieved great success. It could be seen that he had already swallowed the eternal sacred fire into his stomach. In his body, the three ancestral fires and the eternal sacred fire were fighting fiercely. The eternal sacred fire wanted to escape, but the three ancestral fires were desperately suppressing it, trying to turn the eternal sacred fire into one of them. Black, white, green, colorless. The time demon wolf's body was huge, but the 4 ancestral fires had completely drowned him. The center of the eternal whirlpool was blazing and hot. Xiao Lang is basically fine. Long Chen could see clearly that the 3 ancestral fires in Mo Xiaolong's body had the upper hand. It wouldn't be long before he could devour the eternal sacred fire. Long Chen opened the door to the realm of life and let Mo Xiaolang enter. Now he could completely drag the eternal sacred fire into the realm of life and control it so that it wouldn't destroy the realm of life. Big brother, aren't you afraid that the Shangyang fairy will play some tricks? Although Mo Xiaolang was devouring the sacred fire, he was also watching the whole scene. Long Chen said, "Don't worry. Not only will she not, but she may even be our partner in the future." His confidence came from Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji's judgment would not be wrong. She could see that the Shangyang fairy had already given up. In addition, she seemed to be imprisoned by Long Chen in the death realm unless Long Chen released her. That's good. Mo Xiaolang was focused on digesting the eternal sacred fire in the realm of life. Big brother, maybe I will be able to break through to the supreme deity realm in a few days. Mo Xiaolang was of course excited. The eternal sacred fire would obviously be of great help to him. By that time, the Time Demon Wolf would be another great combat power. Moreover, as Long Chen's power increased, Li Xuanji would become a part of his power. She would also be able to make great progress in using the changing nomological laws. Li Xuanji's power alone was comparable to or even able to defeat an ultimate god. Of course, Lingxi was also making great progress. Her speed was unprecedentedly fast. Of course, the strongest in the team was still Long Chen, unless Kitten could recover his power after finding his real body. However, even then, perhaps Long Chen would surpass him soon. Kitten, it's starting. The power of the dragon god, the origin of all things. The power of the original incipient realm was even more vigorous. Long Chen used the primordial dragon pagoda to protect Kitten. Then, he grabbed Kitten's arm and dashed into the eternal whirlpool. Just like the Chaos Saint's son, they started to chase after the reincarnation beast's head. Kitten got out of the divine kingdom. His senses were much stronger. After all, it was his body. Let's go in this direction. Let me feel it carefully. The two of them were moving fast like a bloodline or a sharp thorn. They were moving forward against the eternal whirlpool. Long Chen suddenly thought of a question. "Can I ask you a question?" He asked the Shangyang fairy in the death realm. "Go ahead." From the ruins of time to the Tower of Time, how did the Chaos Saint's son get there? He had relied on the Destiny Killer technique to get there. Obviously, the other party didn't know the Destiny Killer technique. The Shangyang fairy hesitated for a while. But she quickly said, "He's like you. He also has an original incipient realm creator divine weapon. It's a time creator divine weapon called the Great Void Demon Sword. The Great Void Demon Sword has the best time power in the world. He used the Great Void Demon Sword to break it. Of course, in this eternal whirlpool, he also used the Great Void Demon Sword to find it." "I see." Long Chen understood. Shangyang dared to say this to Long Chen, which meant that she had thought it through. "He just talked to me. I told him that it was you who brought me back from the dead and then imprisoned me in the death realm." "What did he say?" "He said that after killing you, he would save me." "Do you want to wait?" "It depends on fate. If you win, I might be able to leave and escape. If you lose, I can only follow him. He might not let me go." She was right. After all, she still had many things to do. It was impossible to completely break away from the Chaos Saint's son. After all, she also had her own world. "Forget it. For the sake of my future freedom, I'll give you another piece of news." The Shangyang fairy knew that she was betraying the Chaos Saint's son. But now, she really yearned for freedom more and more. "Say it." Chapter 3079. So fast. Long Chen originally thought that the ruins of time would trap him for a long time. The Patriarch is in the Tai Divine Realm, one realm higher than us. As one of the 4 rulers, it is normal for him to be faster than us. With your strength you can probably fight against the Son of Chaos, but if you meet the Patriarch, you will definitely not be able to win. Even if she was defeated by Long Chen, the Shangyang fairy still did not think that Long Chen had much chance of winning. She understood Long Chen, but she understood the Son of Chaos even more. It was just that she would not elaborate on the details. Alright, that is why I said that we need to find it faster, before the Son of Chaos. At the same time, he had to get everything before the Patriarch of Chaos arrived. Otherwise, if the Patriarch of Chaos and the Son of Chaos joined forces, he would definitely not be able to snatch the main body of the other kitten, and he might even be killed by the two peak experts of the demon clan. The interference of the eternal whirlpool was still huge. Fortunately, the kitten would probably be able to find it, so Long Chen was going through a lot of hardships, passing through obstacles after obstacles, and chasing after the main body. In the process, Mo Xiaolang finally completely digested the eternal sacred fire, turning the eternal sacred fire into a part of his body. From then on, he was an existence that controlled 4 kinds of ancestral fire. Compared with the other 3 kinds of ancestral fire, the biggest characteristic of the eternal sacred fire was eternal burning. This was an ancestral fire that was difficult to extinguish. As long as one was touched by it, there was basically no way to get rid of it. It could only be entangled by the eternal sacred fire for an endless amount of time, causing a kind of continuous damage. At the same time, the eternal sacred fire could also be integrated into other ancestral fires, transferring the eternal burning characteristic to other ancestral fires. For example, it could cause Mo Xiaolang's opponent to be burned by the 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire for eternity, like a curse, following him like a shadow. That was not the main point. After devouring the eternal saint flame, Mo Xiaolang had almost controlled half of the ancestral flame, almost catching up with Long Chen's blood essence. The eternal saint flame had also pushed Mo Xiaolang to the limit. After Long Chen entered the realm of Divine Emperor, Mo Xiaolang exerted the supreme devouring and digesting ability of Sky Devouring Clan and reached the realm of Supreme God. Tai Yi God Realm. The final level of the Divine Spirit Realm. From the initial Tai Chi to the current Tai Yi, Mo Xiaolang did not spend too much time, but he improved at a godly speed. After reaching such a realm, it naturally brought with it a sharp increase in one's combat strength. With the addition of the 4 ancestral flames, Mo Xiaolang's transformation was no less than Long Chen's. Even without Long Chen's Fortune Divine artifact, Mo Xiaolang had almost caught up to Long Chen. Moreover, the nature of the Sky Devouring Clan was that there was no end. Everyone had a limit, but Mo Xiaolang still had no limit. In the future, he could devour more. The premise was that there were still things that he could devour in the infinite worlds. To them, the myriad worlds no longer seemed mysterious. However, Long Chen knew in his heart that there were still many places that he was completely unaware of. For example, the origin of the dragon god, the beehive of the universe, and so on. There were even more places that existed in the depths of the starry sky, places that no one had discovered. Mo Xiaolang began to consolidate his realm of Supreme God. Lingxi was in the realm of life looking after Long Yen. Long Chen and Kitten seized the time and tried their best to travel through the eternal vortex. The time storm swept around them. If it was an area where time was accelerated, it would be fine. If it was an area where time was slowed down, it would take a few days in just a blink of an eye. This was a race against time. The Chaos Saint Sun must be using that original incipient grade Great Void Monster sword to frantically search for the location of the final body. He's chasing like us. In fact, the body was moving very fast. Even under the influence of the eternal vortex, it was constantly changing its position. In the blink of an eye, it was about to disappear tens of thousands of meters away. The entire eternal vortex was like an eternal world. Compared to this eternal vortex, Long Chen was like a speck of dust compared to a small town. One could imagine how difficult it would be for a speck of dust to find a thumb-sized object in a small town. It's changing too fast. It's getting closer. It seems to be coming towards us. It's not far away. It's coming. Every time Kitten reminded him, it was like a scream. Long Chen basically couldn't see anything amidst the violent turbulence of the eternal whirlpool. However, just as the kitten was calling out excitedly, suddenly, a white light flashed in the distance. Long Chen could clearly see that it was a white jade dragon's head. However, it was a bit far away, so he couldn't see how big the white jade dragon's head was. But he was sure that it would be much bigger than anything he had seen before. Go after it. Kitten confirmed that it was the white jade dragon head and hurried to urge Long Chen. Of course, before he could do it, Long Chen was already rushing towards that direction at his fastest speed. The white jade dragon head was really fast. Even though Long Chen had used his full speed to chase after the white jade dragon head, he felt that he was gradually being left behind. Moreover, the time around had changed so much that it affected Long Chen a lot. In this chaotic place, the cosmic gateway was not suitable to use. Fortunately, I have left the Death Realm Dragon Gate at almost every place I have passed. If this white jade dragon head could pass through my Death Realm Dragon Gate, it would be better. Just like the battle in the Cosmic Hive, Long Chen chose this method. As long as he occupied this place like a spider, he would have the upper hand in the subsequent battles. After chasing for an hour, he still did not catch up and was swept away by the white jade dragon head. Kitten also lost sight of the white jade dragon head for a while. Perhaps Xueqi and the white jade dragon head had entered some special area. Without a target, Long Chen was quiet and calmed down. Although time was tight, it was useless to be nervous. Just as he stopped, he felt an extremely powerful and violent force coming from behind, forming a threat to him. He was not targeting Long Chen, but was chasing after Kitten's real body. But at this moment, he met Long Chen here. They met on a narrow path. In the town, a speck of dust actually met another speck of dust. The son of chaos. He had actually arrived. Evidently, he had followed the tracks of the reincarnation beast's main body to this place. Hence, the two of them had coincidentally bumped into each other. Even the Chaos Son was taken aback when they bumped into each other. "It's you." Long Chen narrowed his eyes. He noticed that the Son of Chaos was holding a sword in his hand. It was an illusory, invisible sword, but it was not the same as the illusory of the primordial dragon pagoda. It was the same as the illusory of the great void dragon. This divine sword gave Long Chen an earth-shattering time power, as if it was the condensation of countless worlds. It had a sharpness that surpassed the ghost blood curse. It was one of the most terrifying weapons that Long Chen had ever seen. In particular, the sword possessed the power of time. Long Chen was simply too infatuated with it. This sword seemed to dominate the time of all worlds. Apparently, this was the best original incipient grade divine weapon in the entire universe. There were less than 10 kinds of original incipient grade divine weapons in the entire universe. This should be the sacred weapon of time, the Great Void Demon Sword. Different from the primordial dragon pagoda, the Great Void Demon Sword was a purely offensive creator divine weapon. In terms of attack, it was definitely stronger than the primordial dragon pagoda. The primordial dragon pagoda's advantage was in defense. With just a casual glance, this sword made Long Chen's heart flutter. Unfortunately, this was the enemy's weapon. No matter how strong Long Chen's time attainment was, the Great Void Demon Sword was full of murderous intent. When their eyes met, it was as if the moment of destiny had arrived. "It seems that you have defeated Xiangyang and imprisoned her. Return her to me first." He did not ask how Long Chen had saved the Xiangyang fairy. Long Chen said straightforwardly, "Of course. However, there is one condition. Give me the 3 things you have obtained in the time tunnel, and I will release her immediately." Although he said this, of course, Long Chen did not think so. He only wanted to confirm with the Xiangyang fairy. The Chaos Saint child would never agree. The other seemed to have expected this and was not surprised. He said faintly, "It seems that this is the reason why you saved her. How about it? No need. I can kill you and save her too." Long Chen smiled and said, "What if I use her life to threaten you?" The Chaos Saint child did not answer this time. His Great Void Demon Sword was already pointed at Long Chen. When the cold murderous intent descended on Long Chen, he said, "Don't waste time. Since we happen to meet here, let's put an end to this and decide life and death. The living will get everything, and then pursue the last key part. The dead will naturally disappear forever and lose everything. Let's talk with strength. I think you prefer it. Otherwise, it doesn't seem like a solution." He temporarily gave up chasing the white jade dragon head and now focused all his attention on Long Chen. Long Chen guessed that there was a competitive relationship between him and the Chaos Demon Ancestor, which was why he was so anxious. Neither wanted the Chaos Demon Ancestor to disrupt the situation, and there must be a battle in the middle. Thinking of this, Long Chen also prepared himself. It was time to test his strength. After being entangled with the Chaos Saint child for so long, it was time to have a decisive battle here and determine the winner. For a moment, everyone was nervous. Whoosh whoosh. In the eternal whirlpool, the time storm was too strong. The two could only barely stabilize their bodies on this battlefield. Otherwise, when the wind came, the power of time would sweep, and it would be really difficult to fight. When the other party used the Great Void Demon Sword, Long Chen's primordial dragon pagoda also merged with his body, making him indestructible and tougher. The two forces in this eternal whirlpool faced each other head-on. Then, it was almost on the verge of exploding. Suddenly, Long Chen felt a surprise, a very big surprise. Chapter 3080. The surprise was that the jade-white dragon head had slowed down just now, probably because it had encountered a time deceleration zone. And just after this zone, Long Chen had left behind a Death Realm Dragon Gate at this location. This meant that Long Chen could reach the jade-white dragon head in an instant. In that case, in the face of such a huge advantage, why would he fight to the death with the other party here? Just as the Chaos Saint's murderous intent was surging and shaking the Eternal Vortex, and he was about to make a move, Long Chen summoned the Death Realm Dragon Gate in an instant, and his body quickly disappeared into it. I won't keep you company for now. You're running away. The Chaos Saint did not expect Long Chen to escape at this time, but Long Chen's movements were just that fast. The two of them were already very far apart, and with the influence of the Eternal Vortex, before the Chaos Saint could reach Long Chen had already disappeared along with the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Left behind, the Chaos Saint's expression was even more gloomy. This piece of trash. Just as he was about to fight, the other party fled at the last minute. This naturally felt terrible, and it made him even angrier. Now that 9 of his subordinates had been killed or injured by Long Chen, there was no way the Chaos Saint could let it go. It was just that before this, he wanted to get his hands on the most important thing as soon as possible. He did not expect Long Chen to be so hot on his heels. If he had known that Long Chen was so powerful, he would have made a move outside the time tunnel. The Chaos Saint quickly used the Great Void Demon Sword to sense the position of the jade-white dragon head. It seems to have slowed down. Then, he quickly realized that the reason why Long Chen left was probably to chase after the jade-white dragon head. Damn it! The Chaos Saint roared angrily. With a roar, the entire Eternal Vortex shook, and the surrounding time storm was shaken away. This was the power of a dust particle. Then, he burst out at full speed and chased after Long Chen. When Long Chen appeared in this position, the white jade dragon head, which had slowed down, had yet to reach him. When he arrived, he was already prepared. After a few breaths of time, he saw a beam of white light breaking through the storm in front of him from the depths of the void. Long Chen was ready. When the white jade dragon head reached him, he immediately transformed into the ancient blood spirit dragon and wrapped himself around the horns of the white jade dragon head. It's so big. This white jade dragon head was much larger than that in the ruins of time. It was even larger than that in the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. Long Chen couldn't catch up with the speed of this white jade dragon head until he coiled around its horns in the form of an immortal dragon. South. The speed of the white jade dragon's head was changing rapidly, and Long Chen was constantly wrapped around it. With his ability, he would not be thrown out. When he stabilized himself on top of it, Long Chen immediately transformed into a void universe dragon. The ancestral dragon of time. It would be easier and more convenient this way. If I want to break this white jade dragon head and get the head of the reincarnation beast, I still need to use the power of time acceleration. Long Chen had made unprecedented progress in terms of power. He could control the primordial dragon pagoda and use more of its power. Therefore, it was very normal for him to use more powerful rule power. Kitten held his breath. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The Chaos Saint's son had chased after it for such a long time, but he didn't expect that Long Chen would beat him to it. At this moment, the primordial dragon pagoda appeared on the Void Universe Dragon's body. Long Chen's Void Universe Dragon's body rolled and turned into the heart of time. Each time it beat, it would strongly suppress the surrounding time and make a large area of space stop. Heart of the Great Void. A large amount of time was extracted and used on the white jade dragon head. The time on the white jade dragon head increased by hundreds of millions of times. The entire white jade dragon head stopped and was no longer swept by the power of the eternal whirlpool. Instead, it trembled in front of Long Chen and made cracking sounds. Kacha. The surface of the white jade dragon head gradually dimmed and gray lines appeared. Such a huge change to such a huge white jade dragon head was indeed very shocking. However, at this time, Long Chen himself was also sweating. He found that this white jade dragon head was too big, and it was too difficult to trigger his conditions. Now Long Chen was almost pushing his power to the limit, but he found that the white jade dragon head was actually cracking on the surface. At the core, at least half of it was still solid and indestructible. Persevere. For Kitten, and for the future of everyone, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He madly urged the power of the origin of all things dragon god and the creation divine power of the primordial dragon pagoda, fusing them together to form the power of time acceleration. He extracted more time and released it on the white jade dragon head. The acceleration of time in that position even exceeded the limits of the entire world. But this was something of the void dragon after all. It was used to seal the reincarnated beast. The void dragon back then was so terrifying that Long Chen could not break it now. In fact, it was quite normal. Time passed bit by bit. The white jade dragon head was still in the eternal whirlpool. This was actually very advantageous for the Chaos Sun. He was approaching at the most terrifying speed. As time passed, Long Chen gradually discovered that he had already reached his limit. No matter how hard he tried, it would be useless. The amount of time he could mobilize was limited. At his current level, he was still unable to break through the white jade dragon head. The Chaos Sun should not be able to break it either. The white jade dragon head last time was only half the size of this one. It is just his limit with the great void demon's sword. The Shangyang fairy said. Others did not know if what she said was true or false, but Long Chen knew it was true. In the domain of time, he had a certain degree of confidence. Even if the other party had the great void demon sword, if they could surpass Long Chen by 2 times, they would already be at the level of the Chaos Demon Forefather. I did not expect that after chasing this white jade dragon head like crazy, the final result is that neither of us can break this thing and take away the head inside. Long Chen gave up first. He put away the rules of the heart of the great void and let the white jade dragon head continue to run in the eternal whirlpool. He only needed to stay on top. This way, the Chaos Sun would not catch up so quickly. During this time, Long Chen and everyone in the God Nation and the Realm of Life were thinking of a solution. Boss, doesn't this mean that we are all out of ideas? It seems that time is running out. After all, if the Chaos Demon Forefather joins in, they will have the power to crush us. That will be troublesome. Kitten was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Long Chen knew what was going on. He closed his eyes and pondered for a while, then said, "You are right. The Chaos Demon Forefather may appear here at any time and join forces with the Chaos Sun. In this way, they will have the power to break this white jade dragon head. The things inside will belong to them sooner or later. By that time, I guess it is basically impossible for us to snatch anything else from them. Therefore, the only conclusion is that we must get everything before the Chaos Demon Forefather arrives." This was an important premise. Then what should we do? Let's deal with the Chaos Sun first, then think of a way to break this place. What Kitten meant was that it was better to get as much as possible. However, Long Chen shook his head and said, "Wrong. Without the Chaos Sun, even if we get the other 2 legs and the torso, we will not be able to get this head. We will even have to fight with the Chaos Demon Forefather later." "Big brother, what do you mean?" Mo Xiaolang seemed to have guessed what Long Chen meant. Long Chen looked back in the direction of the Chaos Sun and said, "It seems that we need to go all out. We can look at this problem from the overall situation. Therefore I can choose to join forces with the Chaos Sun to break this white jade dragon head and let the head of the kitten come out first. Then, no matter who gets the head first, it doesn't matter much. After all, we will definitely have to fight with the Chaos Sun. He also wants to settle everything before the Chaos Demon clan arrives. Therefore the most important thing is still the outcome of the battle, not who the things in this white jade dragon head belong to." Everyone understood. Long Chen was right. In order to settle everything before the arrival of the Chaos Demon Forefather, they had to go all out and challenge the Chaos Sun. After all, it was a battle of life and death. If they were in a hurry, it didn't matter who the head of the kitten's main body belonged to first. After making up his mind, Long Chen made a prompt decision and quickly made a move. He used the heart of the Great Void. This time, he only made the white jade dragon head slow down as much as possible so that it was almost stationary in this eternal whirlpool. In this way, it would be much easier for the Chaos Sun to catch up. When this white jade dragon head came to a standstill, for the Chaos Sun, it was like a bright lamp in the void. He thought that this was Long Chen thinking of a way to break the white jade dragon head again. He was so scared that he was forced to his limit. He continuously teleported in this chaotic eternal whirlpool at a rapid speed. Coupled with the fact that he was not far to begin with, it didn't take long for Long Chen to see the shadow of his arrival. At this moment, Long Chen stood on the white jade dragon head, his red and black robe fluttering in the wind. Before he removed the heart of the great void, the Chaos Sun had already caught up. Seeing that there was no movement from Long Chen, he was worried that it was a trap and did not immediately go forward. However, seeing that the white jade dragon head was still there and was only slightly damaged, he was much more relieved. There's no need for you to play any tricks. The Chaos Sun stopped in front of the white jade dragon head and squinted at Long Chen, trying to see through Long Chen. I really don't like tricks. Then what are you doing? Long Chen waved his hand and said frankly, to be honest, I can't break this thing. I guess you can't either. If you don't believe me, you can try. The Chaos Sun frowned. In fact, when he saw the size of this white jade dragon head for the first time, he was also startled. Back on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, it took him all of his strength to barely break that white jade dragon head. This one was twice the size of that one. In fact, he was not sure that he could succeed. Therefore, he basically knew that Long Chen was right. Chapter 3081. Let's break this thing first. I'm too lazy to waste time. Then we'll fight. Whoever gets everything in the end will depend on their strength. Long Chen said straightforwardly. From the perspective of the Saint of Chaos, he didn't know that Long Chen already knew that the Chaos Ancestral Demon had entered. However, his mood was the same as Long Chen's. They were eager to get everything. This was what he longed for even in his dreams. Who is this guy? Kitten was also very curious. Why was he so interested in his original body? This question was something that even the Saint of Chaos himself couldn't answer. He and Kitten had never met before. Okay. The Saint of Chaos answered straightforwardly. Now they were all world-class experts, the strongest group under the 4 rulers. There was no need for them to use such low-level things. At this moment, they stood at one end of the white jade dragon head, maintaining a certain distance. The moment this white jade dragon head shatters, the battle will begin. Long Chen was very clear in his heart. The other party was also very clear. But at this moment, their faces were cold, and they were busy with their own things. At this moment, the Saint of Chaos was holding the great void demon sword tightly with both hands. The monstrous power of time swept across his body, and there was a kind of gray fish scale on his body. It was the fish scale of the Kuan of Time. Long Chen now understood this Kuan ancestor beast. He had gathered 3 peak demon bloodlines in his body, which were space, devouring, and time. Space was the tiger of space, devouring was the rock of sky, and time was the Kuan of time. The 3 bloodlines of the void-swallowing tiger, the sky-swallowing rock, and the time Kuan made the chaos Kuan the strongest among the demons. It was the absolute ruler of the demons. Like the chaos ancestral demon ancestor, the Saint of Chaos also had the boundless divine technique of the original incipient grade. The Kuan ancestor beast had an ancestral boundless divine technique called the Kuan Ancestor Codex. The Kuan Ancestor Codex gave birth to the power of the chaos ancestral god. This was a kind of chaotic divine power, the peak divine power in the myriad of worlds. Its characteristic was chaos, and chaos was a terrifying offensive property. The more chaotic it was, the stronger the power. In every aspect, the Holy Son of Chaos was no weaker than Long Chen. This was also the reason why Shangyang Fairy believed that even if Long Chen made another breakthrough, he might not be a match for the Saint of Chaos. River of Time. The Saint Child of Chaos didn't care about Long Chen. He was the first to make a move. This white jade dragon head had already been damaged a little by Long Chen. However, it had already been fully restored. He needed to destroy it again. At this moment, the illusory sword of the great void demon sword directly pierced into the white jade dragon head. The law of time was like a river that started to flow towards the white jade dragon head, forming ripples on its surface. As the ripples moved faster and faster, the time of the white jade dragon head also accelerated at a terrifying rate. Then, Long Chen also started the process. He activated the heart of the great void again. Both of them were silent. Each of them used the power of time to trigger the disintegration of the white jade dragon head. Both of them knew that the most intense battle would erupt at the moment the white jade dragon head was disintegrated. 15 minutes. 30 minutes. Crack, crack, crack. The white jade dragon head continued to make cracking sounds. Both of them were rapidly increasing their strength. Time passed faster and faster. Without knowing when, the entire white jade dragon head had already shrunk. Its surface had already turned into powder and dissipated in the void. Both of them were getting closer and closer to what they wanted. The atmosphere became more and more tense. The Holy Son of Chaos is indeed powerful. Even though he had also reached this level, Long Chen still admired his opponent. In terms of the power of time, his opponent didn't seem to be weaker than him. In fact, his opponent even surpassed him. His inheritance was powerful, but his opponent had the advantage of tens of millions of years of cultivation. In fact, when they were destroying the white jade dragon head, they paid the most attention to their opponent. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Towards the end, the white jade dragon head began to disintegrate. Large amounts of powder and white light were produced. In the divine country, in the realm of life, everyone was extremely nervous as they watched this critical scene. At this time, Long Chen and the Holy Son of Chaos were also prepared to kill each other. They had also gone through numerous challenges to reach this place and enter the final battle. Long Chen could feel the cold killing intent of his opponent. Of course, he wasn't weak either. It was just that his aura was more bloodthirsty. Hoo-hoo. Finally, under their joint efforts, the white jade dragon head completely disintegrated. With a loud bang, the entire white jade dragon head disappeared. Almost at the same time, it condensed into a ball of light in the center of the two. God's hand. No matter how fast Long Chen was, the other party was proficient in the rules of space. In this aspect, the other party still surpassed Long Chen. It was just like back in the ruins of time, when the other party had easily taken away the crystal leg that had appeared after Long Chen had broken the white jade dragon head. The other party's palm had directly passed through space and grabbed the crystal head. Long Chen only glanced at the crystal head. It looked like a cat, but also like a tiger. There wasn't much difference between a cat and a tiger. Looking at it this way, it was somewhat related to this Kuan ancestor. The power of time along with the swastika symbol of the ghost blood curse flew out at the moment Long Chen attacked. Ding! The heart of Great Void condensed into a monstrous sword chi that swept out. The place where the sword chi reached was completely still. Under the control of Long Chen, the Holy Sons of Chaos who were rushing over disappeared one after another. Within the range of time controlled by Long Chen, no matter how fast his opponent was with the help of space, Long Chen still found his position. Too fast. Ding! In that instant, the blade of time collided with the heart of Great Void. In fact, the Holy Son of Chaos originally wanted to directly kill Long Chen. He didn't expect that the endless god trace would be broken and the blade of time would be blocked by Long Chen. This was the collision between the Great Void Demon Sword and the Ghost Blood Curse. The blade of time had a lacerating power, rushing over but was blocked by the primordial dragon pagoda. This was the failure of the Holy Son of Chaos attack. However, Long Chen's swastika symbol of the Ghost Blood Curse and time acceleration fused together, rushing towards the Holy Son of Chaos. Seeing this scene, the Holy Son of Chaos instantly disappeared before Long Chen's eyes and reappeared 10 million meters away. His attack on Long Chen was actually forced back by Long Chen. Amazing! The Saint Son of Chaos sighed from the bottom of his heart. In the myriad of worlds, there weren't many people who could block his combination of space-time laws. They could be counted on one hand. Today, Long Chen was one of them. Moreover, Long Chen seemed to be able to casually block it. It's my turn! Long Chen roared. Bloody light filled the sky as the blood sea behind him surged. Because of the expansion of his strength, the blood sea became even more majestic. He also instantly crossed the distance of 10 million meters. When the Ghost Blood Curse used its most proficient slaughter power, Long Chen's body was dyed red with blood. He had already transformed into a peerless killing god. Chapter 3082. The deadly calamity of the death rain condensed on the Ghost Blood Curse. The sea of blood behind him was much vaster than before, several times more turbulent. The endless blood water was about to drown the entire visible world. In the eyes of the Son of Chaos, the third eye between Long Chen's brows shone with a penetrating blood-red light, like a blade stabbing at him. Just this light alone was a destructive blow. Boom, boom, boom. Now that the sea of blood had condensed on the Ghost Blood Curse, the primordial dragon pagoda's divine power of creation and Long Chen's dragon deity power of all things fused wildly, exploding along with the ghost blood curse, bringing out the curse of the ghost blood curse. The three powers, together with the rules, slashed down after Long Chen crossed 10,000 meters. Swoosh! A dragon-shaped sword Qi descended from the sky, with infinite murderous intent, shining brilliantly. Under this dragon-shaped sword Qi, the son of chaos seemed very small. The deadly calamity of the death rain, supported by tyrannical power, was many times more powerful. Seeing this violent dragon-shaped sword Qi descend, the son of chaos was not in a hurry. In the death rain, the sea of blood around the Shangyang ferry was towering. She knew that Long Chen was fighting the son of chaos, and this was the most tangled time in her heart. The past was still in her heart, but she could not forget the scene before, and forget that it was Long Chen who brought her back from the dead. She could only be a bystander, watching this battle, and then leave her future fate in the hands of Long Chen and the son of chaos. I seem to hope that Long Chen will win. This feeling in her heart made Shangyang feel very strange. In the past, she would never have imagined that she would have such thoughts. While her thoughts were changing, in the outside world, in order to fight against Long Chen's deadly calamity of the death rain, the son of chaos suddenly let out an earth-shattering scream. It was the cry of a bird, the power of the sky-swallowing rock. The sky-swallowing rock had nothing to do with the sky-swallowing clan. It was just that their names were similar. The sky-swallowing rock was good at devouring rules. Unlike the sky-swallowing clan, its rules could only devour, but not digest. It was very difficult to make the other's power his own. Golden rock swallows the heavens. As the death world calamity descended, the opponent's devouring rules erupted. In the blink of an eye, a golden devouring vortex appeared under Long Chen's sword. The vortex spun wildly like a torrential downpour. At a frightening speed, it sucked Long Chen towards the center of the vortex. Long Chen had already been heading in that direction. Now that he was being pulled, his speed suddenly increased. In a split second, the dragon-shaped sword Qi exploded and rushed into the golden vortex. With a tearing sound, the blood-colored sword Qi spread throughout the entire golden vortex. A power of death and devouring gathered together, creating a terrifying collision. At this moment, Long Chen truly felt that they were evenly matched. If he hadn't made 2 breakthroughs in a row, he would have been crushed by this chaos sun. Rumble! Right in front of Long Chen, his death world's killing tribulation tore apart the golden vortex. Only when the golden vortex exploded did the monstrous suction force disappear. Long Chen barely managed to stop himself in front of the golden vortex. If he hadn't, he would have been swallowed. Swoosh! He hurriedly left that place. After the golden vortex, the chaos sun appeared unscathed. I didn't expect you to use this devouring rules as a defense, Long Chen said coldly. It could be seen that the chaos sun was only defending. If he were to fight head-on with Long Chen, someone might get hurt. You think too much. I was just testing to see how far your attack can go. It's nothing more than this, the chaos sun said faintly. The chaos saint's son said faintly, as if the earth-shattering battle just now was a trivial matter. The two of them didn't say anything else. Under the violent tearing of the eternal vortex, they were forced to change their positions almost at the same time, but they always maintained a corresponding distance. This was a rather dangerous battle. Both of them maintained a relative distance from each other. When they were not moving, neither of them moved. Both of them were observing their opponent to the greatest extent. When one of them made a move, the entire battle would be triggered. No one would have thought that one of the pinnacle battles of the myriad realms would take place in this tunnel of time that no one could reach. Moreover, it was a thrilling battle that was evenly matched. In an instant, the Chaos Sun made the first move. All right, meeting an opponent like you is indeed admirable. It's a pity that you insist on going against me. In that case, I have no choice but to destroy you. The Chaos Sun was still proud. After saying that, his body began to transform. The most powerful part of the demon race was their true form. At this time, what the Chaos Sun transformed into was a huge gray tiger that seemed to have more than half of its body fused with space. It had sword-like teeth protruding from its lower jaw, and there seemed to be a spatial vortex in its mouth. There were countless hairs on its body, and each of them seemed to hide an entire world, within which countless living beings lived. Space-devouring tiger. This was one of the 3 forms of the Chaos Kuan ancestor beast. The huge space-devouring tiger appeared in front of Long Chen. It was as if a speck of dust had suddenly become bigger, while Long Chen was still a speck of dust. After transforming into the space-devouring tiger, the Chaos Sun's aura suddenly changed. At least for now, he could completely suppress Long Chen, the master of space. Roar! The death tribulation of the world of life burst out from the dragon head, directly biting the space-devouring tiger. Crack! Both sides bit each other's neck, causing blood to flow out. Above the dragon head of life, along with the annihilation of space, the entire dragon head of life was in the process of collapsing. However, the fire of life on it was slowing down this collapse, playing an effective role. At the same time, the dragon head of life was crazily devouring the power of life from the space-devouring tiger's body. The world of life vortex behind him was the speed at which the Tai Chi living dragon was devouring life. The power of life from the space-devouring tiger's body was like a breached dam, flocking towards the world of life. One could see its body withering with their own eyes. The Shangyang fairy could feel this. At this moment, tears flowed out of her eyes, but she still clenched her hands tightly. This kind of battle was undeniably tragic. However, the decisive factor was the other dragon heads of Long Chen's Tai Chi living dragon. When the dragon head of life confronted the space-devouring tiger, the other 14 dragon heads suddenly bit the space-devouring tiger at the same time. When one head fought against 15 heads, it was easy to suffer such a loss. For a moment, not only was the space-devouring tiger's life taken away, but it was also bombarded by storms, sun, moon, lightning, fire, and so on. In the blink of an eye, the space-devouring tiger's body was unrecognizable. Chapter 3083. Boom. The turquoise whirlpool of life engulfed the Tai Chi creature. The Tai Chi creature stretched its body, submerged in the fire of life. Its body, which had been injured by the sky-devouring tiger, was rapidly recovering. He had fared well in this fierce battle, but the Chaos Sun had suffered a great loss this time. Facing Long Chen's 15 dragon heads, he had not been able to devour his opponent, but had instead been bitten. Now, he was covered in wounds. If he had not escaped in the end, he would have been destroyed by Long Chen. Roar! In the distance, the sky-devouring tiger was burning with the flames of hatred. Its body was covered in wounds. This was the first time that the Chaos Sun had been defeated by Long Chen. This defeat was very crucial, and undoubtedly affected the Chaos Sun's mentality. So now, he was no longer cold, but brutal. Ridiculous. I never thought that before I obtained such an important thing, the heavens would arrange an opponent like you for me. This is really a challenge. I admit it. I accept this challenge. I, the Chaos Sun, love this kind of challenge that surpasses my limits the most. At this moment, the Chaos Sun's attitude changed again. His eyes became unintentionally fiery. It was a boundless battle intent, a monstrous battle intent that could rival the killing intent in Long Chen's eyes. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the injured body of the sky-devouring tiger changed. Huge gray wings spread out behind it. Its body was changing, and so was the tiger's head. Finally, an incomparably huge rock appeared in front of Long Chen. It spread its wings in the starry sky, stirring up violent storms. Each feather was like a divine weapon of creation, difficult to penetrate. Whoosh whoosh. The entire battlefield was raging with wind and rain. This was where the ancestral beast of the Sea of Kuan defied the natural order. It was as if it had 3 bodies. Even though the sky-devouring tiger was slightly injured, when it transformed into a rock, it was still unscathed. Even its power was in a perfect state. The sky-swallowing rock was different from the sky-devouring tiger. The sky-devouring tiger was domineering and had the air of a king, while the sky-swallowing rock was the overlord of the divine birds. It was even more terrifying than Shangyang, colder, and more powerful. At this moment, the moment the sky-swallowing rock appeared, the sky-swallowing clan, who were filled with battle intent and were prepared to fight to the death with Long Chen, had already come. You think you're the only one who can transform? Long Chen smiled. Then, right in front of his opponent, he transformed from a Taiji spirit dragon. His blood chi surged, and his killing intent surged. As of this moment, Long Chen was like a blood-colored primordial spirit blood dragon in the middle of the eternal vortex. This was the transformation that best suited Long Chen's personality. This time, It was a struggle between a dragon and a rock. One was a giant blood-colored divine dragon, and the other was a rock that swept across the heavens and earth. Boom! The collision of their auras caused the time in the eternal vortex to change. Even the surrounding time storms were pushed away. The gray rock traversed thousands of miles in an instant. When its power was accumulated to the extreme, the nomological power erupted. In that instant, the body of the sky-swallowing rock shone with an incomparably terrifying light. Golden body of heaven and earth. In an instant, its gray feathers turned golden under the power of the world. Its body, which was like mechanical steel, transformed into a divine body comparable to a destinable divine weapon in a short period of time. Long Chen could see that the sky-swallowing rock had the defensive power of the primordial dragon pagoda, at least for a short period of time, under the influence of this law. I'll let you see what the real sky-swallowing golden rock is. When the sky-swallowing rock achieved the golden body of heaven and earth, its shrill voice was like thousands of piercing swords. But what really caught Long Chen's attention was the opponent's nomological power. At this moment, the sky-swallowing rock danced with its golden body, soaring up 90,000 miles. Its trajectory was like a goat's horn, and its speed was as fast as a golden ray of light. Boom! A violent force appeared between heaven and earth. The goat's horn trajectory was the sky-swallowing rock's devouring vortex. At this moment, Long Chen was directly below it. When the sky-swallowing golden rock's nomological power erupted, he felt that the devouring force was at least twice as strong as before. This was his sky-swallowing golden rock. As expected of the Son of Chaos, he was likely to be ranked 5th in the myriad of worlds. When the sky-swallowing golden rock was unleashed, even as an ancient blood spiritual dragon, Long Chen had to bear a fatal blow. He knew that there was only one way to break the sky-swallowing golden rock, and that was to use the fatality technique. But the Son of Chaos has the great void demon sword. Clearly, the nomological power of time is his strongest. Therefore, the fatality technique must be saved for when he transforms into the time Leviathan. Otherwise, I won't have any way to deal with him. This was the biggest problem Long Chen was facing in the golden rock devouring the heavens. In order to obtain the final victory, in order to truly suppress his opponent, he had to conserve his strength and laws. Only then would the destiny-killing technique have an unexpected effect. Therefore, at this time, he had to only use the laws of slaughter. If the Death World Slaughter Tribulation could break the golden rock devouring the heavens once, he could break it a second time. Boom, boom, boom. The devouring power distorted the trajectory of time. This time, the devouring nomological power devoured everything in the world, and Long Chen was at the center of it. At this moment, under the contemptuous gaze of the Son of Chaos, Long Chen made a crazy decision. Not only did he not escape, but he rushed toward his opponent. To defeat his opponent, he had to first defeat his heart. If he escaped into the death rain now, it would be his heart that would be defeated. In the midst of the sky-swallowing golden rock's nomological power, he could feel the feeling of death. It was as if his body would collapse and shatter at any moment. That terrifying pulling force made Long Chen's entire world blur. Such a feeling of death was the best time to use it. At that moment, Long Chen's eyes burst with an unprecedented intense light. That was an unyielding fighting spirit. That was to defy the heavens and change fate. The mysterious nomological power of fate was acting on Long Chen at this moment. In the face of death, his state was adjusted to an unprecedented level. For a moment, his whole body was burning with blood-colored flames, just like the blood sacrifice in the past. His power skyrocketed endlessly. In the divine kingdom, the power of faith also brought sufficient replenishment to Long Chen. Death Rain Massacre. The killing move was unleashed again, but it was unimaginably powerful. It was much more powerful than the last time. When it rushed in front of the golden vortex, the ancient blood spiritual dragon's tail turned into a giant sword and swept out. The power of the Death Rain Massacre was all concentrated on this sword. Suddenly, this sword slashed out with a beam of blood-colored sword chi that was tens of thousands of feet long. Rip! The golden vortex was directly split in half by this beam of sword chi. Then, it quickly collapsed with a huge explosion. Everything that had been devoured fell to the ground at this moment. Clang! Long Chen's ancient blood spiritual dragon's tail slashed at the sky, swallowing rock's body of heaven and earth. In this collision, both were sent flying backward. After the Death Rain Massacre broke through the golden vortex, It did not have the power to kill the sky-swallowing rock. In this confrontation, it could only be said that Long Chen had broken the opponent's attack. In fact, they were evenly matched. For a moment, the entire eternal vortex seemed to have become quiet. This scene also surprised the Shangyang fairy. She realized that she had still underestimated Long Chen. At least so far, even though the confrontation was so intense and the Chaos Saint had used all his knowledge, he still could not suppress Long Chen. On the contrary, just now, Long Chen had a slight upper hand. It was as if freedom was already very close to her. It was like a dream. Clap, clap. The Chaos Saint transformed into a human form and could not help but applaud. But when he applauded, his expression was cold. I can't believe that the heavens actually arranged for me to be an opponent so similar to me. I'm starting to understand. The more I don't want to kill you, the more I have to kill you. I don't think you're an opponent arranged by the heavens. You are just an insignificant character on my path of conquest. Long Chen retorted. After hearing this, the Chaos Saint could not help but laugh. It's too early for you to be happy. Although he was laughing, he was actually angry. He rarely took an opponent so seriously. After several confrontations, he had already regarded Long Chen as an old enemy. But Long Chen described him as an insignificant character. This was anger, this was rage, this was killing intent. The Chaos Sun took a deep breath and turned all his anger into power. A cold light suddenly burst out of his eyes, and he smiled. You are proficient in the power of time, and I am also proficient in time. In that case, let us use time to determine the final victor. At this time, the Chaos Saint was unintentionally confident. After the battle, he roughly knew the level of Long Chen. Although he was surprised, it was not his limit. Now, he still had a great deal of confidence in killing Long Chen, and this confidence came from his time Leviathan. Quietly changing. The Chaos Saint disappeared, and in his place was a fish swimming in this eternal whirlpool. This was a dark gray but translucent fish, as illusory as time, as light as it was condensed from time, swimming everywhere. Time was a river, and this time Leviathan was the only fish that could swim in this river. It could stop, it could move forward, it could swim against the current, and it could jump out of the water. It was the darling of time, the son of time. An illusory, translucent gray fish. This time Leviathan was the greatest threat to Long Chen. Perhaps it was because this was the eternal whirlpool, or perhaps it was because the power of time here was too strong. Or perhaps it was because he was a fish with a horn. Right between his eyes, there was a transparent horn. That was the Great Void Demon Sword. The perfect combination of the Time Leviathan and the Great Void Demon Sword was like the fusion of Long Chen and the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. In fact, there was no difference in strength between the Sky-Devouring Tiger, Sky-Devouring Rock, and Time Leviathan. It was just that for the Chaos Saint, he focused on all three, so the Time Leviathan and the Great Void Demon Sword were undoubtedly the strongest. The Chaos Demonic Ancestor was different. He balanced all three and reached a kind of peak. Chapter 3084. The Swimming Fish of Time. In this eternal whirlpool, he was at ease. Seemingly illusory, but in fact, the coldest killing intent was concentrated on Long Chen. Feeling the threat of the Time Leviathan, Long Chen finally reached his final form. In this eternal whirlpool, Long Chen transformed from the ancient blood spiritual dragon into the Void Aeon Dragon. The illusory ancestor dragon of time. Exactly the same as the white jade dragon head and the time beast. When the Void Aeon Dragon appeared in front of the Chaos Son of God, he finally understood what his subordinates meant when they said that Long Chen was exactly the same as the time beast. From this appearance alone, the Chaos Son of God could see that Long Chen was more suitable for this place than he was. This was something called destiny. In fact, it was a huge blow to the Chaos Son of God. He had originally thought that the heavens had arranged for him to come here to become the future supreme of all worlds. But now he was shaken, because the supreme of all worlds could also be Long Chen. No matter how he looked at it, he seemed more suitable than him? Impossible. If he is the one arranged by the heavens, then I will go against the heavens. From now on, I will make the decisions. The Chaos Son of God's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light, full of ruthlessness. However, the Void Aeon Dragon that was motionless in the eternal whirlpool, no matter how he looked at it, gave him a feeling of absolute superiority. The Chaos Son of God even felt that if the Time Leviathan was the son of time, the darling of time, then the Void Aeon Dragon was time itself. He did not flow away in time, because he himself was the river. This feeling made the Chaos Son of God very uncomfortable and very angry. He was furious to the extreme. I want to be the river. This thought was extremely strong, so strong that he accumulated a great deal of anger, moving faster and faster in the eternal whirlpool. He swam around Long Chen at a terrifying speed, the sharpest great void demon sword on his head becoming his horn, tearing apart the wind and waves of time. When all the killing intent condensed on the great void demon sword, the Chaos Son of God made his move. End of time. This was his greatest achievement in the laws of time. This was his absolute killing move. In the past, countless gods and devils had been defeated by his end of time. When this law was activated, the Time Leviathan was no longer a fish, but a ray of light. This ray of light was terrifyingly fast. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen discovered that the entire world around him was filled with the light of time. This was a kind of penetrating killing intent. This was the most terrifying weapon that Long Chen had ever seen. It was even more terrifying than his time sword. This end of time was a combination of the time sword and the acceleration of time. It was an even deeper level of time slaughter. It could directly push the opponent to the end of time. In reality, it was like the ghost blood curse, a one-hit kill. As long as the light of time grazed their skin, they would die. In an instant, he reached the end of his life. However, the laws of time's end were much easier to hit than the ghost blood curse. Therefore, even until now, the Chaos Saint's son possessed this degree of confidence. Don't go head-on against this law. In a moment of desperation, the Xiangyang fairy was extremely nervous. She subconsciously stood on Long Chen's side. Even though her eyes were filled with tears, she was helping Long Chen and giving Long Chen a reminder. Don't worry. In fact, Long Chen was already prepared. His great void cosmic dragon body was still very cold, watching the opponent's time trajectory. The opponent's light of time was getting faster and faster, climbing to its highest speed. When the speed of time reached its limit and the killing power was at its most terrifying, he would definitely turn around and attack Long Chen. He had to penetrate Long Chen in an instant. Before this, Long Chen hadn't been able to catch his opponent. He had to do it at the moment when the opponent attacked. Because at that speed, he had accumulated to the limit. If he changed direction, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Then, this was the only time when Long Chen could defeat the opponent. The Xiangyang fairy told Long Chen not to go head-on against this law. In fact, the method that Long Chen chose was to go head-on against him, and at the most critical moment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The speed of the light of time was getting faster and faster, completely exceeding the spatial law and the gate of the universe. When he opened his eyes, he could see that the entire eternal whirlpool was covered by this light. No matter how fast the opponent moved, Long Chen simply closed his eyes and remained motionless. But he was always aware of the opponent's position. Soon, he knew that when the speed reached its limit, it would be the time when the Chaos Saint's son wanted to kill him. Now, the Chaos Saint's son's intention was already very clear. He wanted to kill Long Chen. The law of time's end could not injure or defeat the opponent but not kill him. At that moment, he circled to the light in the distance and suddenly turned around. His target was Long Chen's glabella. That speed was too fast, too fierce. It exceeded the limit. In the death rain, even the Xiangyang fairy could not help but scream. All of this happened in just an instant. But Long Chen was already prepared. It was a game of lightning and fire. Fatality killer art. The cooperation between the twin dragons. The difference between Fatality Killer Art and Time's End was that it was a fusion of two laws. Compared to time, there was an additional kind of fate. It was this kind of fate that made the Fatality Killer Art irresistible. The penetrating attack. Long Chen only released the Fatality Killer Art, and it was the Chaos Saint's son who directly collided with the Fatality Killer Art at the fastest speed and penetrated it. Long Chen had kept the Fatality Killer Art for so long just to wait for this moment. The speed of time's end was so fast that Long Chen did not even have time to open the Death Rain Dragon Gate. Whoosh! His face was almost sweating. After the Fatality Killer Art, the Chaos Saint's son's time's end did not slow down. If it did not slow down, Long Chen would be dead. This moment became incomparably long and distant, causing people to tremble with fear. Long Chen opened his eyes, But his gaze was incomparably calm, as if he had already expected everything. After being hit by the fatality killer art, sure enough, in front of Long Chen, the time's end's law slowed down. Long Chen easily dodged it, and that light turned into the Chaos Saint Sun's Time Leviathan behind Long Chen. At this moment, the Time Leviathan was trembling. The fatality-killing technique traversed through time and severed the past. At this moment, his entire body started to transform, turning into a statue. When Long Chen turned his head to look at him, his gaze was terrifying. If the Time Leviathan was furious just now, then it was filled with bloodthirst and madness. You lost. Before the fatality killer art froze him, Long Chen said indifferently. Hee hee. The Time Leviathan faced Long Chen and said coldly, I really didn't expect that you could even defeat and break my time's end. Long Chen, you really gave me too many surprises. Even though he said this, he could not stop the statue from spreading on his body. At this moment, in the Death Realm, the Shangyang Fairy had yet to react from Long Chen's display of invincible might just now. A new message was sent to her. Those guys in the Tower of Time did not dare to contact the Chaos Saint Sun directly, so they basically sent messages through the Shangyang Fairy. At this moment, she received a message. Long Chen, the Chaos Demon Ancestor, has found a way to enter this eternal whirlpool. It seems different from you guys, but he can indeed come in. As soon as the voice fell, Long Chen already felt that the eternal whirlpool trembled because of the arrival of a powerhouse. That powerhouse was definitely the Chaos Demon Ancestor, one of the four rulers, much stronger than the Chaos Saint Sun. There was not much time left for Long Chen. The Chaos Demon Ancestor might find this place after a long time. When that time came, it would be troublesome. He would definitely lose, and he would lose everything. Fortunately, he had already defeated the Chaos Saint Sun. Seeing that he was about to be turned into white jade by the fatality-killing technique, Long Chen said, "You have already lost this battle. If you don't want to die, give me what we agreed on previously." The Chaos Saint Sun naturally knew that the Chaos Demon Ancestor had arrived, so he did not look too good at this moment. This old ghost, I didn't expect him to catch up so quickly. Given his personality, he might want a share of the loot. This was also the reason why he wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. It was also the reason why he did not want the Chaos Demon Ancestor to come in the past, especially after coming in and discovering so many treasures. Then he heard Long Chen's words. This made him laugh. What? You said that I have already lost? The Chaos Saint Sun looked at Long Chen in disbelief. Long Chen noticed that at this moment, his body was changing, and he was actually suppressing the power of the fatality-killing technique. Then, it was as if an explosion had occurred. Whoosh! In front of Long Chen, the Chaos Saint Sun had changed into 3 parts, each of which was a separate life. These 3 parts were the complete sky-swallowing tiger, sky-swallowing rock, and Kuan of Time. Although they were all injured, they had almost recovered. The power of these 3 bodies was not weaker than when they appeared alone. This could explain why the sky-swallowing tiger was injured but was unscathed when it transformed into the sky-swallowing rock. Long Chen, I forgot to tell you that he actually has 3 bodies. You were just fighting with one of his 3 bodies. This is the real Kuan Ancestor beast. The Shangyang Fairy said helplessly. This was the strongest state of the Kuan Ancestor beast. The 3 were separated, 3 against 1. You are too naive. If I, the Kuan Ancestor beast, can only change between 3 forms, how can I be called the #1 demon in the myriad worlds? If you want to kill me and defeat me, you are still far from it. However, I have to get the thing in your hand before the old ghost arrives. I don't have time. The 3 demon beasts spoke in front of Long Chen at the same time. I see. Long Chen knew that he was indeed a little naive. The terror of the opponent was also beyond his imagination. Previously, facing each giant beast was troublesome, but now that 3 appeared at the same time, it was even more troublesome. What was more troublesome was that there was an even stronger Kuan Ancestor beast descending. The only good news was that the Chaos Saint Sun in front of him also wanted to end the battle quickly. At this moment, Long Chen realized that this was the truly thrilling moment. Life and death, it was a fine line. Chapter 3085. The sky-devouring tiger still had wounds on its body, but it had almost recovered. Above its head, The sky-devouring rock stared at Long Chen with its cold eyes. It kept circling, threatening him at all times. The Time Leviathan was still like a fish swimming in time, swimming and changing in the vortex of time, which made Long Chen feel the greatest threat. Each of the three bodies was comparable to Long Chen. He could separate the bodies, but Long Chen could not separate a few ancestral dragons. Of course, he could also split the Shadow Dream Dragon, but his understanding of this rule power was still limited, so it was not particularly useful. The three pinnacle giant beasts surrounded Long Chen, and the three bodies were controlled by one will. The Saint of Chaos's determination to kill Long Chen was more fierce than anything else. When the three bodies were separated, he had already started attacking. Moreover, it was a killing move. It's over. The Saint of Chaos's cold voice echoed in Long Chen's ears. At this moment, the tense atmosphere spread. The three giant beasts brought a terrifying pressure to Long Chen, like three judges. The three of them had one thing in common, which was chaos. The power of the ancestral god of chaos. The three kinds of rule power formed an even stronger rule power, which was chaos. Boom. Among the three giant beasts, the sky-devouring tiger displayed the endless godly trace in the surrounding space, and its huge body covered the entire space. It was endless, and it was difficult to distinguish which was real and which was fake. The sky-devouring rock cast the golden body of heaven and earth and turned into a golden ray of light, shuttling around Long Chen at a terrifying speed. Every ray of light that passed by formed a part of a vortex. The Time Leviathan formed a vortex of time with its speed, which almost overlapped with the golden vortex of the sky-devouring rock. This overlap was a kind of chaos. It could be seen that everything that was happening now was a kind of accumulation, and the real storm was about to come. Chaos Killing Formation. This was the true killing move that the Chaos Saint's son had kept until now. The reason why he was still so confident was because he still had this Chaos Killing Formation. That rule is the supreme rule of the Kuan ancestor beasts. Generally speaking, they will only be able to use it once in a very long time. Your life and death, and the outcome of your battle, will all be decided by that single line. Life and death hung by a thread. Even without the Shangyang fairy's words, Long Chen could feel that the Chaos Saint's son was truly afraid of him. That was why the Chaos Saint's son tried his best to kill him. Now that the Chaos Killing Formation was activated, it was like doomsday. Long Chen seemed to have escaped from the eternal vortex and arrived in a world where space and time were chaotic. There were even many suction forces. The countless vortexes were like eyes that existed in this world. Those eyes were terrifying traps, and the chaotic time and space formed a chaotic world. The Son of Chaos was the ruler of this chaotic world. In this chaotic world, Long Chen could not control himself. This was an overwhelming rule power. This was a little similar to Long Chen's Karma Imperial Sword. If he did not break this rule, he could not get out at all. However, to break this rule was extremely difficult. At this moment, the chaotic world was rioting. In this world, what Long Chen felt was the endless devouring of chaos, the golden rock swallowing the sky, and the end of time. These three kinds of rules did not fuse together, but existed endlessly in this chaotic world. And Long Chen had become the core of this attack. The difficult part for Long Chen was that he could not even find the three giant beasts, nor did he have a target to attack. Calm down. Only by calming himself down could he find a way to break it. To be honest, during this battle, Long Chen surprised the Son of Chaos more and more. The Son of Chaos also surprised Long Chen more and more, especially this chaos-killing array. The only way for Long Chen to escape was to escape into the life and death realms. Of course, that was only the beginning. When the chaotic world rioted and countless rules descended, there would no longer be time for that. Devouring chaos, devouring the sky, the end of time, the blade of time, an endless divine trace. A total of more than 10 kinds of rules erupted in this chaotic world, and there was more than one of each. When so many chaotic rules descended, for Long Chen, there was danger at every moment. In the life realm of God Nation, Mo Xiaolang and the others wanted to come out and help, but Long Chen did not let them. In such a situation, even if they came out, it would not be of much help. Life and death were hanging by a thread. Under the monstrous pressure, Long Chen shouted and turned into a human form. The human form was the most balanced, and it could better use the power of the ghost blood curse, allowing the two fortune divine weapons to cooperate. Fatality Killing Art. a pure white little dragon and an illusory little dragon coiled around Long Chen's ghost blood curse. As Long Chen slashed out with his sword, a killing art fused with the light of time and fatality struck out. Time flowed like water, and fate slashed like a blade. Here, Long Chen and the Son of Chaos were at the same level. Although the Son of Chaos's chaos-killing array was terrifying, it was not particularly difficult to see the true position of one of the three giant beasts. It was just that the opponent was too fast. Before the opponent's attack erupted, Long Chen saw the approximate position of the sky-swallowing rock and slashed out with his sword. When the fatality-killing art erupted, although Long Chen dodged in time to avoid the devouring chaos and sky-swallowing golden rock, he was hit by the light of the end of time. Puff! The primordial dragon pagoda bent under the intense vibration. Long Chen suffered a huge impact, and his body was on the verge of falling apart. His flesh was torn apart. Clearly, if not for the primordial dragon pagoda, Long Chen would have died in battle. Of course, the following laws were still endless, and they were all fatal killing arts. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had been on the verge of death several times, and at this moment, his fatality-killing art was unleashed. A sharp bird cry rang out. The heaven-swallowing rock's transformation was too fast, but Long Chen still managed to hit its wing, causing the part of the heaven-swallowing rock's power in the chaotic world to instantly collapse and weaken, causing the chaos-killing formation to become even more chaotic. Long Chen used all his strength to attack, but he still succeeded. However, he could only attack one of them. When the fatality-killing art succeeded, the space-devouring tiger and Time Kuan attacked at the same time. The two powers of time and space simply fused together, and there were several types of laws that Long Chen had never seen before. Die! The Chaos Saint Child was clearly taking advantage of this opportunity to kill Long Chen in one go. In this chaos-killing array, Long Chen only had one chance to counterattack. Once this opportunity was lost, he would be drowned by the laws of the chaos-killing array. This was the Chaos Saint Child's chance. The world that Long Chen saw was chaotic, and it was a world of death. The chaotic laws of space-time attacked, boundless and endless, locking down all the space around Long Chen. There wasn't even the slightest gap left. In this chaotic killing array, Long Chen's only option was to fight it head-on. However, if I fight head-on, I can obviously only block one or two laws. The other laws can take my life, so this time, I will die without a doubt. The most depressing thing was that the law of resurrection was also given to Xiangyang. Therefore, he really had to die here. He was just one step away from victory. If he lost here, he would definitely have a lot of regrets in his heart. For a moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Could the primordial dragon pagoda block it? Obviously, it could block one or two laws, but not dozens of laws. In order to get Kitten's body, the Chaos Saint Child almost risked his life. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to explode with such power. He had already used a method that surpassed the limit. This law was like resurrection. There were limitations to its use, but once it was used, its lethality was terrifying. In a split second, a spark of light. That moment of life and death seemed to be still for Long Chen. Time passed very slowly. He clearly saw all the laws of space and time. He saw that the sky-swallowing rock had been sealed by the fate-killing technique. He saw that the space-devouring tiger and the time leviathan were still exploding with power in this chaos-killing array. At this moment, Long Chen's heart had become so tough that even in the face of certain death, he would not frown. He did not make a move casually. Instead, he calmly observed everything and thought of a way. There would always be a way. Heaven never bars one's way. Long Chen, accept your fate. The Chaos Saint Child's voice reverberated in his ears, like the voice of death. In Long Chen's world, several kinds of chaotic killing techniques were getting closer and closer. He was familiar with the power of time and the power of space to eliminate its lethality. In a moment of life and death. These laws are all a part of this chaotic world. The Chaos Saint Sun created this chaos-killing formation, which is why he was able to release so many laws to attack me, making me unable to fight back. If not for this chaos-killing formation, his laws definitely wouldn't have reached this level. Clearly, as long as I destroy this world, I will be able to shatter all these laws. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Long Chen's mind. But how to destroy this world? The power of the life and death-killing tribulation was not enough. The heart of the Great Void did not have that kind of destructive power. The fate-killing technique could only target living things and could only destroy this kind of space with laws. This was the advantage of the fate-killing technique, but also its disadvantage. If it were not for Long Chen would have already used the fate-killing technique to tear this space apart. The power of life, the law of fate, the law of time, and the law of change. These four laws did not seem to have the lethality to directly deal with non-living things, gods, and demons. For example, the life realm killing tribulation could only take away life, the law of fate could defy heaven and change fate, and the law of time could accelerate and riot. The only ones that could directly attack were the law of slaughter and the law of cause and effect. Among them, the law of cause and effect was the best at destroying this kind of killing array. This was because this array had a very complex structure, and a complex structure would have countless causes and effects. Only by destroying these causes and effects, the whole world would collapse on its own. Chapter 3086. The massacre rule was purely destructive power, while the karma rule was a kind of power similar to the power of moving 1,000 caddies with little effort. It could be directly disintegrated from the inside and was extremely effective. To Long Chen, the environment that the Chaos Saint's son had created for him was extremely precious. It was also because of this that he had such a huge change in his heart before countless rules descended. Almost instantly, Long Chen locked onto the massacre rule and the karma rule. The fusion of the time rule and the fate rule allowed me to have the fatality killing technique. In that case, I can completely fuse the karma rule and the massacre rule. In that case, there might be a rule that can break down the massacre rule and possess extraordinary destructive power. When this thought appeared, it instantly became unprecedentedly strong. This was a fortuitous encounter. It was also the fortuitous encounter that the Chaos Saint's son had given him. Under such circumstances, Long Chen suddenly had such a strong and clear intuition. It made him realize that there was only one way to break this chaos-killing formation, to preserve his life, and to defeat his opponent. Only one rule. Fuse the massacre rule and the karma rule. Among the karma rule, Long Chen had locked onto the comprehension of the karma thorn. As for the massacre rule, it was naturally the Death World's massacre calamity that was currently the strongest. At this moment, the environment had become a strong contributing factor to this rule. Not only did Long Chen take the initiative to explore it, but even this chaos-killing formation had squeezed these two rules together, making Long Chen's goal clear. Without a clear goal, it was very difficult to set foot on the path of fusion. At this moment, Long Chen was brandishing the ghost blood curse. The Death World's massacre calamity erupted, all condensing on this sword. This was different from the fatality-killing technique's comprehension. He was taking the initiative to forcefully try it out. After the Death World's massacre calamity in actual combat, he did not release it. Instead, he worked hard, even crazily, to fuse the karma thorn into it. There might be many more details in the new rule, but this time, Long Chen only needed to fuse it once. Life and death were on this line. If he failed, he might die completely. Karma thorn. In fact, when this idea was born, Long Chen had great confidence that it would succeed. Now that he had a deep understanding of several laws, and with the fatality assassination technique ahead of him, his vision had broadened, and his control had become stronger. There was even the help of the mysterious dragon Jade, so the infusion of the karma thorn law was actually a matter of course. The right time, the right place, the right people. The moment the Death World slaughter calamity and the karma thorn collided, it was as if a new door had been opened. This seemed to be a perfect fusion. If it wasn't for today's environment, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to imagine it. This was just like how the karma thorn had the ability to destroy, but it lacked power. On the other hand, the Death World slaughter calamity had the destructive power of chaos, but there was no way to break it. The fusion of the two could be said to be perfect. Long Chen hadn't made any progress in the karma thorn law. At this moment, it was like a leap. The two laws perfectly fused together, condensing on the ghost blood curse, forming a blood-colored torrent. This wasn't the Death World slaughter calamity or the karma thorn, but a brand new law, a brand new fusion of laws. In the following time, Long Chen could completely go deeper and make these laws more tyrannical. And at this moment, he only needed to break this chaos-killing formation. Swish! The massacre and karma laws fused, and the strength of his entire body converged. An unprecedented tyrannical moment was born. Long Chen slashed out with his sword. The sword light was like a torrent, forming a giant sword that slashed out. For a moment, the bloodlight was boundless, dyeing the entire chaos-killing formation red. Boom. The target of Long Chen's attack wasn't the Chaos Saint Sun's law, but the chaos-killing formation itself. In fact, the true law was the chaos-killing formation itself. A sword slashed out like a rainbow. After this law-killing formation, the effect that Long Chen had imagined happened. Wherever the long sword went, the chaos-killing formation collapsed as if it was disintegrated. The moment the chaos-killing formation collapsed, the originally chaotic laws became even more chaotic. It completely lost its target of attack. When Long Chen slashed out with this sword light, the entire chaos-killing formation was torn open. Without saying a word, Long Chen rushed out from this opening. It was over. In fact, all of this happened in an instant. When the Chaos Saint Sun was preparing to kill Long Chen broke through the chaos-killing formation and rushed out. It was that simple, but such a simple thing made the sky of the Chaos Saint Sun collapse. Boom boom boom. The entire chaos-killing formation collapsed. Bang. It completely dissipated. Long Chen's new law turned into a blood-colored divine dragon with golden and black shadows. After completely destroying the chaos-killing formation, it instantly split into two and charged towards the space-devouring tiger and the time leviathan. As for the sky-swallowing rock, it had been frozen into a white jade sculpture by Long Chen and was temporarily under Long Chen's control. The space-devouring tiger and the time leviathan were in the most sluggish state. Failure. Defeat. This was an incredible thing for the Chaos Saint Sun. Even a person at his level would collapse after receiving such a blow. The Chaos Saint Sun would be more severely affected than others. He was someone who couldn't bear failure. Because he had never failed before. He was only one step away from becoming the supreme ruler of all realms that he had imagined. In his imagination, he was the one chosen by the heavens to rule all realms in the future. How could such a person like him be defeated? His confidence and all his faith collapsed at this moment along with the chaos-killing formation. It wasn't until the law pounced on him and pierced through the space-devouring tiger and the time leviathan that the Chaos Saint Sun truly reacted. However, both the space-devouring tiger and the time leviathan's eyes were full of tears of blood. Whoosh! The divine bodies of the three giant beasts converged and fused together, turning back into the Chaos Saint Sun. However, at this moment, he was covered in blood and 1/3 of his body was frozen in jade, making it difficult for him to move. It wasn't just the injuries on his body. The greatest blow to his willpower was also the most terrifying for the Chaos Saint Sun. Long Chen didn't want to give him a chance to counterattack. He instantly appeared in front of the Chaos Saint Sun and placed the Ghost Blood Curse on the Chaos Saint Sun's neck. As long as the Ghost Blood Curse cut the Chaos Saint Sun's flesh, he would be able to take his life. The Chaos Demon Ancestor was about to arrive. Long Chen naturally didn't want to talk nonsense. He said, "You've lost. You should keep your promise and hand over the item to me. Otherwise, I can only take your life." His voice was like a heavy hammer that hit the Chaos Saint Sun's body again and again. Bang bang bang. Unexpectedly, the Chaos Saint Sun wasn't as calm as imagined. His state could be considered to be on the verge of collapse. It was as if he had lost his mind and even his eyes were lifeless. He looked at Long Chen in a daze, just like a walking corpse. I said, "Give me the item." Long Chen's Ghost Blood Curse had already cut the Chaos Saint Sun's body. The Ghost Blood Curse surged towards the Chaos Saint Sun and spread throughout his body. If the Chaos Saint Sun resisted, the Ghost Blood Curse shouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, the Chaos Saint Sun didn't resist at all. It was as if he had fallen from heaven to hell in an instant. I didn't expect that the heavens would choose you instead of me. The Chaos Saint Sun suddenly burst into laughter. His eyes were full of tears of blood and sorrow. He trembled all over as he laughed and looked at Long Chen. There's no such thing as the heavens, and no one is blessed by fate. The future can't be controlled. Long Chen understood now. The Chaos Saint Sun had always thought that he was the future supreme being chosen by the heavens. He had felt this way since he was a child, and it had long been ingrained in him. It was as if the entire world existed for him. Therefore, being defeated in this most important battle was the collapse of everything he had built for tens of millions of years. Seeing him like this, the Shangyang fairy was also trembling. She was the person who understood the Chaos Saint Sun the best. At this moment, her heart was full of tears, but she couldn't say a word. Impossible. If not, you can't beat me. The Chaos Saint Sun laughed as if he had gone mad. At this time, the Ghost Blood Curse had spread all over his body. If he didn't resist, he would simply be turned into ashes. Long Chen frowned and said, "Give me the item. If you're willing to bet, you must accept your loss. Your life is useless to me. Moreover, today's victory or defeat is momentary." "No, it's already a lifetime." At this time, the Chaos Saint's son stopped smiling. He opened his hands and wiped away the blood and tears in his eyes. Suddenly, he became calm. "Yes, after I die, everything belongs to you," the Chaos Saint's son said quietly. This was a very difficult person to understand. He was just defeated. Why did he have to seek death? No, the Shangyang fairy's face was full of tears. She struggled, wanting Long Chen to release her from the God Nation. However, the Chaos Saint's son was faster. It was as if he was rushing to fulfill some kind of mission. Before the ghost blood curse could kill him, a kind of gray flame was born on his body. This was a suicidal flame. Under the burning of this flame, the Chaos Saint's son was the first to be turned into ashes. In the midst of this gray flame, the Chaos Saint's son began to roar. "Long Chen, you won. You are the future ruler of the world. You stepped on me to reach this position. Heaven, it's really ridiculous and shameful. Since you gave birth to me, the Chaos Saint's son, you have climbed to the top all the way. Seeing that you are only one step away from success, why did you give birth to you, Long Chen? If there is a next life, I will definitely tear this world apart and destroy this universe. I will make all living beings perish and destroy everything. I will slaughter your sky and your earth." In the end, he looked at Long Chen with eyes burning with gray flames and sneered. "Long Chen, don't think that you have won just like this. Although you can become the ruler of the world, one day, I, the Chaos Saint's son, will return and destroy everything you have. Since I can't become the ruler of the world, then let the world be destroyed with me." Boom. At the last moment, the Chaos Saint's son dissipated and turned into ashes. He was swept away by the eternal vortex and disappeared for thousands of miles. No, the Shangyang fairy curled up in the sea of blood. She still couldn't deceive herself. She still loved this person, but she was extremely sad. She didn't blame Long Chen for this scene. It was just that her heart was too painful. No. Chapter 3087. The Chaos Demonic Ancestor was approaching. However, it was over. After the Chaos Saint's son was defeated, Long Chen didn't want to kill him, but he chose to destroy himself. Long Chen could only understand this Chaos Saint's son a little. He thought highly of himself and believed in fate and opportunities. Losing in this most important battle was a big blow to him. However, to Long Chen, he would never do that. If he had a chance to live, he would never die. As for the Chaos Saint's son's death, although he was bewildered, he didn't really care. No matter how strong the Chaos Saint's son was, he was a guy who couldn't afford to lose. The key was Kitten's real body. There were 3 of them. After the Chaos Saint's son died, the divine nation was exposed. Long Chen quickly grabbed the things he needed. At this moment, a beam of light was about to escape. It was the original incipient grade divine weapon, the Great Void Demon Sword. The Chaos Saint's son was gone. Of course, he couldn't let such a precious thing escape. Swoosh! Long Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed hold of the Great Void Demon Sword. As the Great Void Demon Sword struggled to break free, Long Chen tossed it into the Death World. As long as it entered the Death World, no matter how hard it struggled, it wouldn't be able to leave. Long Chen had time to control it. After a lot of hard work, he finally found all the things he needed. In the Death Rain, the Great Void Demon Sword was flying in the Blood Sea while the Shangyang fairy was left alone. She was lost and wanted to cry. "Wait until I find a way to leave here, then I'll let you go." Yeah, the problem is how you're going to get out. Long Chen didn't know yet, but he believed that things would work out in the end. This time tunnel was the Great Void Infinity Dragon's territory. The life and death realms had cores, so there should be one here too. It was just that he hadn't found it yet. The most important thing now was to gather Kitten's real body. Now the head, torso, tail, and limbs were all in the realm of life. Kitten was in the realm of life. These things were floating in front of him and were currently fusing together. 7 types of crystals were forming a transparent crystal beast in front of Kitten. At first, there was still a large gap between the gaps, but with the passage of time, it would be completed in no time. What changes would there be at that time? What would happen to Kitten? He wasn't sure. However, the Chaos Demonic Ancestor arrived. This was an ancestral beast that looked no different from the Chaos Sun, except that it was slightly older. Of course they looked the same, but in terms of divine might and aura, they were completely different. This one was the true number one of the demon race. Chaos Demonic Ancestor. One of the 4 hegemons. Longchen didn't dare to get close to him and stayed far away from him. His son had just died in front of him, and it was also because of him. This enmity had been formed. Originally, Longchen didn't want to have this kind of enmity with him. If he wanted to commit suicide, Longchen couldn't do anything about it. Now that he was looking at the Chaos Demonic Ancestor, even though he should be the kind of guy who hid his strength, Longchen could still feel the feeling of blood feud from him. In fact, if he didn't want to control the tunnel of time, he could directly leave through the entrance of the realm of life and death, which was connected to the third heaven and Pango continent. Seeing the Chaos Demonic Ancestor, Longchen calmed his mind and didn't worry. After all, he was now infinitely close to the other party's level. He said, "I didn't expect his final decision." The Chaos Demonic Ancestor stayed where he was and didn't approach. His eyes were fixed on Longchen, and the illusory space was flashing with a cold light, like a world of ice. The Chaos Demonic Ancestor's voice was deep and old. He said, "It is indeed his own choice. I have nothing to say if I lose to you. He can't afford to lose, and it has little to do with you. But, as a father, no matter what the reason, I must give him an explanation. So, don't blame me for being rude. Even if you escape today, you can't escape for the rest of your life." This was the attitude of the Chaos Demonic Ancestor. The Heavenly Tao Sacred Emperor and the Savage Wilderness Ancient Gods didn't want to be enemies with Longchen, but this Chaos Demonic Ancestor didn't, which was normal. If Longchen were him, he would do the same. Obviously, if he stayed here, the Chaos Demonic Ancestor would definitely hunt him down. Of course, Longchen was not willing to leave the tunnel of time just like that. Maybe there were deeper secrets here that he hadn't discovered. Perhaps as long as he stayed here, the Chaos Demonic Ancestor would guard him in the eternal whirlpool. Your decision is normal. In that case, I have nothing else to say. Goodbye. The realm of life and death was indeed a great reliance for Longchen. At this time, he didn't say anything and went straight into the realm of life. Now, the Shangyang fairy had fallen silent in the depths of the Blood Sea. What happened today had a great impact on her. Entering the realm of life was thanks to the Chaos Demonic Ancestor, but Longchen still had to appear in the tunnel of time from time to ensure the existence of the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Otherwise, after more than 10 days, he would have to leave the realm of life and death through the exit of Pango continent. The Chaos Demonic Ancestor should know this, so during this period of time, Longchen didn't know what he would set up in the eternal whirlpool, but he was sure that it would be more dangerous than the Chaos Saint. Therefore, even if he didn't leave, he wouldn't be able to relax. Of course, Longchen was more concerned about Kitten. When they came to the realm of life, Longchen and the others surrounded the main body of the reincarnation divine beast. Kitten stood at the forefront, his eyes shining as he curiously watched the fusion of the main body. At this speed, it should be done in a day. During this day, everyone was waiting quietly. Occasionally, Longchen could feel that the Chaos Demonic Ancestor would pass by his Death Realm Dragon Gate. It seemed that he hadn't given up yet. In front of him, the little crystal beast had taken shape, and there was even a bright power flowing on its body. All parts of it were almost integrated, and the cracks had gradually disappeared. "Boss, it's summoning me." Kitten was excited. At this time he had transformed into a big white fat cat, pacing beside the little crystal beast, ready to pounce on it at any moment. At this moment, he was like a little miser who had seen treasures all over the sky, bursting with joy. Finally, the little crystal beast was completely fused, forming a complete main body. When the moment came, a terrible pressure erupted from the little crystal beast, which belonged to the demon clan supremacy. Under this pressure, everyone was forced to retreat. Longchen moved the others to other places in the realm of life, leaving only a few of them here. Only they could barely withstand the pressure of the former demon clan supremacy of the dragon sacrificial continent. The peak realm of the reincarnation divine beast is much stronger than that of the Chaos Demonic Ancestor. At that time, Kitten seemed to be the reincarnation divine beast. That was the true ancestor realm. Although he wasn't as strong as the ancestral dragon, he was still very powerful. If he could reach the ancestor realm quickly, that would be amazing. He just didn't know how long it would take for Kitten to fuse with this main body and truly recover to his peak. The shorter the time, the more help he would receive from Kitten. It was imaginable that if there was an additional ancestor realm beside him, he would instantly dominate the myriad realms. By then, it would be a piece of cake for him to find the way to break the seal of the ancestral planet, let the billions of mystical dragons return, and even find the origin dragon soul of the ancestral dragon. "Boss, I'm starting," Kitten said and ran towards the little crystal beast. When he came into contact with the little crystal beast, he indeed began to fuse with it. However, the original body collapsed softly, and an incomplete soul belonging to Kitten entered the body of the little crystal beast. Long Chen remembered that this body of Kitten was given to him by Long Qinglan back then. He finally didn't need to use it anymore. He had found a body that truly belonged to him. When the soul entered the body of the little crystal beast, it began to change. However, after Long Chen put away Kitten's original body, it seemed to have fused with it. The little crystal beast turned from a dead thing to a living thing. However, this kind of awakening was relatively slow. Long Chen carefully sensed and said, "The soul and the body have fused perfectly, but to completely awaken, it will take a certain amount of time. However, I'm not sure about the time. It might succeed in a few days, or it might take longer. However, it is undeniable that when Kitten awakens, he will definitely be very strong." He moved Kitten to a quiet place in the realm of life, so that he could wake up from the seal of an era with peace of mind. Kitten will be very arrogant in the future. According to his temper, he might turn the entire myriad realms upside down. Mo Xiaolang smiled faintly. "It's fine. If he dares to do anything, I'll deal with him," Xueqi said angrily. Seeing that Kitten had such a chance to become strong, although she didn't seem too happy, she was actually very happy for Kitten. Everyone laughed, and Xueqi's face turned red. "Big brother, how should we deal with that guy outside?" Mo Xiaolang asked. Long Chen said, "This time tunnel is the territory of the Void Infinity Dragon. I have to get the core here, so we can't leave this place for the time being. Once we get the core, if we stay on the 4th level of the Tower of Time, the time there will be 10,000 times faster than outside. What we lack the most now is time, and this place will allow all our mystical dragons to grow rapidly, including Kitten's awakening. It will be 10,000 times faster than outside, so this is of utmost importance." Only then did everyone think of this. After thinking about it carefully, it was indeed terrifying. Mystical dragons needed time to grow. If they stayed on the 4th level of the Tower of Time, it would be much faster, and they would have the time they needed the most. Long Chen said again, "So, now we can be considered to be competing with the Chaos Demon Ancestor. However, I'm going to ponder the rules that I've just comprehended, and then deal with the Void Demon Sword. In this way, we might have the strength to deal with the Chaos Demon Ancestor." Now was the time to improve in all aspects. After dealing with the core of the time tunnel, it would be the time to head to the ancestral planet. Chapter 3088. In the realm of life, Long Chen sat quietly on a peak. He had just played with Long Yen for a while. Now that she was tired and had fallen asleep, and with Lingxi watching over her, Long Chen could cultivate in peace. After all, this was a rather important moment, and time was of the essence. His attention was naturally on the new law that had fused the slaughter and karma laws. The perfect fusion of the death realm killing tribulation and the karma prick gave birth to an extremely lethal move that was completely different from the fatality killing technique. In terms of lethality, this new rule was definitely stronger. The fatality killing technique's advantage was that it was unstoppable and had a strange effect. But usually, one more move was needed to truly kill the opponent. Now that he had calmed down and thought about it, the rule of this move was clearly displayed in front of him. Long Chen familiarized himself with this rule through repeated practice, and truly mastered it. This took him some time. He only stopped after he had a rough grasp of it. After all, there were other important rules. Generally speaking, the fused rule itself did not have a name. It was not something that Long Chen had directly inherited from the inheritance blood essence. Therefore he had to give this rule a name. Karma is formed from slaughter. It is powerful and can be considered an even more powerful slaughter rule. Kill the enemy and cause the enemy to walk on the path of rebirth. Kill with one sword. Let's call it rebirth slash. This way it was simple and easy to understand, and also very domineering. Because the fatality killing technique and rebirth slash were fused rules, they were extremely lethal. Long Chen had already realized that this was a huge direction for his future development. It was very likely that when he went to a higher level, it would have even greater effects. It might even be the key to breaking through the current deadlock. In the future, I will need to spend more effort on fusion. Now that I have mastered 6 kinds of rules, if I can fuse them in pairs, the original rules will have many changes. Dozens of rules like rebirth slash will be born. Of course, this was just Long Chen's imagination. After all, not all 2 kinds of rules could be fused. If 3 kinds of rules can be fused, or even 6 kinds of rules can be fused into one, what terrifying things will happen? Long Chen was filled with hope for the future. His current mission was to have enough power to save the cursed divine dragons before the sky-devouring clan found them, or before they devoured the infinite worlds. At the same time, he had to groom more divine dragons in his god kingdom. The ultimate goal was to bring the dragon god back to the myriad worlds. It's time to deal with the great void demon sword. After dealing with the rebirth slash, Long Chen quickly moved from the realm of life to the realm of death. The Shangyang fairy was silent for a long time. She did not speak when she saw Long Chen approaching. Instead, it was the great void demon sword that wanted to rush out of here that stopped struggling. Have you thought it through? Long Chen appeared in front of the great void demon sword. This was Long Chen's goal. When the great void demon sword realized that it couldn't get out, it would definitely stop to think. His master, the son of chaos, had passed away. It would naturally think about what it would do in the future. It would be best if he could escape to the side of the chaos demon ancestor. Back then, the chaos demon ancestor had the dual space-time blades. It was only after the son of chaos became stronger that the chaos demon ancestor gave the great void demon sword to him. As long as it could go back, it would be fine. The problem was that it was trapped in the realm of death. Long Chen would never let it out. Unless he was killed by the chaos demon ancestor. However, it knew that it wouldn't be easy for the chaos demon ancestor to kill Long Chen. Moreover, Long Chen definitely wouldn't have so many worlds to think about. Long Chen gave it 2 clear choices. It could either yield or be conquered by Long Chen. However, from the battle between Long Chen and the Son of Chaos, if it didn't yield, it would definitely be conquered. That was why Long Chen asked if it had thought it through. At this moment, an illusory fish appeared in the great void demon sword. The fish swam around the great void demon sword and stared at Long Chen with its big eyes. This was the time Leviathan. Long Chen didn't expect that the great void demon sword's creation spirit would be the time Leviathan, and a pure time Leviathan at that. Not the Kuan ancestor beast. I don't seem to have a choice. The time Leviathan's voice sounded like a child's. Hearing this, Long Chen was relieved. He couldn't be bothered to fight with the great void demon sword. The only thing I know about you is that you fought with the Son of Chaos and the others in the time tunnel. You single-handedly defeated 10 of them. Moreover, you have a deep understanding of the time law. You aren't a demon, but you have a bloodline similar to the Kuan ancestor beast, or even stronger. Since I can't return to the chaos demon ancestor, I can only yield. The great void demon sword was very straightforward, and saved Long Chen a lot of trouble. He quite liked the style of the great void demon sword. Most importantly, although I have little interaction with you, I've never even heard of someone like you before. It was as if you had suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the myriad worlds. But my intuition tells me that you are an extraordinary existence. In the future, you will surpass the limits of all worlds. Therefore I, the great void demon sword, choose you. The great void demon sword was one of the 10 strongest original incipient grade divine weapons in all worlds. And now, it was in his possession. With the vision of the great void demon sword, it could recognize Long Chen so quickly. This was enough to prove Long Chen's excellence. Especially in the battle of the time tunnel. 1 against 10, and he had won. This was a sword of time. When the Son of Chaos had used it for the first time, Long Chen had been jealous. This was the most excellent creator divine weapon in his imagination. He had never seen a sword of time before. Especially when it was used with the primordial dragon pagoda. He was eager to see what kind of destructive power it would create. God Emperor Realm. The power of the dragon god. The origin of all things. Destiny slash. Rebirth / Primordial Dragon Pagoda. The Great Void Demon Sword. Although he was a god emperor, Long Chen could be the strongest person in all worlds, just below the four rulers. But many people in all worlds didn't know about the battle between Long Chen and the Son of Chaos. Ding! Long Chen reached out to hold the Great Void Demon Sword. This illusory Great Void Demon Sword was like a fish in his hand. It was very slippery, as if it could slip out of his hand at any moment. But now that the Great Void Demon Sword had recognized Long Chen could easily control it. The Great Void Demon Sword had the creator divine powers no less than the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. It didn't take Long Chen much effort to control the Great Void Demon Sword. He successfully fused the power of the Dragon God, the origin of all things, with the creator divine powers of the Great Void Demon Sword. The immense power surged in Long Chen's body. Long Chen casually swung the sword. Instantly, even the space of the death world was torn apart, leaving a 10,000 zhong long scar of time. It created a large-scale time disturbance. If I add the Primordial Dragon Pagoda's creator divine powers, it'll be even more incredible. Sensing this surging power, Long Chen's heart surged. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he stood at the peak of all worlds. The position of the Son of Chaos, the supreme ruler of all worlds, would belong to Long Chen in the future. The Great Void Demon Sword attacks, and the Primordial Dragon Pagoda defends. Even the four sovereigns might not have two original incipient grade creator divine weapons. In this way, my fighting power should be close to the four sovereigns. Especially Long Chen's greatest enemy in this time tunnel, the Chaos Demonic Forefather. Now that he had dealt with the Rebirth / and the Great Void Demon Sword, he had to get out as soon as possible. He had to find the core of this time tunnel and take control. He had to develop his great plan. 10 days have passed. There aren't many Death World Dragon Gate outside. I have to go. Long Chen told Lingxi and the others before leaving the Death World alone. Long Chen. The Shangyang fairy suddenly called him. What is it? The forefather is different from the Son of Chaos. His attainments are deeper. You should be careful. Understood. After all, this was a battle with one of the four sovereigns. Even with the Great Void Demon Sword, Long Chen didn't dare to be careless. He knew that he was facing the sovereign of the entire Eastern Star region. Returning to the eternal whirlpool of the time tunnel, Long Chen quickly changed his location. He left more Death World Dragon Gates behind so that he could come out and establish a connection with the time tunnel. The eternal whirlpool was still roaring with time. Long Chen held the Great Void Demon Sword. Through it, he could clearly sense the time around him. This was the same as the Chaos Demonic Forefather. I can't find the core you're looking for. I've never noticed it. Maybe it's too far from where we are. The Great Void Demon Sword said after searching for a while. Long Chen's conclusion was similar. Then let's find another place. The eternal whirlpool is huge anyway. Of course, he still had to keep an eye on the Chaos Demonic Forefather's movements. Therefore, Long Chen basically focused more on guarding against the Chaos Demonic Forefather. He let the Great Void Demon Sword find the core of the time tunnel itself. The core of the life and death realms is very likely here. If I control this place, I can return to the Tower of Time and move freely in the time tunnel. Then, the benefits will be great. Therefore, this was the reason why Long Chen had to stay here. In the following time, he wandered the entire eternal whirlpool, searching and hiding. The Chaos Demonic Forefather seemed to have gone somewhere. Long Chen didn't let the Chaos Demonic Forefather find him for more than a dozen days. However, there was no news of the core for more than a dozen days. He was a little anxious. Could it be that the core doesn't exist? Just as this thought appeared in his mind, the Chaos Demonic Forefather suddenly appeared in front of him. He looked at him indifferently and said, "You've been searching for more than a dozen days. Is this what you're looking for?" After saying that, there was some movement between his eyebrows. A ray of light split from it and gradually expanded. Finally, it formed an illusory eye. Time flowed on it like a reincarnation cycle. That was what Long Chen was looking for, the core of the time tunnel. It was raining heavily in Wuhan. He returned home quite late. He hurriedly rushed a chapter and was already very tired. Today was the first chapter. Thank you for your support. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.